This is the sub sound. This is the sub sound. Howdy. Welcome back. Hi, everybody. Welcome, beginning of stream people arrive squad. You know who you are. Hope you guys are having a nice start to your week. It is Monday. It is 4:18 p.m. No, now it is 4:19, almost 4:20 p.m. here in Las Vegas. You guys had a nice day yesterday. Had an interesting schedule these last 4 or 5 days. But that's okay. We're getting back on track and we're taking care of what's important. Playing Starbase today. Woohoo! My turn to relax and watch someone else stream Starbase tonight. Hey, Avic. I was hanging out last night, watching Avic play some Starbase. And before that, some Kingdom 2 Crowns, I think. Hope you had a good stream. I know it was like an 11-hour marathon, which is not highly unusual here, so you're in good company. Speaking of good company, what a great segue. I'll be bringing this up probably like a dozen times today, but we finally have the joined company in Starbase, so we'll be inviting people from the community to join the Starbase company if you got the game. So that's all set and ready to go. People are already in there having fun, chatting, talking, and hopefully doing good things together. Hello, beginning of stream sub, Morgan a caster. Zed Witzel. Morgan a caster's back for 10 months with a pump it. Zed Whistle, thanks for 14 months. How's Midas? He's fine. He's good. I'm not going to go into like details, but I will need to take... I wanted to play a game today where I could kind of take a break every couple hours. Had to basically just start giving some new medicine. And I just want to check and make sure everybody is chill. Make sure everybody is comfy, hanging out, and nobody is in distress. I'm babysitting Otto for a little bit. and I'm not gonna go into personal dog details, but everybody is a-okay and feeling good today. So, far as I know, no big issues, no big problems, nothing you should be concerned about. So, but I still want to, you know, due diligence. Took yesterday off to kind of rest and relax and make sure that everybody is
the sub sound.
Feeling healthy. Personal dog details. Absolutely a slacker indie album name. Dog HIPAA. No, it's just not worth going into like a bunch of unnecessary details because people start speculating and trying to make mountains out of molehills. So all you need to know is that everybody is fine, there are no issues, and I am just going to be taking the necessary time during the stream at roughly 2-hour intervals just to make sure that that is continuing to be the case. Anyway, what's up, Fronald? Hello, Azareth again. Thanks for gifting us up to Salty Bread Fairy. And Fronald's back for 7 months. What up? But also, I just want to play more Starbase anyway, because we kind of got unceremoniously dumped out of our painstaking building session last time when Easy Builder decided to vanish the blueprints, not blueprints, but the frame that I had made up until that point. So I have taken it upon myself to start to familiarize
the sub sound.
How to use the proper editor. So we're gonna be doing some like actual editor thing today. I don't know all the tricks and shortcuts and all that, but we'll do what we can. And I'm sure nothing will work, and that's okay. I've already gotten the ball rolling. Because I didn't want to, it would have been annoying to me to start the stream and be like, okay, everybody, guess what? I know we spent 3 to 4 hours last stream trying to get a basic frame together, and then it got deleted, so guess what we're gonna do? Start a frame over from scratch. No. So I've already got like 90% of the frame in my imagination already on paper. So that part is done. So it's still going to take probably the entire stream before something is even ready. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I will get some fresh air and we'll just take the starter ship out and just fly around and hit some rocks or something, but the truth of the matter is that I would be surprised if even after a full stream of this today, if we had a functioning spaceship by the end that actually flew and works. It will legitimately take me that long. So I'm not gonna literally I was looking for like thumbnails for the going live tweet, and a couple of them were like spaceships blowing up, and this one's getting like a torpedo is exploding in the side of it, and this one's shooting some kind of machine gun. I thought about picking that, like actually I was like, that's not gonna happen today. This is actually clickbait if I use this as my going live. Dude, look at how much action there is! And then you click on the stream, and it's me inside of what looks like some kind of 3D asset editor. My friend said he would make a small ship in the editor. He's been in there for 40 hours now and won't come out. Yes, exactly that. But for the new people, like Dragooner, who says, can't wait to see what this game is, we'll walk around a little bit, fly around a little bit, look at other people's spaceships, because that's going to be the most common kind of annoying, but simultaneously annoying but understandable comment from people today is like, hey, I heard of Starbase, but I've been here for 45 minutes and he's just been in the builder. Yeah, that's what it's going to be the whole stream, okay? They have gameplay trailers for people like you. Just look it up on YouTube. It's condensed into like a 2.5-minute clip. if you want to see all the stuff. But no, I'll show you just some of the stuff at the starter spawn, the origin. The truth of the matter is, building... No, you don't have to apologize, Dragunner. I'm explaining to you why you're only going to see, like, building today. Because building is probably, like, realistically 85% of the allure of this game. At least for me. Trying to find, like, well, the polar opposite of this game would be, in my opinion, like, the Star Wars Rogue Squadron game that came out recently, where you only press play, they just put you in any ship and send you out and you pull the trigger and shoot stuff. Like, that's the entire point of that game. This game has guns and ways to damage other ships and things, but it is extremely front-loaded in a way that's not that. If that makes sense. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is building is the gameplay. And figuring out how the ship systems work together is the fun challenge. Hello, old grumpy dude who says more building in space. That is the plan. And Fronald, thanks for your 7 months. Again. Once again. Once again. Speaking of, there you go. There's Origin 1. Getting ready to enter the universe. How many asteroids do we hit this time? Hopefully at least a few today. I was watching Avic yesterday put together an automatic mining system on their spaceship. They already have a front-mounted mining laser that can remote pew-pew asteroids for ore, and then proceeded to spend the greater part of at least a couple hours. I kind of lost count because I was doing my own thing in Starbase while I was watching, but trying to attach...
This is the sub-sound.
Basically an ore collector onto the ship so that the ship could kind of automatically be aimed, fired at an asteroid, and then the resources could be scooped up by the ship itself instead of getting out to go get them. But that's kind of what I enjoy, is you have a very simple sounding thing that would be extremely basic in any other game, right? Like take No Man's Sky. In No Man's Sky, it's so streamlined, and it's a completely different style of game, I know, but it's so streamlined, if you want an ore that's in a rock in space, what do? You just point at the rock, shoot the rock with your, like, attack lasers, and then whatever resource that explodes from it is automatically put in your inventory, right? You don't even have to do anything. You just pull the trigger. In this game, you don't just pull the trigger and look at stuff. If you want something to happen, you better be prepared to make it happen through sheer force of will and detail-oriented construction. To mine an asteroid, first we must create the universe. Can't believe Etal didn't use any of our suggestions. I think I kind of did, though. Didn't I? No, I guess I didn't. None of you were smart enough to say hubris. Actually, I swear somebody did. Did somebody did? I thought somebody did a name where they spelled hubris out as an acronym. I'd have to go back and look. Either way, I made it. It's mine. It was Dapper Chat. All right, so basically, Avic's chat is smarter than you. I did say hubris. Avic, we'd have to go back and look at the records, because I, of my own accord, used the word hubris in one of my own acronyms, and it's possible that Dapper Chat could have taken the word hubris after you said, I like the word hubris, and then, after I suggested it, made it into an acronym. You know what I'm saying? You feel me here? I'm just trying to take the credit, that's all. Let's get some space music on. All I'm saying is go look at the records. It doesn't matter who made it. Listen, it was probably Crike and Chat. Probably wasn't even any of us. Is it still a Jeff-friendly stream? It is, yeah. As long as it's not like one dude micromanaging every single thing I do on the ship. There's a difference in like backseat suggestion tips, tricks, and help in how not to have your ship get automatically deleted by the game, and like one person in chat being like, no. 4 pixels over to the right there. Okay, there it is. I like what I see.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Give me your keyboard. Give me the keyboard. I just like the space ambiance. We'll listen to just the Starbase kind of space sounds. And then maybe if we do it long enough, we'll turn on some sci-fi tracks on Spotify. Listen to some Deus Ex or some Mechanic. Mechanicus is a little heavy, but it's still good. I do like how you just kind of poof in here so fast. See, that's the one I like. It just kind of voice in the background. I think I already have it not maxed. I'll do it a little bit up. Do a little bit up. Okay, so lots of things. Place Hypnotic Stimulus, that is a jam. Lots of things. First, let's see how the company's doing. We got 12 people online right now, 28 people total, looking good. Important breaking news alert. Chat is smelly. Important update to that. Only half of chat is now smelly. Okay. Good. Are you okay here? Are you good? I just heard a loud crashing sound. Get this like Elon Musk space satellite advertisement out of my face. Gonna go put out some kind of like giant neon billboard that orbits the Earth. So yes, if anybody, I know we still have some people outstanding waiting to get into the company. I will be handling that. I only request your patience as the stream has just started and I have literally just loaded into the game, you heathens. You noisy, noisy people. Easy there, killer. Once you get off of the starter area and people can actually have damage to their ships, you're never gonna see that. Like, that is only behavior that will be observed on the origin stations where ship damage is disabled. Which is funny, because if people get like extremely reckless here and then start doing that when they get outside the save zone, it's gonna be real sad real quick, and you're gonna lose your entire ship real fast. Let me in! Ace Tech's on board. All right, let's send some invites out, and then we'll do some kind of explanations. Only me and Avic can invite people at the moment. That will change, but I just haven't had time to set up.
This is the sub sound.
What's going on? Grugen's in the game. Once Grugen gets their space legs, I'll probably just mod you in the group as well. I didn't want to put that pressure on you right now, Grugen, since you literally just installed the game. And, like, all right, mods, you're in the tutorial. I know that you're in the tutorial, but could you please go ahead and take on the company responsibilities of making sure everything is organized and stuck in space. Grugan currently stranded himself. Pepe laugh. That's hilarious. Okay, I need to invite... I'll just go via my DMs. Ace Tech 09. You're in. CKYN. You're in. I saw somebody else in chat that wanted to be in. I saw at least 1 or 2 people. I saw, okay, Peach. Or yeah, Peach without an A. Yes! All right, you're in. Player not found. Wait, did it say that for Ace Tech? Did you just make it up, Ace? Did you lie to me in DMs, Ace Tech? Why would you do that? Am I typing it right? Send me a, send Lil Carp a whisper. I'm Swaganini in-game. Okay. Sorry, we're just gonna get everybody added so they can start having fun in the community. Did I spell that right? Player not found. What is going on? Are you guys lying? Fake chatters? They're chatters I recognize in this community, though. All right, that one went. That one went. Chatters from alternate universe. Oh, it may be case sensitive. It may be case sensitive. Aztec, do you have any capitals? Invite Weirus. Okay. Sent. Ah, first letter's capitalized. That probably is what it is. I think it's just picky. Hey, there you go. Anybody who was in the other company that we have disbanded, I did send an invite, but I've been told that some invites, like, disappeared. Invitation sent to Zeraze. Okay. I think I got everybody. Ignoring me. What? Yeah, I'm ignoring you because you're a liar. I didn't even have to look at it to know that you were just a bad meme. I literally just automatically scanned over it with no problems. Okay, there you go. We just jumped up to 32 members. So, this is a combined group. Ourselves and Avix community are all up in here. So, you might see Avix streaming this game when I'm offline, or maybe while I am, and we'll just be having our own kind of little company adventures. Our adventures today are just going to consist of making a ship painstakingly. Yours didn't work? Okay. All right. But we'll get started. We'll get started with that here in just a minute. I just want to make sure that everybody that wants to be playing with us is okay. Maybe it's I think I did all caps. There you go. Because I don't want to be the guy that's like, "Hey, everybody, we started a community company." And by the way, this is primarily for you all to play together. Okay, so don't buy the game thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna buy the game so I could like play with Etal and Avic." Like, obviously I can't speak for Avic, but for me, I am just facilitating a way for you guys if you maybe were like, I don't know what I'm gonna do because I don't want to play solo. I want you to be able to like get the game and automatically have a group of people that are willing to help or possibly play with you or go, you know, mine some rocks or answer some questions about why your ship doesn't work. Or in this case, it looks like they're mounting a rescue mission to go get Grugan. But I don't want anybody to go like, okay, I gotta buy this game for $35 just so I can play with streamer. Like, I'm just gonna be online, offline. This is not like a commitment from me, and this isn't gonna be like a 7-day-a-week stream game. I'm just gonna be playing it sometimes to chill, have fun, and I guess Avic wants to show off. Bonk. Hit the brakes! I'm talking about reckless drivers here earlier, and I did not know that we have one in our own midst. What are you going to do once we get out of the starter zone? That would have shattered the back left portion of your ship. But anyway, you might notice that some of the textures take a while to load in. And I think that is because your own ship is hosted locally on your own machine if you've selected that in the options. So what that is an attempt to do is by you hosting your own ship, you're going to have like true controls, like true steering of the ship, without having to wait for the server to like respond to your inputs. So because of that, ships load in as the ugliest of blocky chunks and then slowly come into focus because they're made of hundreds, if not thousands in some cases, of independent parts. Rate his ship. I give Avic's ship 8.5 out of 10. Because it flies good, and here's an example of what I'm talking about. It flies good, it has an automatic laser, it's fast. What is going on here? And it has the ore collector. What if, I kind of just wish that every ship in the game looked like this, on purpose. It was just loading in as they flew away. Flash drive ship. So how about before we really settle into the building, I feel like I need to do the what is Starbase talk again. So maybe we should just go load in a baby ship, the laborer, and just kind of zip around real quick. Where is I guess I could just fly it out of here. I think I could. Joe Caleb, if you ask when RimWorld again, I'm gonna rename your character. And then you won't even be in the game. Do you want me to resent you in the game?
This is the sub sound.
You'll know when it happens, because I'll tell you. Which one is this? This one? Oh! There's someone in our company. Oh, I gotta see what emotes we have. Oh, I can like knock on the door. I can see the shadow move without my hand moving. Just stand cross-armed, waiting for your friends. Can you Fortnite dance? You can Fortnite dance, actually. In fact, there are 5 dance. Why is it dance 1? Okay, yeah, there's 6 dances. This is very robot dance. The dirt one, for some reason, is the funniest one to me. All right, where's my ship? Oh, there it is. This is not the ship we're gonna be building today. This is your newbie ship. And I just got another one so that we could have something just to fly. Because right now I don't have anything else to fly. Because I gotta build my actual ship of my dreams. So let's get the generator on. Make sure cruise is not on. And then let everything kind of chunky load in. mega ship. Not haunted, not cursed. Actually, a little haunted, little cursed, considering that it kind of just vanished. All right. Did I get everybody that wanted to join right here at the beginning? I think I did. Into the company, I mean. Thanks again, Seekaway and Prime. Says, sorry for being impatient. Etal hurt back for 4 months. Well, I'm glad that you got in now. Thanks for sharing the sub. Tellschool, welcome back for 29 months. Howdy, Tellschool. Salvage Drifter, appreciate the gift sub. Back to straight out of Twitch. Trombone Ninja says, exploring the final frontier after we build a ship in 50 hours. Yes, that is the plan. But thanks to each one of you. Oh yeah, the company is named Hubris. Did I mention that? Which we thought was very fitting. We were toying with the idea of doing acronyms and such, but I think that simplicity is sometimes better. The problem with acronyms is everybody was just doing like, including myself, we're doing like 5-word titles where the actual name was just going to be insanely long. So instead, short, sweet, and to the point, Hubris, I think, sums it up. Both are in-game and out-of-game objectives and personas. Okay. Now, this let's just go for a little spin here. So, if you end up playing Starbase, you do the tutorial and you get one of these. Don't feel too bad if you screw it up or lose it or break it, because you can get a bunch. You can actually redo the tutorial at any time by resetting it and then clicking where you want to go. And that you can actually get more starter ships by just redoing the relevant portion of the tutorial, I think. Someone in chat said you have to do the whole tutorial to get rewards, but I only had to do the last bit, and I got mine. So I guess your experience will vary. But your starter ship just comes with a handful of cargo containers, these red boxes. This will just hold some ore for you. And you just need to do the repair job. Yeah, okay, that's what I did. On the side here, we got some hard points on the back. So this is kind of what I have to study for myself when I'm building. So I think we're going to need these hard points. And a hard point basically allows you to connect something on the outside or inside. So in this case, the hard point is connected to a propellant thruster. So this helps us kind of articulate and move the ship in space. You'll see these kind of propellant thrusters scattered around so that we can spin in place just using our propellant fuel. And there's one on the front, so you can go reverse kind of slowly. So you need to kind of keep that in mind when building. We probably got some on the bottom. Yeah, there's one. And there's another one. So it can like flip around end over end. So if we built a ship that only had fixed thrusters, these don't articulate. So if we don't have any of these kind of propellant assists, we're gonna be locked into going in a straight line only. You know what I mean? Like there's no air fins or resistance or anything we could put on like wings to turn, like you could in Microsoft Flight Sim or something. So we got to keep that in mind. And each one of those is going to need a hard point, and then each hard point on the inside. So these 4 kind of circles are the hard point, and they allow for you to use cable and pipe to plug different things in. But that has been on the starter ship replaced by these blue ducts, the UCT. And ducts are effectively, in these metal grates, I think, are also ducts. This is equivalent to having cable management on your PC. So think about cables and wires as probably what your desk actually looks like, with all your monitor cables running down, all of your PC cables running down, and then think about what proper cable management looks like and how neat and tucked away it is. So that's the difference between just only using cables and using the actual ducts. So if you line your entire frame with those blue and gray, you can see them here too. If you line these, it gives you just like a connect. You know, in city skylines, when you have to power a region of the map and you just stretch power poles everywhere so that everything is covered, that's effectively what we're going to be doing with these. We're just going to have them run the length of the ship in all different areas so that we can hook them up to the relevant faculties. And in this case, the relevant faculties are the propellant connects up to the propellant tanks. So up here we got bam bam. This is, you can see that they've actually got the wire and the pipe going up into a duct. So that's how it connects to the overall throughput of getting the fuel, the propellant fuel, where it needs to go to the actual propellant thrusters. I don't know if thruster is the right word, but you know what I mean. Do you still have to run lines inside the ducts? No, they're kind of like a coverall as far as I understand it. As far as I know, just putting the ducts down gives the things that need stuff the stuff that they need. I don't know if you have to configure it beyond that. Hello, dapper Hubernites in-game. Hubernites? Oh, that was the joke we made. If we ever make a company station, like you can build your own stations in this game. This is not a player build. This is an origin station. But if we built our own, since the company name's called Hubris, we could make it the hub, which is just perfect. Capital H-U-B. Etel talking to us like we're on first grade. You say that, and then I have just got here. Can you recap the entire stream? And I also just saw another person. Can you start over? I wasn't listening. In the exact same block of people in chat. So I'm just trying to cover all my bases. Because this is what I'm describing now is what we're going to be doing today. So I'm showing you how it works kind of on like on the starter ship, because I am going to have to be manually putting each of these ducts baked into a frame when we get into the shipbuilder. So when you see me putting these, you'll have at least a first-person account of what they're for. I've played 15 hours since the last stream. It grabs you and doesn't really let go, does it, Dihydrogen? Cover all your star bases. Thank you. That was a good one. I'm a little behind on VODs. Could you explain the blind colony again? I'm not sure if you know where you are, Gilmesh. Or maybe you do, and that's why you're saying that. Okay. So, kind of like one thing I like to break down to give you that understanding of how detailed this really is. Because I talked about what the ducts are and how they run the length of the ship, and this is the propellant fuel, and this is the meter, how full. These are both perfectly full because this ship hasn't even been flown yet. And you got the wire and cable coming out of there. But like, let's say you were out and about on an excursion into the unknown, and you ran out of propellant fuel. That couldn't happen to anyone that I know in the Hubris company. Certainly, we are more prepared than that and not at all prideful or cocky in how much propellant we are taking with us on mining ops. That would be silly. Am I right, Avic? But if you did, I actually learned this by flying with Avic when I hadn't had any experience whatsoever with manipulating the parts on the ship. But if we equip the bolt gun here, you can start to see how many different parts are actually bolted in. So every single one of these light blue pips are bolts holding pieces, in this case, cosmetic kind of shield armor to, I didn't mean to jump that high, to the actual frame itself. So if you remember in Valheim, when we were building a house, before we could actually put floors and walls in, we had to put a whole bunch of sturdy frames to hold the whole thing together. Same thing here. So we got beams which run the whole length, kind of supporting the main weight, and then we attach cosmetic kind of coverings to that. So in this case, going back to the propellant, let's say my propellant tank was empty. I could unbolt the container that is bolting the propellant tank to the ship's hull, and then remove that independently. And now, I can remove the actual propellant tank itself. So if my propellant tank was on E, and I needed to craft another one, which I would need a crafting table on board the ship to do, then I could just swap those out. And there's also ways that you could... Oh, I bumped into this and it's getting away from me in the vacuum of space. Or you could come up with a system by which your ship automatically refuels propellant by putting, crafting ice. There are... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Not siphons, but it's kind of like a siphon. I've seen top-mounted propellant ingests that can take propellant and put it into a tank that was buried in the ship, like this one maybe. This one's obviously very accessible, but if it wasn't, and it was in the belly of a ship, like a hopper. Yeah, kind of like a hopper. So you can really customize everything to your heart's content. It is highly customizable. Let me see if we can get this back in place. Okay, so we need to bolt this. How do you bolt this? It had 2 bolts in it. I think it's, yeah, on the front there. Okay, that graphic scared me. I thought a ship was flying into me at high speed. Watch when it pops back up again. New! I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. So we got snap mode on or off. Snap mode is extremely finicky, and so is the building in this game. But it's the kind of finicky that you're willing to put up with just because of what you are capable of doing with it. Okay, we put that back in. Let's run a check on the... I guess it'd be the data. Yep, nothing is out of place or amiss. So we put everything back in just the way it was supposed to. And it should work just fine. Okay. I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, I was just kind of looking at the different parts of the ship again. I know we did this already, but I just want to refamiliarize myself so I can think about what I'll need to build on a ship, as well as kind of telling you what's what. Here we got the... I want to say power coil, but no, it is... not a power coil. It is a fuel... It's inside the... fuel rod inside the fuel generator. There we go. So if I take this baby out, our ship cannot go anymore unless we have battery power. It'd be funny if it, like, exploded if nothing was in there. So yeah, all we got right now is battery, and that'll only run for, like, 30 to 45 seconds if I was flying. But sometimes when your generator fuel rod runs out of juice, you'll have to go back here and manually replace it. You can even bolt this thing in. I don't know if that's necessary, but I'm sure it couldn't hurt. So for now, on the starter ship, you know, we've got some backup fuel rods for when we will inevitably run out of juice. But to get more, what you're gonna have to do is either buy them off the market, or if you can build enough, you pretty much have to grind crafting. And the more crafting you grind, think of it like an MMO's profession, where if you want to do leather working, you just mass produce whatever the most efficient leather working thing is. Very MMO progression feeling. But I can actually make my own fuel rods now. So I can craft those at a crafting station if I have the resources. So I've unlocked that. We've also unlocked thrusters. We got T1 thrusters. Some cargo boxes. I'm gonna get the extra plates bundle because I'm gonna need 1,000 points for that. I need the extra beams for the building. So I'm gonna need quite a bit of red research, and you just get that by crafting things. Hinges, I don't know if I'd love to use in an advanced build, but I can't yet. And there's build your own propellant tanks. Radiators. Chat, what does the radiator attach to? Is it like a coolant related thing? So I know this is the coolant gauge right here. Does this talk to the radiator? Hard point. Well, I know it has to connect to a hard point, but what I'm asking is, radiating what? Like, where do I see heat levels? Starter ship's got these radiators bottom mounted to a hard point, and this one's next to a little propellant thruster. So I'm curious if it is directly relevant. Coolant is a consumable, but nobody seems to know how to... Like, I asked last time, at least, and everybody was saying that they weren't sure if coolant ever ran out or how to refill it. So I'm not really knowledgeable on that yet. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything else. We just got the fixed thrusters back here, the cargo boxes, and this is just the generator block, I guess, where the fuel rod kind of, this is what makes everything go. And then the coolant is just mounted to that. Needs access to the coolant in the generator, so it needs to be connected via pipe to the generator. So this is just connected directly instead of via pipe. Is that right? And how do I see, oh, actually, I think this is it back here. Because I can see on the these hard points on the back, we've got cable and pipe via a duct that go into the overall ship. It's like a car. You never need to add more coolant. You just buy a new one. Exactly. Just buy a new car. You say that, but ironically, that's effectively what I'm going to end up doing. I have a coolant leak in my car. It's a very small leak. It takes weeks for anything to move. And I just check my coolant like every 6 weeks. And if I need to put more in, I just put more in instead of getting it fixed. My car is only worth, at most, like $2,500. And maybe $3,000 on a good day. To get the coolant leak fixed is gonna be $1,300. Like half the price of my car. So, I have opted instead to just buy a $40 can of coolant, which lasts me roughly 8 to 9 months instead. No fix, only go. Correct. Coolant cells need to be replaced regularly, Etalyx. They are the 3 bars on the front of the generator. Well, there's 6 bars on the front of the generator. There are 3 green bars and 3 red bars. And I don't know which is which yet. But it's a good learning opportunity for me, and once I figure it out, chat will also have figured it out. Anyways, then we're gonna need to remember to put, I forget what this is called, but that's why the material scanner is so handy, because whatever we're looking at, it'll just tell me. This is a resource bridge, and this is how you connect up to your ship. And when I say connect, I mean directly. So now I have direct access to all the cargo on board my ship, and when I mine stuff, it'll go through the belt onto the ship, provided that there is still storage left. After this game, you'll fix your car easy. Etal polluting the world with coolant. My car mostly sits in my garage, and if it leaks onto an oil-resistant mat. Don't worry, I'm protecting the environment, at least up until I throw that mat away. And then that'll probably take like 50 to 150 years to start deteriorating. No big deal. In my defense, I didn't make them build the mat. I just bought one that they had already made. So somebody was gonna throw it away. May as well be me. Etalyx has created hundreds of years of pollution single-handedly. Yes. You know why? Because I used a plastic straw in my coffee today. The Earth is dead. You monster! All right. Anyway, good thing I remembered to turn the generator off. I'm still just fascinated that each of these levers work, and I'm also terrified because I am going to need to reproduce their efficacy inside of my own custom ship. So I'm looking at all this, and I'm thinking, how am I gonna program it? It's probably easier than it looks. But I need to make sure I leave myself space on like either the dashboard or around the perimeter of the seat. And also have some nice connections to the ducts up here that kind of go in behind. That's a good idea. You can also build your own buttons and customize what each of those do. We looked at some of the ships for sale to kind of see what was possible, and that was fun.
This is the
we might go in there again. That was just fun to look around. Let's just go into the used car lot. I think this is the place. Or it's a place. I don't think I looked at any of these yellow ships. I'm not sure if you can, but I'll take a look. I'm just gonna despawn my ship because they're gonna despawn it. They don't want ships littering the area. So basically while you're in the starter zone, your ship is not in any kind of permanent danger. So it'll poof, and we can just get it back whenever. I have never been outside the starter zone, and I don't think I will be for some time. And I'm actually curious how that's gonna work. You might notice I'm sideways right now. You might notice I'm really sideways right now. You might notice that I'm upside down right now. Hi. Maybe my character already drank some coolant. What is this behemoth? How are you gonna fit this in? This looks like a Subnautica sea leviathan. That did exactly what I thought it was going to do. But yeah, I just love the, like, no upside down in space, only differently angled surfaces that you can walk on. You could just fall indefinitely if you wanted to. I'm just walking casually on the nose of the ship. Ooh, I like the Underbelly Cargo. Okay, I like this a lot. I like that these cargo containers are bolted in via these kind of bands, and they probably made these individually. I bet this is like a bunch of individual pieces. This is plated curved 60 by 60. Okay, no, it's one. This is one plate down to here, and then this is a second plate that just connects up to it. I might copy something like this. I think the developers forgot one though. Right? Like, there's definitely supposed to be this here. That's gonna happen to me today. The devs forgot to put one little decorative plate right there, I think. No, they're both like that. They're mirrored. Maybe they did it on one side and copy-pasted it to the other. Maybe it didn't fit with the hard point. But yeah, that's possible. It's not, yeah. It might have gone up into the thing, but now it's just dead weight. They probably deleted it to make way for the thruster right there. This thing looks cool though. I like how the boxes are kind of part of the ship's shape, and I am not going to be able to do that. I also like... Damn, this is... You know how long it's going to take to make all this, like... We're not going to have much decorative plating initially. We're probably going to have a rudimentary frame. What does that say? Generators. Gen 1, Gen 2. We got radiator displays mounted on the left. Not a lot of super cool functionality on this, but it looks neat. Look at all the bolts. Oh, I know. What's this one? You gonna load for us? No? What if you went to an actual car dealership and this is what they had on the lot? Why is this one not gonna load? Only the middle one loaded. Tesla Cybertruck. Now the middle one unloaded. To be like the friends. Is that cost-saving feature, textures are extra. Take it on a test drive. How am I supposed to take it on a test drive? I don't even know where the seat is. I don't even know how to sit in it. Also, I don't know where the... Oh, is this the display right here? Hold on. Yeah, I couldn't see it because I was like directly on top of it. There it is. Whoa. That looks way different than I imagined from the blob of textures, but that looks crazy. I love the trucker, like, cargo container vibe. Got some big block thrusters on the back. What is this? I think that's decorative. Maintenance hatch. There might be a button to open this, because that's not doing anything, or it might be locked from the inside. I also love the top-mounted fuel rods. So this thing's got 3. Does that mean it has 3 generators too? Got some nice hard points mounted up here. Let's try and go in. How do you get in this thing? I feel like you're supposed to go in through the maintenance hatch, but I don't know how to open that. You have to click and pull. Okay. Okay, that's actually really cool. Little crawl space. I actually got to crouch to squeeze in here. So what are these? Small rechargeable batteries. Oh, that's neat. Here's the generator fuel chamber. Can't get back there, but I'm assuming there's a second maintenance hatch back there to get access. See, this is super neat. I like that it's just one actual maintenance walkway. And I also need to remember this when I'm doing my own building. It doesn't have to be fully enclosed. We are endoskeleton robots that do not need a sealed atmosphere. I think that's gonna be my biggest weakness, is trying to actually like enclose everything is gonna be extremely painful, and I should not do it. There's a second hatch in the back too, says the person who was clearly piloting their own ship instead of watching the stream or listening, because that's where I said I was going next. Don't chat and drive, chat. If you don't need to enclose, you could just make a pirate ship. I have actually seen that multiple times. I've seen people make... Apparently the meta in the game right now, and the biggest complaint people have about combat and stuff, is the strength of a certain type of mounted weapon. It's basically like a mounted machine gun turret that's just a tripod. And that's what everybody's got, like, big problems with in the game. Because they're basically as powerful as large ship cannons, but they're tiny and can fit on literally pickup trucks. So the meme is that they are, like, Battlefield-esque pickup truck mounted 50 cal turrets on the back, but they're not just memes. I have seen people outside who built literally a pickup truck with a mounted tripod in the back of it, with like pickup truck driving seats. And for whatever reason, the bullets are like as powerful as these. They're not as powerful as like a railgun, but they're still incredibly powerful. They're just so maneuverable. Technicals. Technicals is the right word, yes. Space Warthog. But apparently people are unhappy because I think there was kind of a loud outcry of why do we want to, why should you make big ships if the easiest thing to do is to put like a tin can and mount some machine gun turrets to it and you go at the speed of light? And I think the response was like, we'll nerf damage by 15%, I guess. I think they did like a 15% nerf or something. But I think the difference between hello? Someone ringing the phone? Obviously I have no idea because I haven't even done it. But I've seen enough people complaining about it to know that's probably the number one complaint outside of easy build needs to be fixed. That I have just seen in passing. Which I think the main thing is weird that
This is the
a
sub-sound.
turret that effectively shoots bullets like a mounted machine gun damages ships in the same way that like a cannon or a railgun would, but only slightly worse. Which makes sense to me. The suggestion was make it like an anti-personnel weapon instead of making an anti-ship weapon. And that sounds good, but I don't know. I have no clue. Chat, most of you probably haven't even had combat yet. How do I get out of this? There we go. I think we have to do a test mode for this one in order to see it also. Did they make escape pods? I don't think so, but I guess it's not impossible. Whoa.
This is the sub-sound.
What is this? This is a small navigation receiver, probably a rangefinder. A giant yellow electrical plug. Yeah. This thing looks like it's getting ready to be a pod racer. Like it's missing the little small connections that lead out. We got turtle speed, so that you can navigate through asteroids and asteroid belts easier. Cruise control. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Like a button. Not used. Okay, so I think that's just like a spare. Aw, dude, it opens like parts hatches so you can access the propellant tanks. I got some hard points in here with a ship transponder, a flight control unit, the flight computer, and some YOLO racks, which are basically the coding. YOLOL. You heard that right, YOLO. Ships are fully programmable. And you can really get fine-tuned with all this stuff. People smarter than me that know how to do that. Or you can just copy other people's code and plug it in. I guess I should at least fly this in a straight line. See how fast it is. Oh, cool. Wait, what? How come the ship? Chat, is there a way to turn on Newtonian physics for ship flying? Because it uses propellant to come to a complete stop. But I maintained momentum. Which is odd. All right, we back. Anyway, let's get into the... We've stalled long enough and just looked at some neat things. There's a lot more cool ships in here that do some amazing things. The problem is the textures aren't loading in until I actually run a test flight for some reason. I may even need to restart the game already. Which, by the way, is the #1 fix for pretty much everything. If you have any problems in the game, restarting the game is the first line of defense. But yeah, I love the design of these kind of simple little cargo haulers. Mine is it's not really simple though. It's got a ton of decorative plating. But I mean simple as in the size is pretty small. It's just got some... It looks like this has got space for more. Like, it's got some central cargo, and I feel like that's enough room for more blocks going down the sides if you wanted them. I really like the triangle thrusters. We might try to use some of those. But yeah, there's like a cage. You could probably bolt stuff into the cage. All right, let's go to the builder. But I don't think I even looked in this side of the showroom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and like copy something like this. Where we got boxes and then you've got some kind of securing beams. I don't have to cover the entire thing up, and that's also going to allow us to make the boxes as part of the frame. And if we do that, then that's fewer kind of decorative pieces that we need to painstakingly put in. Hello? I want to see this one. Show me this one. Plagiarism. All right, I'm just gonna try doing a quick main menu. We don't even have to restart the entire game. Luckily, it's pretty fast. I'm not even sure if it unloads the game when I go back to this menu. You may have to start the actual game over. That didn't seem to do anything. Wait. Wait. And if you're wondering why this is the way that it is, obviously it's for performance reasons, because every ship in the game, especially these ones, are probably like a couple thousand individual parts. Maybe, okay, not that many, but like certainly hundreds. And it kind of has to load in each one of them as like a full unit, and then it pops. The other problem is there's like 15 ships in extremely close proximity right now. So I'm curious how that would work when you're out kind of in the middle of nowhere in space. I like this a lot. And I'm kind of going to do a vertical design. You'll see what I've got so far. But it's not going to be this rectangular, though I do like the rectangle quite a bit. This feels so naked, though. Where this is located. I mean, you got a fantastic view. But it just feels like you're right there inside the railgun is what it looks like. All right, exit this way. I think the other thing is I'm also streaming the game. So because of my stream settings, a lot of my CPU is locked down right now. So we're getting the best. Let's be lazy. Ship design workshop's right there. What is this? Where did this come from? Did somebody gift me a ship, or is this the ship I was just test flying? I don't know what that is. I got it for free too, weirdly. What? Why do I have to, wait, what do you, okay, no, I don't have to tow it. Let's just fly the laborer for now. Keep it simple. I jumped into your game and built that real fast. Nice 360 spin. Maybe I'm just being lazy because we're just going like right over here. Is it weird that, okay, when I first started playing this game, and this is, easy. This is why we're flying the laborer and not like a fancy ship. When I first started playing, I was like, I don't like inverted up and down. But now that I've been playing for a while, I almost feel like I want inverted up and down back. I thought you were going to lead by example of safe driving, Etalyx. Avik, I was smitten by your style earlier and felt the need to try to add a little of my own. Okay, buckle up, chat. Because it's time to enter the editor. Is there anybody else who will... I cannot access the company menu. So is there anybody else that I need to add before jumping in here? Is this online? Yes, it is an MMO. It is all online. It feels in... I'm only in the baby beginner zone, and I haven't even built my first ship yet. But the way I described it the day before yesterday was EVE Online meets Space Engineers meets Kerbal building minus Newtonian physics. Ald Gillis. Case sensitive, player not found. Did I spell it wrong? 2 L's. Okay, there you go. Now, the super editor. And we're in. So if you're wondering why are you invoking Kerbal Space Program's name? This is why. The people too. Here's what I got so far. This is what I have been painstakingly trying to put together. Get a frame actually in the game. I was working on this morning while hanging out on Avik's stream while he was also doing some building. And this is the easy part. The hard part is what we're going to be doing today. Actually putting it together. If we can. I'm going to try and figure out how. But I wanted to have something already done. And I know it's just a frame, but it still took me like 3 hours to do. You might be thinking, why did it take you so long? The simple answer is that every piece that I wanted to connect up to another piece took some experimentation, because when you use these kind of, they're actually called special beams, not special beam cannons, but special beams. Especially these ones with the curves right there. What you're doing is offsetting the height or width of the ship by a set amount. And in order to connect it up, I figured out that it was easier to mirror. So what I was originally trying to do was connect from this piece, this T, down. And I wanted it originally just to connect down here without having this other crossbar going up. But I figured out that was impossible, because there's only this many straight beams, and they're in fixed lengths. So because they're in fixed lengths, you have to use the provided pieces in such a way where not doing so is going to yield it's slightly off by a few centimeters, and there's nothing you can do to connect certain pieces. So like, for example, because this is going down diagonally to the left, if I wanted to connect this side to this side, I can't in a straight line, because they're both slightly, the diagonal is like a different length east to west than just doing a straight beam is east to west. Does that make sense? So these are all the connection points for durability and reinforcement that I could do. And I'm hoping that it's going to be enough to actually sustain the weight or the mass of the ship, as it were. I can actually give you an example of what I mean. So let's take this piece, delete this piece, and put this one in its place. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to remember the controls. All right, let's bump it back. There you go. Okay, so locking this one in, if I wanted to try to connect this beam down to this, I'll show you exactly how difficult it is. So I have to use these straight beams. And this is why the design editor is just so much better, because it's so picky about where everything's attaching, and you might say, wow, you can't even get it to attach there. I figured out how to use a few of these buttons. So if you use the snap tool, I can click on the exact center point and then click where I want it to go. Boom. And if I can't get the other tools to work in tandem. All right, so if I wanted to close the gap here, right, I have to use something smaller. So let's see how big that one's too short. That one's almost just right, you know? But I'll show, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I had it the way I had it, and I can undo this. Look at this little gap right here. No matter what combination of things that I do, this is the smallest other piece that'll fit in there. See how it's too tall? There is no piece smaller than this, and no matter what combination of pieces I did vertically, top down, there was always going to be a gap. And the reason for that is because I have these pieces right here, the angled ones. The angle is creating these inconsistencies because everything in the game is a factor of 8. 8, 16, 24. No, not a factor of 8. It's a factor of 4 at least, though. Because 4 will go into 36 9 times. And 48 12 times. And so on. But when you do these angled pieces, you're getting distances that are off of that 4 division. But anyway, fun fact about this system, it has undo. Did you know that? It has the undo. Look at this. Look at this magic. So if I want everything to go back the way that it was, also I could save load. So I can actually save my blueprints and not have them disappear into the void anymore. Isn't that great? Yes, you can get around the gaps, but I'm not looking to get around the gaps. I'm looking to have a clean, form-fitting ship. Because the cons to working around a gap like that is symmetry, number 1. Right now, I know the way that the ship is shaped and the way that it's built. I'm not going to have any differences one side to the other. And 2, oh, good. Do we have I have no idea what's going on? Good. Glad we got that today. Especially considering I literally haven't done anything in the game. That's my favorite one. People arrive, what happened? What's the benefit of using intersection beams? That's what I was gonna say, Lemon Thunder. The reason is not aesthetics, it's actually related to ducts. So, if you go to ducts, which we talked about earlier, it's just the piping, networking through your ship. There are duct intersections that are perfectly aligned. Let me see if I can rotate this to the right side. To those intersections. So now, instead of having to have extremely sloppy cable management and pipe management, you can have ducts that cross in the exact form fitting your beams as you want, without having to kind of rig weird, funky, like, corner pieces into different zones, like going up and over and around. This is like 3D building of barotrauma ships. It kinda is like that, just minus the sea monsters and minus the PvE environment. This is all PvP environment, as far as I know. Okay, we have a lot of stuff to do, and we're kind of in this daunting scenario where I don't know what to do. I think the ducts are actually what I should do first, because I'm pretty happy with the general frame, and I will probably add additional frames, but I wanted to get at least what I just described. All the, like, connecting pieces. We have proper intersections here. They're not just beams welded to other sideways beams. I have, anytime where we split off into the direction, I have like a T intersection for supports.
This is the sub-sound.
It's all nice and neat and organized. And we can attach other random beams as necessary, but these are where I want, and I do need to clean up a little bit. Like, I don't think these need to be pointing into each other. They could be, but I kind of envisioned this as a walkway area. So maybe just replace these 4 real quick with, I'm gonna need a 4-way intersection. And I've kind of started to get comfortable with these menus, because this was very overwhelming at first in terms of how many options there are. But what's nice about the editor, and also I think what helped me when I was using this, is having already kind of seen, because we spent like a few hours last stream, right, working on building the beams in first person, more or less. And so I got a better idea of kind of how big they are. And also how big the cargo containers are. So that's another thing that really helped me out, was like, when I was looking at this, I was like, how big is it? What's the scale? So what I did was I put like a modular cargo container crate somewhere, and that kind of gave me... I was also thinking about mounting some cargo container crates, like diamond shape, down the length of that, possibly. But yeah, just put a cargo crate down, and then you can kind of see better how big the frame actually is. So it's big, but it's not huge. I want there to be room for a lot of boxes. And I was imagining like the pilot seat being up here, like top mounted, where it kind of sticks out the front. And then have like cargo crawl like around the sides, however we can get it to fit in, or possibly even on the outside. Like we could dual layer that. And then have the actual like guts of the ship kind of spread between this backside here with maybe like a hatch, like a maintenance hatch top mounted on the outside of the ship. And we could probably fit some more guts like back down here if we wanted to. And then we could have some really neat like diagonal or triangle shaped thrusters on the backside. How does this editor relate to in-game materials? Does it make a blueprint? Yes, this is how you make blueprints. So if you do not build a ship in this build menu, you do not retain a blueprint to reconstruct your ship in the future as of yet. So it is 1-to-1. What you see in this editor is exactly what will be built in the game. So this is not like oh, he's planning. Oh, cute. Okay, so you're just working on like an idea. No, this is like what we're making right now will translate 1-to-1 into a ship. We just have to be able to afford it. And I think there's a couple ways to do that, but I'm still kind of learning how to afford it. I know that there is a button up here that shows you the material cost. And I will have to look into how to make sure this is giving me an accurate count. But if I select all the beams, because all I have are beams right now, it says I have 64,000 kV of Bastium and I only need 1690. So the more that I build and add to this frame, the more this material cost will be updated. And I've already got a fairly large stockpile of goods on the station from what we did the day before yesterday and before that. And in theory, we should be able to craft this ship just from our own materials, ideally. And if I can't do that, then I will go out and get some more. Are there pistons in this game? It's highly customizable. There's hinges, there's programmable buttons, literally a code system in the game to configure how you want displays or buttons to interact with different moving parts on your ship. So it's kind of just up to you to build what you want. But if you don't want to build and you don't like this, there are pre-built ships that you can just go mine some ore, which is what you're probably going to be doing, sell it on the auction house, and then spend that money on a pre-built ship that'll just work right out of the gates. But I think if you like building, you'll get more out of the game, by far. And also, eventually, with the player-built stations. So building is kind of the through line of the game. How optimized is this game? I mean, it runs fine on my computer, but it's buggy as hell. It's in early access. So I guess it depends on what you mean by optimized. Anyways, I need to finish connecting these dots. So I'm just going to copy this diagonal piece. And I'm still, the thing that confuses me the most about this is the XYZ. I never seem to turn it in the correct, hey, there you go, the correct direction. So to rotate this around, I have to use XYZ. Hey, he did it on the second try. But it sounds easy, but when they come out diagonal like this, that's what makes it. There you go. Okay. So we refit those. Now we want to make sure it's welded. So I found where the welding button is, just like the welding tool is in the game. if you do not do this and you do not weld the frame together, if you tried to spawn this in, it would be a literal disaster where no pieces would actually be connected to one another, and the whole ship would literally disintegrate. Which would be hilarious. It would just come out in a perfect shape where one touch would send everything spiraling. Yes, it would go Kerbal. But what's fantastic about the designer is, first of all, it's auto-saving. And second of all, there's a test mode. So if we do get some parts on here, we can actually hit F5 and test the ship out before doing a full construction. All right, now we're gonna have to do some real boring bits. I think, since I'm happy with the frame, which I am glad that I did off stream, because this took, it took 3 hours, chat, to get this together. Because it was trial and error. The amount of time, I started with this kind of lips. This looks like lips. I started with the lips shape, and then tried to kind of make a shape off of that. The lips were easy to make. This took like 20-30 minutes. And then everything else, trying to get everything to hook up and have enough supports, because you actually need to worry about structural integrity, and weight and durability and all that. That's what took like 2.5 hours to get the rest of it to angle down. And I really wanted to do like a weird bottom heavy cargo ship. So I'm imagining pilots kind of up here with the main entrance, and then kind of just carrying the cargo underneath. So now we gotta do the gritty bits. So somebody who's got more experience than me, tell me if this is a bad idea. What I'm planning on doing right now is just lining the beams that I already have with ducts. I think that sounds like a good idea. Like finding anywhere that just line the entire thing with ducts. If I can figure out how... Okay. There's an easier way to do this. This is what the designer is also beautiful at. It's got tools. So I can actually rotate. I can align. I don't have to sit there in the first-person easy builder mode. And I know I talked a lot of shit about this mode when we were building the first time, and I don't disagree with what I said then, which is building there gave me a lot of insights for building now. I do think it still would be extremely overwhelming to start with this. All right, I need you to play nice. But what is good about this, even though we have to do each piece like this painstakingly, is once we get it the way we want it, we can just copy, paste, and save. So that would actually, if you do a symmetrical ship, like if you do a box ship, you could do it that way. Like you could build 1/4 of the box, get that perfectly ducted, and it'll connect fine. Then you could just select the piece that you want to copy, and then like paste it, and then flip it around if you made like a perfectly symmetrical ship. Could a patient chat member explain what I'm looking at? Do you know what metal beams are? Are you aware that spaceships are made out of metal? That is what we are making. We are making a spaceship. We're starting with metal, and then we're going to add more metal to it until it flies good. This looks like a mini Pillar of Autumn. That's badass. Pillar of Autumn's awesome. What is metal? What is this metal? Not Y. It's probably Z-axis. No? X-axis? Yes. X-axis, then the Z-axis? Yes. The rotation is probably the part that I struggle with the most. Do they have a duct that goes on the bended parts? Uh-oh. That's gonna be interesting. I wasn't being catty, I just don't know the game. I know, I'm the one being sassy. Because you're here in my stream. But this is what we're going to be doing for like the next 8 hours. So I'm telling you up front, we've only been in the game for an hour and a half. We looked in the showroom. We flew around the starter station. We talked about the mechanics. If you wanted to see how the starter ship kind of works together, that would be the part of the VOD I would watch. Now begins the build. Cables for the curves and ducts for the straight parts. That would work. That would work. For now, I just want to mirror this on both sides. So to again explain the individual part that I'm using here, God, it would honestly just be easier to do this. To again explain the individual piece. Oh, I did that wrong. I'm not walking and chewing bubblegum. Hold on. You can turn snapping off too with I think it's just C. No, it's Shift C. So if you turn snapping off, it won't be quite as annoying here. So for example, let's actually show that. Shift C, snapping is off. Now I can freely rotate this the way that it should go. Move it over, then turn snapping back on, and then poof, it's in. Okay, there we go. I'm learning the workflow. Okay, so to actually explain this, these things are like in the office or at home when you get that like plastic cover for your cables. If you got like a PC at your desk and you don't have the cables just running down the back of the wall. Think about this as your gamer desk, and this is the shroud for your power and for your plugs, your cable, and it also pipes in this case, so it can transmit fluids through this automatically. So what we're doing is making sure the entire ship is routed with the ability to have electricity and fluids going down the entire length of the ship. And you do so painstakingly. But again, this is my choice to build the ship. The game doesn't force this upon you if you don't want this. Can you mirror? No. And I'm sure that's one of the things they're going to add. There is no mirror build as far as I know. I assume that is probably one of the most requested features for the editor. Now, I'm also gonna need to bolt each one of these in, I think, right? These aren't just gonna, these are gonna hang loose. We can actually show detached objects, and this gives you kind of a warning in the editor that these things are not actually stuck to anything yet. So we're going to need to manually attach them. Okay. Now what? Now, I think I'm just only missing the ones down below. And then I'm gonna probably have some that go all the way down here in case we want any of the ship guts to go in. So,
this is
the part that I'm most concerned about is this little bend. This is what I'm not really sure how it's gonna work. What is that even connected to? See, I think that one's too long. That is the 12 by 48. So let's try the 12 by 36. And that one's too short. So what I'll probably end up doing, because for this little bit right here, I don't think they make a duct. They make a corner that is a 90-degree angle. I'm looking for a 45. Wait, this is not even a 45-degree angle. This is like a 30-degree angle. So I think what we're probably gonna do is just have the really long one. Did I pick the right size in the first try, maybe? No, that would be too easy. Wait, did I? That's not bad. Yeah, that actually fits the crossbeam really nicely. Anyway, this is why I'm not doing a mirror manually right now, chat. I may end up doing a delete half and copy half and then paste on the other side, but I need to make sure that, like, if I cut half the ship away, I couldn't see if this would work, if that makes sense. But I think this would work, and then I could just manually put a cable and manually put a pipe that goes from this socket to that socket, and then it would carry over and do the same thing on this side. Right? Tell me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows, because I'm going to end up getting this screwed up. All right, let's do some corners. Is this even the right? I think this is... Why is it like a different shade? One guy in chat says you don't need to do that without elaborating further. I just need to take you at face value. Okay. Ooh, that's perfect. That's perfect. I also think that, like Avic pointed out yesterday, there is an aesthetic reason to have some manual kind of cabling on board the ship, because trying to just fat stack another one on top is gonna look stupid. Like, it just will. And like there isn't one that will fit in here. I don't know which side is front and which side is back. It seems like it's much darker until you actually put it in the game. Like, this is gonna look ridiculous and impossible to duplicate, because I'm gonna have to do the same thing at 1, 2, 3 times, plus it'll be on the other side, plus it'll be on the bottom, and it's gonna look dumb. So we're not gonna do that. We're just going to connect it manually, because I think it'll look cooler and it'll be easier. So now let's just connect these up. Too short. Try 96. Do we need a ducks command in chat? I spent 150 hours in the builder. Cool. Sounds like you've been having fun. Okay, that would work, but I need a corner at the bottom.
This is the sub-sound.
One thing you will experience while streaming Starbase is the person who doesn't follow the stream, who is just coming in to flex how many hours they have in the game. But you know what? That is your right. Just that it is everyone else's right to completely ignore you. Which I am doing. Shadow Fox, you have 0 hours? I'm sorry, were the chairs not enough furniture for you? Please flip. There you go. So this one's too long. We might be able to do like a 48 and something else. I'm actually curious why. Okay, I don't think we need the corner. I think if there's just 2 that fit, then it'll be fine as long as they're flush into the corner. Because I am fairly confident this will work. When have I ever been wrong before? Okay, because these two are flush. And then if I put another one that just touches that, I'm just worried this is taking up space and it's going to make everything not even anymore. Let's find out. Okay, now flip it around. No. No. Not like that! Ooh. 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 Whatever, close enough. It'll probably snap. Yeah, it will. Let me look at chat. I have at least 8 hours of occasionally paying attention to Etalyx. I am an expert now. I wonder because you welded all the beams, you don't need rivets to connect them all. What do you mean? Yeah, you don't need bolts to connect the beams. Those are all welded. But I will need bolts to connect the ducts to the beams. And also any other cosmetic pieces that I want to attach will have to be bolted on. Lol, nope, I need tables too. Also super under the weather, so bumming in bed watching. That is fair enough. That is fair enough. I'm going to take a break here in the next few minutes to kind of check on doggos, because that's what I was doing yesterday. I just kind of laid in bed, resting. Trying to, keep my phone charged because I was just slightly too far away from a socket. You know that pain? Got 15% battery life left. Ooh, wait a second. Let me look at this. 15% battery, the phone starts flashing at you, and you're like, I can't reach. That is, I think that is perfect. Yes, these will connect by touching, right? They need to add an auto ducting since they fit into beams perfectly anyway. Maybe. Like something that you can like trace and it'll just draw it in would be cool. But yeah, get some rest. Just gonna hang out, talk about space, and build stuff. My problem is I can't walk and chew gum, so while I'm trying to like focus on this, in fact, the human brain really can't walk and chew gum, and you might think that's silly, Etalyx. I can walk and chew gum. That's not what I mean. I don't mean physically. I mean with any kind of express efficiency or dual. Oh, okay, here's what I'm trying to say. People that talk on phones and walk are significantly, scientifically more likely to bump into other people than people who are not talking on the phone. Like, when you are doing two things at once, your brain actually cannot multitask. You are just diverting your attention rapidly between two distinct things fast enough that you feel like you're multitasking, but you're not. You're basically offloading, for example, if you're talking on the phone while walking, you're offloading your walking to automatic functions and not able to actually pay attention to anything, to even close to the same level as if you weren't talking on the phone. That's what I mean. Human brains literally can't walk and chew. Well, they can literally walk and chew gum, but they can't do it where both processes are getting the same attention and the same brain power being pushed to both. Etalyx, I peed and brushed my teeth at the same time when I woke up. Why am I talking about this? Because I'm trying to like put pieces in. And I can't even like hold the conversation outside of this because of how much of my brain power is going to be associated with... Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this. Ooh. How am I going to get these two? I feel like there should be an easy solution to this. What if I just use the 192s? For the record, though, I absolutely adore what I am doing and its tediousness. Oh. They could overlap. If they overlap and touch, it's fine, but it's not fine for me. Because that's not what I want. He's done it. He's done it. The super large, the second largest, and the tiny baby. Fits flawlessly. I was sitting with my mouth drooling for a couple hours early this morning from like 1 to 3 a.m. putting this frame together, and there was nothing I would have rather have been doing. Which seems kind of silly. I think I just really appreciate games where...
This is the sub-sound.
This is definitely the kind of game... The effort you put in is the fun you get out, to some extent. And the tedium... It doesn't really... I don't want to say it reminds me of Life is Futile. But I remember Life is Futile fondly, even though it was a terrible, terrible game. Because it was a bunch of things that, on their own, they weren't particularly engaging or, like, exhilarating or memorable. Digging dirt, digging stone. Well, actually, maybe it is more similar to this game. Hammering away at, like, a single palisade block or something. But everything that you did in the game, arduously, is yours. Speaking of, let's save. And I know that if we can make this and fabricate this and have it fly, it's just going to have that feeling of, I did that. Yo, I built that. I made this thing work using the in-game tools and systems that were available to me. I put literally every single screw on this ship. I welded every single piece of this puzzle. Okay, here's what I'm noticing. I'm just using the too long T's right here. I think there's multiple types of intersections with different lengths, and I just think I took the corner out. That's what I did. Took the corner out on that side. Also, I'll read chat in a minute. That's another thing. I can't, like, focus on chat while I'm doing this. So I'm trying to focus on just doing one side, and then I'll copy-paste it onto the other, and hopefully not screw anything up in the process. Like, this one I did put a corner on, so, I don't know. I can't really... As long as it all fits and is mostly symmetrical, that's all I care about. All right, let me look at chat. Let me scroll up. No, he's right. If I'm giving a lecture and start to walk too much while talking, I'll lose where I am in the lecture. People who say they can multitask they're not lying, they just don't know. We just think we can multitask, but we can't. And that's okay, because that's what makes us good at doing the one thing we are doing. Because we can actually give our full undivided attention to it. That's why when you, like, pretend to be listening to my stream, and then I specifically ask you a question, your brain goes, Red alert. Red alert. Give me a playback of the last 30 seconds of commentary. What did he say? Guys, we need to con him up with an answer now. And then you have to, like, okay, he said ducked. He said ducked like 50 times. Bubblegum? I hate bubblegum. What can I say that is indistinctly relevant to any of the words that I can vaguely remember? The ship build is too fine and dandy. I can't listen to stream while I'm typing out this message. I see you lost focus halfway through. I love watching you. If I was doing this, I would tear my own hair out. I think I just have a special place in my heart for games like that, because I compared this to Life is Futile. That was also a game that was riddled with various bugs and technical issues and sub-optimization and general crustiness. Like, there's a lot of crust in this game, from the UI to the menus. I saw somebody in chat say they refunded it because it was not polished enough. That's fair, you know? Not gonna Not gonna judge anybody whose standards are different from mine, but I find that the games with that much crust are typically the ones that I enjoy playing the most, because they're the ones trying new ideas. They're the ones trying new things. And I think that's what's appealing to me about this. It was so ambitious that I remember kind of talking down to it a little bit, watching the E3 trailer and being like, there's no way that it can deliver on the hype for, like, player-driven universe, dude. Oop, that was the one I wanted. And while somewhat true in that it is far too ambitious for its own good, in my opinion, I think I'm just attracted to that ambition in the first place. Because I have been wanting this for a while anyways. I just want to be part of, like, a game that's bigger than me. Let's talk about wanting to play an MMO. Anyway, I didn't imagine it would take this form. But this kind of ticked the box, more or less. A game that a bunch of people are kind of, like, experiencing for the first time. I know that there's a lot of you out there that have been playing the beta for many, many hours. And good for you. But I'm just saying, in general, this kind of, like, just came out a couple weeks ago. Everybody's like, I have no idea what I'm doing, like all the new players, like myself. This one is too big. And it's kind of fun to be part of that. Everybody kind of helping each other, figuring things out for the first time. Also, this is very finicky. Hold on. I enjoy that vibe. Players helping players, obviously players shooting players in space. Yeah, I don't think that one's gonna, it's too tall, it's hitting the crease. Have you played Stationeers? I have not played Stationeers, but I know that was another game that was very ambitious. That was like a Dean Hall Company game, I think. You're a new player? Yeah, this is my first ship. I don't even know if it's gonna work. So I'm just starting with the basics, getting some duct outlines. Is there a cross intersection that is smaller? I don't know why the cross is so huge. It's massive. Whereas, or the three-prong is massive compared to the cross, is what I mean to say. The cross is actually quite small. I think this one's smaller. But if I do the smaller one, then I have to undo the other ones. And I don't want to undo the other ones. This one's messed up too. I think if we just do... Is 30... why is there not a 24? There's a 12, a 36, and a 48. Why not a 24? Like, they're just missing some easy denominations that would streamline this whole process. Like, there's a 12 and a 36. You skipped 24. You just went 36 to 48. Those are only 12 apart. Then you go 48 to 72. You could just have a 60. Then you go 72 to 96. You could have an 84, and so on. So I'm just going to have to do the baby ones and just link them together. But the baby ones are annoying because they come out as like a black box, and I can't see which side is the right side. Like, what side is that? The wrong side. Did I not just turn snap? I turned transform auto snap off? Game doesn't care. Is there an easier way to, like, unlink? Whatever, I'll just drag it down. Because even when auto snap is off, it still snaps. There you go. Wow, that's gonna be annoying. Those are so small. All right, it doesn't matter. Copy, paste. It'll just look funky, but it'll be funky fresh. Not that one, though. All right, we're just gonna do the same thing. I don't want to overlap any of them. So we'll just do two 12s, and then we'll have manual cable and pipe connection going up to the top. Because I think that'll look cooler anyways. I want the ship
the sub-sound.
to be clean and crusty at the same time, if that makes any sense. Okay, I have a question about duplicating things from one side to the next. And the question is, this is what I'm talking about. And the question is, how to reverse? Can you mirror flip a copy paste? Because my want is to invert it to the other side, but what I fear is going to happen is it's just going to be backwards. So for example, like I have long, short, medium, and if I just rotate it, if I copy paste and flip it around, it's going to be reverse. Long, short, medium going the other way. And I want it to look the same on both sides. What's your plan for the ship? I'm just making a hauler. I don't want to get fancy with the mining. Like my aim is to just make a ship that has a seat that I put all the pieces in to learn how they interact with each other, and this is like my learning vessel, so I can put the systems in myself, connect them myself, and fly it myself. And then once that's been achieved, then after I take it out for a couple runs to make sure everything is going flawlessly, then come back into the editor and maybe look into adding like a mining laser or an automatic collector or something like that. Something I can add on to. Anyway, thanks also for the subs that I missed. I've been kind of like zoned in, but I think this is looking good. And I'm feeling good. But let me catch up real quick. Peplat says, hello, Chatney Talks. I watched the VOD for this. Game looks complicated, lol. Can I just be a mercenary and drive a space bike? You can. I've actually seen someone on a space bike. They were on what looked like a Star Wars speeder with a mounted tripod machine gun turret on the back. So you can do that. But they probably also built that themselves. Cavity, oh, I saw you, Cavity, but thanks again for the 5 months. Evil Cat says obligatory message. Hello, Evil Cat. Commander Cornflake says, yo, this looks so much better than the alpha and beta versions. I totally forgot about this game. Well, Commander Cornflakes, well, I appreciate the 40 months. If you guys, some of you I saw notice the chat in the bottom left. This is our company. Me and Avic have a company in the game that we are facilitating you guys playing. So if you want to meet up with some other people in the communities and go do some space mining together, then just feel free to jump on in. You can DM me on Discord would be the easiest way, because I might miss you in the chat. And then we'll send you an invitation. Or I'll send you an invitation. Unless you DM Avic. But in theory, with enough progression, if people keep playing, then yeah, there would be a scenario in which... Because like once you have a blueprint, you can mass produce that ship, right? So like if this ship turned out, it's not going to, but if this turned out to be like a god tier ship and everything works flawlessly and people love it, like it would be possible with the resources to just print one out, like a 3D printer, hand it to somebody, and then they could just go pilot it wherever they want it. Also, I'm not reading chat at all, so I hope no one's been trying to get my attention. Like, I'm reading you, but not in-game chat. This is an MMO, yes. It's all player-driven. There is no PvE to my knowledge. I'm just in the builder, trying to make a ship. Avic may or may not be currently mining to try and recover from the costly lesson that even when filtered through the search function, sell all on the ore tab will sell all ore. Not just the ore that matches the search function. Did you vendor all ore? Also, I don't even know where the vendor is. All I know how to do is use the auction house, but that's a good lesson to learn. That is a great lesson. Also, Beachside Coot says, Ito, I have bad news. You'll be in the ship creator for the rest of the stream. Well, that was the goal. Yes. Hence the title. I've been designing and outfitting my ship for 12 hours. It's exhausting and I love it. That's how I feel. Can you make round ships? Painstakingly? I guess, would be the easy answer. There are some special rounded beams. The problem with rounded beams is kind of, as I was talking about at the beginning, lining up the support struts. Because the support struts are fixed lengths. So if you try to do things that are round, you have to do some math calculations to try to get them to link up intersectionally. So I would say square is definitely easier, and I probably got too fancy with this design. I know it doesn't look fancy, but just the diagonals are going to make this difficult. Speaking of, how are we looking on the interior here? Chat, those of you that have built some ships, are you satisfied with the routing on this particular section? Because I am satisfied. I just want to copy the top piece. Again, I haven't bolted anything down yet. That comes later. We're not going to bolt anything until we're happy with the way it all looks. Triangles? Triangles would be very doable in this, actually. You could do a triangle ship quite easily, I think. A triangle ship would be awesome. I never played or seen anything about this game, but I promise this is the best ship I've seen. Chat, raise your hand if this is your first Starbase stream and you didn't see the one from the day before yesterday. We might take another ship tour to show you guys what is actually possible again. For the people who are new. Wait, no, wait, nopers as in you did see the one from before? I don't know what you guys are noping. Only people paying attention, helpful members, are people hey in chat. Are you guys just refusing to type words? You only do nod or nope. Sounds right. I honestly think it would be faster for me to just not even try to do the copy-paste thing and just fill this in myself the way that I want to, instead of fretting over it. It's honestly, now that I have the pieces on the other side to just copy over it, it'll take only just a minute. Too close. Too close to the project. Curiously, they are all being pasted in at the exact correct orientation, which is perplexing. You would think if you copied something, it would paste in the same angle that you copied it from, but no, alas. It is accidentally working to my benefit, allowing me to simply look at what I want and just mouse it over the correct space without using... Oop, I spoke too soon. But yes, this editor is 1,000 times better than the Easy Builder, but the Easy Builder is so charming. It's so much fun putting your ship together in first person, one piece at a time, but my god, having access to an undo feature, a copy paste feature, and also importantly, not actually having to have these resources in my inventory is a night and day difference. Because that's the main thing. These are not being crafted into my pockets. This is like a blueprint, hypothetical in nature. It does not physically exist in the world until I choose for it to, or pay for it to, rather. Whereas building it in the regular builder mode, I would have to, in order to put these down, I would have to handcraft every single component. Well, I have an easy and a not easy build mode because this is the primary build mode. But from what I have heard, easy build mode was kind of rushed out the door for early access. Because I think rightfully the developers probably assumed if this was the only way to build a spaceship in the game, it would scare off a lot of potential players. And to be fair, I think the easy mode is functional for what it is. Which, if you only want to quickly attach some modules to like the starter ship, for example, it does work well for that. What doesn't work is if you want to do stuff from scratch. If you like pre-built modules, for example, I can show you. Let me make a save again. I know it's auto-saving, but I don't trust it. All right, so to show you kind of what I mean, here are some pre-built modules. Starter kit. So let's say cockpit canopy. Actually, that doesn't look like anything to me, you know? But this, you can just put a pre-built wall. And the wall already has beams with connection points and outer plates already attached to it, so you don't have to put each thing in manually. So for the modules, easy build, I think, is fine. Unwelding in easy mode seems to permanently delete the module from your ship. I thought that too, but it actually doesn't. The tip that I got that worked for me, Falcarich, is if you add the item from the crafting menu to your hotbar, it will appear available on the hotbar, and it's not actually deleted. But it does look like it's deleted. Hopefully that helps. He didn't see. What? Like that guy or like me? Hello, I am trash times 100. What's your real account? That is your real account. Well, who were you before? You're an emote spammer. That's what you are. Scrolling up in chat. Shipbuilding, let's go. That's right, Realm Rifter. Who were you before you became the trash? Let me see if I got... Alright, I'm gonna add someone to the company again. I can't actually open the menu from here. I'll add dihydrogen momentarily to the company. Make you a company man. Let's do that real quick. Pew! Get a breath. Actually, I need to take a BRB anyways, because I said I was going to take a BRB every 2 hours. So I want to take a BRB, make sure doggos are sleeping and happy, and chilling. Yo, we got 20 people online right now. Okay, add dihydrogen. Did you get it? Yep. Invitation sent. You leave the shipbuilder and get slapped with the neon computer chip megastructure. Correct. Solid company news. Uh-huh. Indeed it is. Anybody else that is in-game, in chat, who wants to be in the community company? I just got another! We will add Trisket. Dihydrogen, I just sent you an invite. Pay attention. Socks. I do, but I'm not online right now. You're also not even... Yeah, I don't even know you, Falcarich! This is a community guild, and how can you be part of the community with 5 messages in my stream and not following the channel? My bad, also Pog. All right, we got swag. You're in. We're approaching 50 members. Gatekeeping. Yes. Gatekeeping. I am the gatekeeper. I open the gate for people to join. You gonna smush this ship? Jesus! What the hell, Resin? Relax! You just bought your pre-built ship and you're coming in just bodying people in the newbie zone. Anyway, once again, since we're in the origin zone, there is no ship that scared me. There is no ship damage right now, so your precious ship cannot be hurt. Oh, this is the ship I was talking to you about. Somebody was like, hey, can I make just a little thing and go Newman around without making like a giant ship? Yeah, this is the speeder ship that's got the OP single mounted turret on the back. This is exactly what I was talking about. So what's crazy about this is that apparently these turrets do like 80 to 90% of the damage that like a ship autocannon would do. But you can just plop it on the back, turn it around, shoot wherever you want while having the speed and maneuverability of this extremely small frame. So if you make like a large ship that can't maneuver very quick but has like big guns, I think the biggest problem from just my hypothetical perspective, because I have no experience, would be a lack of auto turrets. Like if a big ship could have some kind of Who is this guy? Get that guy. Why is he dancing? Why did he just do that and then get out and start dancing? Yeah, I heard that they increased the weight of the tripod gun, but it just, that doesn't fix, that just creates a weirdly artificial solution to something that shouldn't be a problem anyway, in my opinion. Like, just the size of this gun alone, with its actual, literal, like, machine gun magazine fed chamber, doesn't look like it should be able to destroy ship armor. I think. It seems like duct tape the solution to the problem. Because it just looks stupid. Like, it looks like it's part of a different game. No, the ship looks cool, don't get me wrong. The ship is cool. But that this can fight other ships effectively is what I don't imagine the direction of the game is. Does that make sense? That looks... Here we go again. Okay, now you're just doing it on purpose. See, at first it was funny, but now it's just an attention seeker in chat. It's okay, they can't hurt us in here. Anyways, as Chad has pointed out, they're planning on putting in like capital ships and stuff, like big ships. So by the time that kind of content is in the game, you're gonna need a different way to handle small little boats, I would call them, like that. Because as far as I know, I don't think there's really a way to handle them outside of just aim and hit them directly. I'm sure if you do hit them, it'll probably shred them.
The sub-sound.
But just having such a small target profile means I feel that a small ship that has a turret that is almost as strong as your big guns on your big ship means the small ship's almost always going to win. Because if they just point towards you, they're going to hit you. But I don't have to worry about that for a long-ass time. Okay. Let us take a quick BRB, like I said. And I'm going to go get, I guess, a refill, take a quick pee break, check on doggos, and I'll be back. They'll probably have just flat cannons for small ships. That'd be cool. That'd be neat. I'm curious what they'll do to, what else they'll do. All right, I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll go back into the editor and dig our heels in and hopefully get some more duct going. And maybe we'll listen to some other soundtrack songs, but I'm kind of enjoying just hanging out, chatting, talking, having a good time. Thanks for hanging out with me. Be back in 5.
This is the sub-sound. This is the subsound.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Oh, what a good 5-minute break. We're gonna be on 5 minutes real quick. In and out. Five quick minute BRB.
This is the sub sound.
Anyway, thanks for your extended patience. I found bugs outside where there were not supposed to be bugs. So I had to take care of it before it gets dark. Bugs in my house. Yeah, gamer bugs. No. I found ants. So I had to do some spraying and washing my hands 4 times. Ants are friends. Shut up. Shut up. Ants are not friends. I don't even care if it destroyed the ecosystem. I'd be okay if every single ant in existence died right now. Don't care. They can all go. I don't care if it caused catastrophic ecological problems. If you gave me the button and it was like that hypothetical, are you gonna push it? It's gonna have unknown. Bam! I didn't even listen to the rest of what you were gonna say or the fine print. I already pushed it. Why not choose a better bug like mosquitoes? Why do I only get to choose one? Why not both? My aunt is in the hospice, Ito. Like, I didn't look at the button and it was A-U-N-T. All ants, all aunts. On the entire planet just get wiped out instantly. Wait, go back! Oh, anyway, all right. Woo. Woo. Just a minute longer. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. Music. Music. Okay. Anyways, sorry about that. That's why we're playing Starbase today, so we can just chill. I'm gonna need to take some continuing extended BRBs. Gonna have to do that again, actually, in like... I need to take a BRB in like an hour. Okay. Like an hour and change. Now, let's get back into the actual shipbuilder. Oh, I have a couple people before I do that to add. Why are there even more of these now? Why? How come every time I look at this ship list, there's another Marmo ST? There's 2 more. There was only 1 before? Now there's 3? What's going on? Why are they like duplicating? It's the ship that was flipping around. I don't even want this piece of crap. I'm just kidding. Somebody else said they got like 1 for free, but why do I have 3? I have that glitch. I have to go sell the ship. Whoa! What is someone in chat doing this? Shared with the company. Like we just walked in and then walked back out. Is this shared? There's 0 ships in this. Get trolled. All right, hold on. I gotta add. Oh, ERE. Invitation sent. I thought there was 1 more person. I don't remember. What's the spooky music? It's just space ambiance. Yeah, now they're gone. I don't know. Anyway, we're not even doing that. We're doing editor. Beachside Coup, you already got an invitation. But anyway, if there is anybody else in the community that wants to join, this is the joint company that we have with Avic and the Dapperlings. So you are free to message myself or Avic, preferably me. I mean, if you're going to message me, preferably through Discord. That way I have a record, so I don't just miss a message in chat or whatever. All right, here we go. We're back. And I don't remember what the next to-do was. I think we were just kind of copying one side to the other. And we're putting these ducts down. We're basically wiring the ship right now. This is what is going to allow all the pieces that need either a pipe, that's not what I wanted, either a pipe or a cable to work without us having to put the pipes or the cables in by themselves. It's just a much cleaner and also just more efficient way to route the entire ship, because even though we will have a couple of manual cables or wires, you don't want to have to run a cable from all the way back here, and then you know how in if you played No Man's Sky, if you try to run like electricity cable from a solar panel to something, and you got to like click, or if you did any Rust cable management, this is just a way to kind of bake in the connections that we need without having to like physically run each cable. So the biggest part about it is that you can have multiple things connected to the same duct line, right? Whereas if you did cables and pipes for everything independently, you're gonna have like maybe a dozen of each running through the ship. So like you can have multiple things that need power all plugging into the same duct line, and they'll all get where they need to go. The wiring's just for power, right? Not for logic. I haven't done anything with logic in my whole life. No, I mean, anything with logic in the game. I haven't done any of the coding. Avic would be a better person to ask, or maybe someone else in chat, because I know he's done some logic-based. These are just little babies. And these are the ones these aren't touching, so we're gonna have to I'm gonna do a manual connection. I don't want overlap, because I think it'll be stinky. Okay, let's see. That looks good. We need to connect it in the middle. So I'll probably just, since this should be the same shape. There you go. Why is it snapping weird? Also, give me 1 sec, chat. I'm just gonna have to bounce in and out all the time today. Just thanks for your patience. 1 sec. Okay. Oh. The detail and construction looks so fun. It's super tedious, but I find pleasure in the tedium. That is what I want out of it. I like putting it together. One little piece at a time. Why are you... Doesn't look like it's gonna fit. I think it's a bit too long. All right, which one is this? Is this 36? See, this is the problem. They don't have a 24. For no reason whatsoever. And the snapper's being quite stupid. Do you enjoy doing this game? Are you trying to be annoying? Look, that wasn't so bad. That's all I wanted you to do.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Oh. That reminded me. I think I missed some subs. I believe I may have missed some subs. Who goes there? Novosibirsk apparently gifted 5 subs and subbed themselves for a 29th month. That's 15 subs total. That's a lot of subs. It's like $75 in subs. Thanks for your incredible generosity, Novosibirsk, and supporting the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thanks for hanging out with us. Nosferatu, welcome back for 6 months. Hope you're having fun in Starbase. Crocky Lemons, welcome for lucky number 13. Carson also for 18 months. What up, Carson? And Job the Bone, thanks for the bits. Sorry I missed all those earlier. I've got incredibly curious... Oh. Who is she? He is a bad boy. Is it possible to be both a good dog but a bad boy? I say yes. Bam. Okay. So fun thing we can do here. So since this is identical to what we need to do here and there, if we have the exact pieces that we want, I can actually copy the whole set and then paste in that set. And then it's not gonna snap easily. We should be able to just fit it into place, hopefully. I think it'd be better if... Oh, actually, no, it's not gonna work because this T... Oh yeah, it's not gonna work. Well, it'll work on the other side. Hold on. It won't work in the middle, but it will work over here. Ooh, I saw it. There it is. Poof. Okay, that one will just lock in. Easy. Now the middle one, this one's gonna be unique. Because I think... Is that forward or upside down? There you go. And I'm aware they're not connected, for the record. All right. That, I think, is good, except for the manual placement that we're going to have to do to connect these individual ones, but that's not such a big deal, as far as my understanding goes. I think everything else, though, on this section of the ship is good. And I'm planning on the cockpit coming out, like, right around here, so that's where most of the cabling is going to be, and have some of the kind of ship components and guts either buried in here or in the underbelly of the ship, which is also why I would like to have some ducting going kind of down these big central pylons. And I'm trying to remember how to do that. I think you can latch them kind of with a corner piece. So if we get like the 192. Actually, are those just connected? So you see how they got these little breaks? I don't think those are connected. Technically, no. But if you do like a corner, then it's connected? I don't know, I never done this. That looks right. Could you have one end touch the middle of the straight duct? Kind of like what I just did? Yeah, I think as long as it's touching anywhere on the duct, that it's fine. What does the editor look like? Photoshop layers? Because I kind of do have layers. Not layers, but I have like a history that I can undo. We have saving and loading blueprints. So if we ever crash this ship outside the safe zone, as long as I have my blueprint, I can make it again with enough resources. So if we don't make our ship with a blueprint, then we won't have that luxury. But anyway, does anybody in chat who's done something like this happen to know if this is correct? With one duct basically just being Pac-Man'd onto another duct like that? Will a plate attach over that joint? There are so many different plates, Captain Slappy, that I think you would just build around it if you wanted it to be flush. The undo allows multiple players to edit the same ship and can undo other players' changes. Yeah, you can build in tandem with other people too. Though I feel like that would be frustrating, but it would be enlightening for someone else to be able to like take you in and explain how the different systems work together. Showing you hands-on. It reminds me actually of a Rust app. There is, I didn't mean to delete that. There is a third-party Steam app for Rust building, and I think that's why I'm so interested in this. Because I would actually do that. I would just go sit in, I forget what the app was called. I think it was called Fortify. And all you did was plan a hypothetical base. But the difference between this and that is this is not a hypothetical ship. At least not when I finish it. When I finish it, it's not just going to pretend exist. I'll actually be able to see how many resources I need to construct it, and I can pay those resources and it will build one-to-one as I am building it right now. I think that's not long enough. 72 is probably too much. What about 236s? It's a little strange, isn't it? This is where the 24 would fit perfectly, I think. Because I think, yep, 2 12s lock in. So what's that? 12, 24, plus 36 is 60. And there's no 60 either. So they really just need to fill in some of these gaps. And then you could have a lot more control instead of having to do this strangeness. But it does work. And then what we can do is just, since the other side is mirrored, right? We can just shift, select all of this, copy it, paste it in. And then just figure out how to rotate it properly. There you go. Poof. And we just got the whole section put it on the other side. Just copy paste it. Okay. So now we got a connection from the top decks, or whatever this is going to be, into this kind of bottom area. Kitsune, I have no idea what you just said, but I did read what you said. I'm back. The red curry I made was literally so good. Food chat is already online. But thanks again, Nova Severus, for the gift subs. I hope you're having a good night, having some fun. By the way, I haven't been keeping up with company chat. Oh, Ace Tech, if your items are disappearing when you remove them in Easy Build, this is the thing that helped me because I was using one of the tools to remove stuff. It looks like it's been deleted from your inventory, but if you go to your crafting menu by, I think it's I and then the crafting tab, and you drag the items that you were just removing from the crafting menu onto your hotbar, they will magically reappear on your hotbar as something that you can place and have in stock. If you're listening. If you're listening to me. Because I had that exact problem the day before yesterday. Okay, how to do this. This is gonna be weird. If impossible.
This is the sub sound.
Maybe also the sub sound. Is 48 gonna be too much? Or just enough? I also do have... I don't know if I want this, but I can do it. And by this I mean... a crossbar that goes the length of the... Well, that's a little screwed up. Do you enjoy hurting people game? Just pretend there's no center block there. Yeah, we could go all the way east to west. Maybe? What size beam would that be? I'm gonna guess 48 or 72. 48, first try. See, I'm getting better. So, like, do I want this, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I may... duplicate it on the other side. It's gonna be finicky here, too. Whoa. Not what I meant, but I like that you can resize the windows. That is cool. God, it's doing it again. It only wants, it doesn't ever snap to the middle. Okay, so just turn off snapping. Then lower it manually. Then turn on snapping. And then poof. Okay, I'm figuring it out. So is the universe in this game popular with people? Yes, it's an online player persistent universe where everything is player owned, operated, except for the starter stations and starter area. But I would wager that most people in the game right now are in the starter areas. And I've wondered how they're gonna handle that. And I think the answer is progression. So from my understanding, the further out in space you go, that's where you're going to find the rarer materials. And of course, it stands to reason the rarer materials will be needed for the tech tree to have more advanced tech. But once you go, chat said like 50 kilometers out from the safe zone is when the safe zone stops existing. And the game will warn you, because once you leave, you're on your own. But you have to actually go into the settings to enable your account to even leave the safe zone, because they don't want people to accidentally go out there and screw themselves. So I would wager most people in the game right now are probably also in the safe zone, and I'm curious how many players are actually outside the safe zone. What's the griefing situation? Oh, it's a no-holds-barred slugfest. Once you leave the safe zone, you're basically playing EVE Online. It'd be like going to, like, I don't know, is nullsec the right word? Is that a thing? I played EVE like 10 years ago. It's been a long time. I'm waiting. I'm sure you are. Well, by the time I go out there, it won't matter what happens to me. I'll be grounded by then. Or I guess not the opposite of grounded, hopefully. Yes, outside safe zone would just be kill on sight, literally, quote unquote emergent gameplay. If that makes sense. I'm sure there will be people who RP. And I'm sure oh, dude, this is like perfectly lined up here, but because these two corners are overlapping, I can't do it. I'll probably just manual wire this. I don't want it to overlap, even though you totally can do that. So you know how when you're playing Sea of Thieves on like an empty server, and you're, some of you are gonna be like Sea of, is there an O in Sea of Thieves? Yeah, Sea Omegalov Thieves. But you know when you're playing Sea of Thieves and you're loading your ship up with treasure, and then you look out with your scope from the bird's nest, because you're the bird's nest guy in your group, and then you see another ship kind of heading straight for you, and the panic that sets in? That's kind of the feeling I imagine you get here. Like, when you go out, if you're just a happy miner farming stuff, you're probably in your element and just having a good time. It's just like Rust in that sense, where when you just want to go out and farm stuff, silence is golden. And then the second you see a sign of any other activity, it's instant panic mode, you know? Make for some high pressure situations. Okay, I'm further away from this than I thought I was. Despite being so finicky, it's really not that difficult to get it to do what you want to do. So I don't think a 12 is going to fit here. I think I'm going to have to just do a manual wire, or you could overlay it. Which I am trying to avoid. But I also think, okay, I think there's literally no problem with just doing some manual cabling. Yeah, that's not gonna fit. Okay, that's fine. So, let's just have this go down the length of this side, and then I'll just mirror it on the other side. Can you make bases of space stations and stuff? Yes, and it may not. I think that they're doing like apparently they're doing some kind of big update this month to facilitate that kind of gameplay more head-on. But that is the idea, yes. Whether or not it's fully implemented, I don't know, but that is the point. That is the why you do everything. It's like complicated space rust. It is kind of like complicated space rust with, believe it or not, at least as much of, if not more, grinding. What is... That'll work. So if you are the kind of person who enjoys farming in Rust, not like the literal farming, but like getting ore, chopping trees, getting a base replete with resources, I feel like this will appeal to you specifically. Rayfinch says, I am listening. Wink. Well, hello, Wraith. Thank you for listening, hanging out. And also, if you're the base builder, see, I'm the base builder. I like building the Rust bases. We're talking about the Fortify app to do exactly that. That is precisely, I think, the chords that the game is hitting with me. It is in my nature. I'm gonna guess 48. See, I'm getting better at picking the right tool for the right job.
This is the sub-sound.
And I'm getting better at flipping the pieces and the objects. Jex, only people that join our company are allowed to back seat in this stream. That's pretty much the rule. No stinky viewers who think they have a better company. Hey, what's up, Timta? How's it going? Anyway, what's the 3 arrow button? This? Multi-user undo. What? Nope. Can anyone else join? I'm in a private session. You're saying just to, like, stop someone from griefing this? No, the one to the left. What the hell? The one to the left. Top right has 3 arrows. Do you guys know left from right? What are you guys talking about? You don't know your left from right. Okay. It's over there. I still have no idea what you've derailed the stream now, so this better be good. This? Transform mode global versus local. In-game music is a little too epic. No, it's not. You're in space. Do you know how crazy it is, Swaggerheim, to be in space, to be in artificially intelligent robot in space who can build their own spaceships? Do you comprehend the complexity of that scenario? Do you think that when they were doing the Interstellar soundtrack, Christopher Nolan was like, it's a little too epic there, Hans. Excuse me, Hans. These people are simply in space. This is a normal, everyday activity. Could we tone it down a bit? This is finicky. I know what I want you to do, but I know not how to make you do it. There we go. Oh, what is it conflicting with? It's bumping into something. Hey, dingus. Oh, magic pixel. Okay. Check, check. We will manual connect up these. Will be no problem. Or I can come back later and overlap them, and it won't be an issue. We still gotta bolt all this in. So, we now effectively, imagining that there is connections between the corners, have a throughput, a through line from the belly of the ship all the way up to the top of the ship. And indeed, we could take that even lower if we wanted to. And I think that it would be wise. I do think I want to concentrate the mechanical pieces of the ship, the things that actually need power and need cable and need pipe, which the ducts facilitate, in center cut. I don't think I'm going to put them off to the right or left. The only exception to that is going to be thrusters, which if I do thrusters, then I would probably need some ducting back here. Miss one, long one up top. That is possibly the case. But that statement is vague enough that I cannot either confirm or deny. Oh, like right here? Yeah. Redundancy is good. Technically, it does loop all the way around and connect with the top one, but redundancy is good. So we will add that, as you have astutely pointed out. Seems we have one of the first instances of someone attacking a company member. Oh. Chat, did somebody in here get wrecked just now? Did you guys get destroyed? Somebody just get... what does it say? Company-wide ship being shared. Make sure your transponder's off. Yes, make sure your transponder's off if you leave the safe zone because you just identify yourself. You're basically broadcasting your location to everyone. Did somebody actually get attacked? I don't know. That's pretty cool, though. Robot Wars. The Robot Wars have begun. But thank you for pointing that out. All right, we've connected that. Let's make a save. I'm happy with the cabling so far. Now, let's get some mounted where it'll be more accessible to the thrusters, I think. So we got this going all the way down this side. I wonder if we should also redundancy have it go down the back. I think that would be smart, and we can actually do that quite easily by just selecting the relevant pieces and literally copying them. And then I just have to find the correct axis. And then we just need to fine-tune it. Oof. And it fits 1 to 1. All right, then let's do that on the opposite side. The copy paste is so good, and it's even more powerful. Like, I'm only using it in fairly limited capacity. If you were gonna make a perfectly symmetrical ship, that one latched on perfect, then you could just make like a quarter of it or half of it, and then literally just flip it around and connect it up. Cedric lost their ship. Rest in pieces. Hello, Jacob. What's up? It is the perfect time to say he's still in the ship crater, yes. I'm having a fabulous time. How have I been doing? I've been doing good. I'm just really enjoying the core tenet of do-it-yourself of this ship designer. And I think getting all this painstaking attention to detail, making sure there are ducts running the entire length is going to make our lives a lot easier, because in the future, I want to be able to add stuff or take stuff away. Like, at first, we're not going to have a mining laser. We're not going to have an automatic collector. That can come after. I just want a ship that has thrusters, some armor plating to give it some definition, a cockpit. Maybe it doesn't even need a hatch. It could just be open initially, and we could add to it later. I just want the guts to work, and I want some cargo crates, and then take it out for a test spin, go hit some rocks, and then make sure everything is working as intended. Then, you know, once we do have all that, then we can come back and add to it, which is what the designer is so perfect for, is loading a blueprint, changing it, making a new blueprint, you know, fine-tuning it, touching up. But also, I want to experiment, because I'm sure people in maybe chat already know this, or not definitively, but I'm not really sure how the ship designer printing a ship interacts with the research currency. So my fear is I'm going to build this big ship and it's not going to give me any research points, even though I'm crafting all the pieces from my own inventory. So that's another thing that I have to do. Is I don't want to go too big right now, spend all my resources, and then have it not even count towards the research tree. Rotastic says it doesn't at all. Well, if that's true, then that's kind of dumb. You just pre-craft the items before buying the ship. I guess that would work. But the fact that you have to is kind of silly. So I'll just look at the part list before I actually print it, and then I'll just write down, I guess, how many of each. Is there like a list of the things used, so that I can jot it down and then manual craft all the pieces, and then collect the research points. Either way, worry about that later. Let's just worry about actually getting some functional pieces here. So since I may end up having some thrusters closer to this edge, I think it reasonable to anticipate that. Get a little connector there. Don't need that kind of beam. We'll need something to cross this. Good luck, game. Figuring out which way I mean to snap this on. It's not bad. Maybe I should have done that before the intersection piece here. There we go. So this little clamp will basically connect this line to this line. All right, there's like a bunch of people typing in chat. If you pre-build components, yeah, you said the same thing everyone else did. It doesn't have a part list. You have to have at least one of each item that you need. What does that mean? You have to have at least one of each item. Peepo type. Hooves for hands, thanks for the cheese for 16 months. What up? Welcome. Will this work? No. Well, yes, it will. I just need to slide this down. Should have put this in first anyway. If I was being a smart boy. There we go. And we're gonna have... Let's just do this whole side and then copy it. Actually, will I be able to copy it to the other side? No, because I can't mirror it. I don't think I can copy something from this side and put it on that side. Unless, well, I can. I could do opposites. So I could do this side on the back corner and then do one here for the, and then only have to do this side and then mirror it to that side. That's true. Okay. Well, no, I could do this. I could do this part and this part, but I can't do the clamp. It looks like you're making this in Blender. Kind of. Sort of. It is fine-tuned control. Well, you had the right idea. Just the wrong execution. I wonder, actually, let's do the 192 here. This is why I said this is going to take all day. And we'll be lucky if we have anything to fly to show for it by then. But I think we will. I think we will. Depends on how crazy I go with the plating. Because I think the plating is probably realistically what would take the most amount of time. Because you have to get fancy with the shapes. And that's what I'm afraid of. Wrong axes. If you look at the buy tab, if you have one of an item you need, it will tell you how many total you need. Oh, and then you write that down, and then you print them all. Then you come back and you build it. That makes sense. Okay, I don't know if we'll need to go up here. But if we do, there's a pretty easy connection. Game? You're making some cool wobble noises in space. But that's not what I want you to do. Oh, this piece is just too big. Yeah, that explains it. I'm pretty sure it is anyway. Yeah, it's just too big. That's why I wouldn't do it. It would also be cool if you're using pieces that... Oop, that was what I wanted. If you're using pieces that are the same, it'd be really cool if you could, like, click a button and it would just grow the piece or shrink the piece, depending on what you wanted it to do, without having to, like, delete it and pick a new one. But that's just a wish list. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do now. Now that we got all this, we can take 1, 2, 3... Pick the middle one, idiot. Idiot! Pick that one. Oh, this isn't... Hang on. This isn't gonna work. Okay, I can do this. We can copy all of you, and then I can paste it. But when I paste it, I can't just rotate it. It won't fit on the other side. But what I can do is flip it and put it on this end. like that. Okay. So we're still having the work that we need to do, but I can't put this on this side because they're asymmetrical. But you can copy this and just do it piecemeal. I just like the space wobble. Are you guys tired of the soundtrack? Should I turn on some Deus Ex? I actually just don't mind the ambiance. Deus Ex might be a bit intense. Speaking of intense music. You can mirror stuff? No. You can copy and paste stuff, but that's not the same as mirroring it. Chat, how's your ambiance in real life? What noise do you hear right now? Besides me. Subpar. Listening to cars going by. The pitter-patter of rain. I hear agony. What does that sound like? At least when the top half is done, it can be copied and rotated. Well, we're kind of doing that already, the dark. So we're not, yeah, I did kind of jump the gun a little bit there. So we'll probably just do... This is the duct building stream. Which is fine because I don't know how to do anything else. That's the key. Once we finish this, that's what terrifies me actively right now. Because I just have no idea what comes after this. This, my brain understands. We are basically wiring cabling, piping the entire ship for all the different mechanical things that we will need. Once that is done, why is this having so much difficulty here? Is that physically connected? I think it is. Okay. Mastering shipbuilding one area at a time. Effectively, yes. And that's all you can really do. You know? You just take it one step at a time. Like, I know what this is. I know what it's used for. I understand why it's significant. Once this is done, then I'll have to learn the next piece of the puzzle. Which was always the intention anyway. That's way too big. This is actually as close to an art stream as you're gonna get. This kind of is an art stream. I'm just currently outlining my frame in blue and additional gray, which is kind of funny to me. How much gray do you want on your ship? Yes. Which actually, I was like, why are there so many paints on the technology tree? It seems like there's a lot of paints, and then it occurred to me, oh yeah. Because if you're flying out in scary space, if you were with your crew, and you're just out in the middle of nowhere, you're not gonna have your transponders on so you know who's who. Like, in a hypothetical scenario, if you and the crew run into like 3 or 4 other ships, having a good paint job might be the difference in friendly firing your company friends or hitting the enemy. You know what I mean? Obviously, the shape of their ships will be different and stuff, but I'm just saying, like, in the chaos, it actually might be a good idea to have, like a paint theme. Go undercover against a rival company. Tarkov it. Hey, guys, did we have a 5th ship in our company crew before? Who is this guy? That'd be pretty funny. I don't know how you would do it. Because I think VoIP is in the game, so you'd probably, if there was like a super tryhard serious company, they'd probably make you like identify yourself once you came into a certain range. I would think. Okay, this is technically, none of this is connected. I know that, but it will be, and then this side will be connected too. So what am I feel like I need to pay attention here. Select all of these. And we should be able to just paste them into this side. Poof. Okay. And since I can't mirror, I'm gonna need to duplicate this. And then I can copy and paste this section over to the other side. So, I guess question for chat. What should be the next thing that I do? What is next in line for this build? I feel like plating has to come first in some regard. Like, we need some solid surfaces with which to mount other things besides just all beams all the time. Oh, also, I didn't put this on the right spot. Whatever you want. I just want to watch. Figure out where the thrusters should be. Yeah. Yeah, we can figure out where the thrusters should be. The thing is, we can add more beams to connect things to. It doesn't have to go on one of the existing ones. But the existing ones facilitate the ease of use for the cable management. So we can just stick on some welded other beams. I just wanted the primary bulk of the ship to have what I hope is a fairly stable construction, where the top and bottom are connected via no fewer right now than what, we got eight separate beams with cross sections. Arguably the weakest part of the ship are these center beams right here. But you're still, even if you lose this, the top and bottom are still redundant into the sides. So it's not like losing one beam is gonna shred the entire ship or something. So I'll probably just mount some other beams, if I can, in some interesting arrays. Because the problem is going east to west here, this cannot connect up to this easily. So we'll see how that goes. What's up, Cobra Samurai? How's it going? Also, I got some more people who want to join the company. So let's back out and add them so they can play. Good old save, instead of worrying about my ship just vanishing into thin air. Yo, look at all these online. Novo, did you give me your case-sensitive username? Is it actually Novo? I haven't seen an underscore yet. And Mike Frog. Invitation sent. That was 45 minutes ago, Mike, but I just sent it to you now. All right, username Novo. Invitation sent. Chat, we almost got 50 members. 26 online. That's pretty cool. The Dapperlings and the Jeffs united as one. Anybody else need one while I'm outside this menu? By chance? Any more invites need to be sent right now? Going once? Going twice? I thought this was gonna have a message on it. That's just a beam. That is a beam. That's my ship, dude. Who copied my design?
This is the sub sound.
Like, I don't want to play Lego ships, so you always get space engineers, but then you wouldn't be playing online with other people in the community, which I think is the biggest appeal. I guess you could, but you probably wouldn't be. I am personally willing to put up with early access bugs and polish because I like having shared experiences with other people. Just knowing that you guys in chat are talking, chatting, doing stuff, getting help. It's nice to have a repository of knowledge that's just there, accessible, with other like-minded gamers. Where do I get this game for cheap? Well, first you need access to your parents' bank account. That was step one. Okay, I need to copy something on this side. Not that block, though. Oh, hang on. I knew I was forgetting something. Forget like one little thing. And the whole ship is ruined. This little connector would have been absent. Which, to be fair, it's currently not connected anyways. Just wait until we have to bolt all this together. Because right now, it's technically not even attached to the ship at all. And if you want to see, well, how bad could it be? Everything in red is currently not attached to the ship. It's just hanging on like a sticky note. Just use auto bolt. Did you just forehead me right now, Jex? I'm not even trying to bolt it. Okay, relax. Go back to building your ship. I already bought too many games this week. What games are even out to buy? I can't believe this person in chat just keeps backseating and doesn't even belong to the company. They are adopted in this community, and frankly, I think your foster care period is up and it's time that you go back because whoever your real company is, your real parents are crying and they want you back. Oh, I'm forgetting this. I need that over on this side. Which I think I can just copy. Okay, so I need to copy the left one. Wait, no. Chat. Yes, yeah, the left one. I was right. But how much of it? All of it. The whole side. Not that, though. All of this. Copied. Bring it around. Flip it. Not that way. Oh, God. Actually, that is right. No, it was right. I'm just dumb. That was correct. I was trying to invert it again. All right. I'm gonna say I'm not like confident that we got everything we need. I think let's just do a bridge from here down there real quick. Well, the thing is, we're gonna need other beams. Looks like we got a mega build stream. Yes, Thrash. For the last, like, 2.5 hours, I've been explaining what I'm doing and also lining the ship with a mass of ducts and cabling. Pretty much exclusively. But it will make the future building that much easier when we need to plug everything in. Think of this blue and gray strips as if we have one extremely large surge protector that has a nigh infinite number of connection spots for all of our electronic devices. That's basically what we're building. Or what we've been building. Looks more like Connects than Legos. Well, we haven't got to Lego pieces yet, but also Connects was awesome. It is a haunted megaship. Okay, think about where the thrusters will go, I think is wise. Why don't we just get some thrusters and see how big they are? So I want to only use pieces that I can actually craft myself so I can craft them outside the designer for the research XP. So tier 1 is going to be what we're looking at. So I think it will be pretty easy for me to get tier 1 block thrusters, and I mentioned wanting to look at the triangle ones. Triangle thruster base tier 1 shouldn't be that hard to get to either. And obviously they're smaller, different sizes, and they also have different capacities for thrust, obviously. So what I'm curious about is where to see the difference in actual power. Multiple triangle thruster bases can be placed adjacently in a series, but they need to have the same device field name to function with a flight control unit. Thrust power, 240,000, and electricity usage is 110 units per second. It also uses some propellant. So 240,000, so let's look at that compared to this. So the box thruster is obviously significantly larger, probably more power hungry, and it's 400,000. So it's a little more than half. I think it's 60%. Triangle is 60% of the box. 110 units per second versus 240. That's interesting. So it's more than double the electricity usage. But the propellant usage is actually advantageous in favor of the box thruster. So you get a power advantage with triangle, but a propellant advantage, I don't know how much 30 is. 30 might be negligible by default. So what I'd like to, these are kind of harsh angles, but it might be interesting to rotate them. Like this. Just, oops, that went way inside the belly of the ship. Might be cool to set some of them up. What are you snapping to? Game? Oh. It might be fun to kind of set these up as almost like an outline. We just need to be faster than Avic.
Chad, I don't have to go faster than the enemy. I just have to outrun Avic and then they'll blow him up.
Also, don't tell me if these are backwards. I don't care. I'm just looking at the shape. I assume that they're not ready yet. I'm just looking. I'm just window shopping. Okay, what about like okay, just so I'm gonna attach the other pieces because I know it's not just a single triangle. So just for demonstration's sake, let's just take a look. If it would be possible, I think we can move this over far enough. What? Why do you hate me? Obviously, I'll turn snapping back on when relevant, but I'm just trying to get some ideas for different profiles. Because I do like that goes exactly to the corner. I don't know, well, here you could just put another one. Dude, this could be sick. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I kind of like that it fits the shape. Like, I almost feel like having the thrusters just outline. Obviously, you don't need that many, so I'm thinking we probably don't need 2 box thrusters at the top. I'm trying to think of how many thrusters does a ship this big that's going to be laden with cargo inside need? I wonder if you just ignore the box thrusters and then do 3, 6, 9, 12 triangle thrusters. How much? The problem is without being able to test anything right now, it's all just conjecture on my part. I have no evidence one way or the other. How much we're actually gonna need. Do you have to worry about asymmetric thrust? I think so. To some extent, you can counter it with propellant. So the ship will stabilize itself. So like if you try and spin, it won't turn on all thrusters, it'll just turn on the ones that are relevant. Chad, when you play car video games, you always pick the fastest, coolest car. That is kind of true. But yeah, I know about the shift drag thing. I'm just old habits die hard. But it is helpful in some cases. If I know anything from Kerbal, more thrusters are better. That is true also as well. You could take that inspiration from Kerbal. Okay, well, let us figure out how to put these together and then snap them together. So, what's the other piece of the thruster that I need? So it's a base, thruster base, triangle. So we have thruster nozzle would be the other one. So I'm assuming that this is the hardpoint side, and then this is the nozzle side. Let me flip this around. Just use the modules. No. The whole purpose of this is a learning exercise to find out how the ships are actually put together. And then once I have an understanding of the internals, then I might use modules. wanted the easy build, I would be in the easy build. Okay, rotate you around. It looks pretty sick. What are all the pieces we got here? We got box thrusters, maneuvering thrusters. This is what we're gonna need to plaster around the edges of the ship for propellant. And we're only gonna be able to use tier 1. Plasma thrusters are far above our pay grade. And they are units. This really is building a space car, but instead of a high-tech factory, it is a space shed. That's what I was saying. Sim rated a couple days ago, and was playing some car mechanic simulator. And really, that's basically what we're doing, but in space. Thruster electricity converter. Interesting. Can be attached to the combustion chamber of a thruster, increases the efficiency of the thruster by decreasing the electricity consumption of the thruster. 25% bonus. So that sounds like an add-on that we would have to research, but maybe it's not. I'm trying to make a bevel design with the 45-degree curve beams, but it doesn't line up right. Yes, precisely. That's why it took me 3 hours off stream to even make this frame. So, what you have to do, what I had to do was mirror. So, like, my big problem was I did a curve here that's 30 degrees. And because of that weird 30-degree turn, then I did a 90-degree going this way, and then another 30-degree going back in to level it out horizontally. But because I did that, I also had to duplicate this same curved structure going on this side for the beam in the middle to be able to align and meet up. Because this, as I showed earlier, this beam can't connect down to here cleanly. So you have to kind of check your angle. Like, I cannot connect this side to this side. It physically won't work without having like a duct taped beam construction. However, I can go east to west because I didn't do any curves. These are all straight lines. So you just kind of have to play around with it, figure out what works. It actually is exactly the same in Rust, because Rust has triangle pieces that change the curvature of your base from just being a squared ship, or a squared base, and you have to do the exact same thing. It's kind of like a do and undo, where you have to, if you work your way into a curve, you have to work your way out of the curve before it can connect up to the rest of the ship. All right, anywho. I guess I will take chat's advice and look at a spade thruster triangle here, just so I can see, because it looks like it's missing something inside. And I don't know what piece is missing. So how do I take... Oh, here we go. So it is a triangle thruster combustion chamber. And a propellant converter. Okay. This is why sometimes you have to take chat's advice. We had the thruster nozzle already. So yeah, you don't have to be able to put this together. You can just do that's why they make it a module. But I think you could, yes, Lemon Thunder, that's what I was gonna say. You can make a custom module that you could create a combination of things and probably save that as a module that you could copy, paste, duplicate at a later point if you wanted to. But I don't have the advanced knowledge necessary for that. Okay. Thruster L. What is this? Thruster electricity converter. Made of bastium. Can be attached to the combustion chamber of a thruster, increasing the efficiency by decreasing the electricity consumption of thrusters. So you don't it sounds like you don't have to put this in. It says can. But it looks like it has to be attached. Because it seems like the game thinks you're stupid if you don't do that. This can also be attached to the combustion chamber, increase the efficiency of the thruster by decreasing the propellant consumption. So one decreases the electricity consumption. The other decreases the propellant. So it seems like there's literally no reason not to include these. Which is good to know. But it's interesting that they are... Okay, they're both here. And let's just practice how this goes. So let me look over on the side. Okay, so let's try getting the electricity converter. I just want to learn where they are. Bam, here it is. The plugs should be facing me. Oops. Just like that. And then the purple one is the propellant converter. And the plug should also be facing the inside like that. And then you will take the combustion chamber. Where am I? Oh, I hate when it picks up the middle block. I know you can do the local stuff. And you can actually see how this is meant to go in, because it's got the male to female connection here, to use a computer term. Oh. Did it reset? Why? Stop. Why are you snapping all the way down there? Let's turn off snap. There. Just let me have this. Well, this isn't... Yeah, this isn't right either. Yeah, because it needs to be that way. Yeah, this is right. Okay, I'm doing it right. Don't doubt yourself. Is it right? I don't know. Is it? Why does it feel like it's off? Is it backwards? No, it can't be backwards. It could be backwards. Oh, yeah, it's on the other side. Oh, yeah, it's on the other side. Okay, so... fine up until this. I was fine. There. Okay, so we have plug for you, plug for you, then move you over, turn on snapping. Hey, he's done it. He's done it. All right, so I'm assuming you don't have to bolt in these, but you probably have to bolt in the actual combustion chamber. Or wait, do you have to bolt those in too? You have to bolt everything. Yeah, see, it's got a little red box inside the big red box because they're not attached to anything. I think, yeah, I know you can, like, automatically bolt, but I want to see the bolt tool in action here. I know they got auto bolt. Is there a manual bolt? Or is that manual bolt? What does auto bolt actually do? Let me make a save. Because I fear what I have created. The auto bolt tools use to bolt and unbolt selected objects. Oh, okay, there you go. It can, I just read the tooltip. It can unbolt everything placed in the scene at once, and it can be used for a backup bolt check as well. The tool is also useful in bolting hard to reach spots. The mode can be changed from the tool options window. So, just the selected bits. So if I select you, you, and you, and then auto bolts, it's still red. Auto bolts rolled out. You just applied it to the whole scene. True. But it said the selected. So how do you do the selected? Is the fourth from the left not the... It is a bolt, actually. Bolting is done by pointing the cursor to any surface. A green ring symbol indicates that a bolt can be placed. A purple ring with an X crossed over it means that a bolt can't be placed there. Alright, well, I'll just do that. Pew. This one doesn't want... Isn't that... Where does it actually go, though? Oh, there was already one there. It's still not, like, connected, though. Does it need to be connected with more than a single bolt? This is why you would probably not want... Wait, everything's still auto-bolted. I know. I can go back. I can go back. I can fix it. This one. Okay, auto-bolt is undone. That would have been bad if I just never went back and undid that. And then you would put one in each of these. In the yellow area, I think, is where they had it. Oh god. We don't need that to be so large anyway. So, I'm not going to do that for every single piece, obviously, but that being said, I can do it just once and then copy and paste that particular unit. And that would work. I guess I should have waited on bolting until this piece was also in. Let me just delete the excess garbage so this is easier to look at. I think I literally just deleted... Yeah, I deleted the wrong thing. Control... Stop that! Now. I would like to move this into place. Is that not a spot for a bolt? Okay, chat, this is the part where you tell me how I screwed everything up here. Why does it look so angry? Because it is. Spaceships are angry. Is there anything else I need to do for this piece to be functional? Like, once I actually attach it. I know it's not connected to the frame, dummy! It's in free-floating space! Do you see the rest of... Yeah, I think it's good. This'll work. Alright, let's just go ahead and head out like it is. Alright, I need to figure this out for the future. So, I need to click on this. I need to go to Tool Option Window. Tool Options Window. Apply to selection needs to be selected instead of the entire scene at once. So then I could do the selection in theory. Let's see if I'm just curious what happens when I click this. I heard extra bolts. They're just doing a bunch. Okay, so maybe one bolt's not an auto bolt thinks I need a bunch. Confirming it did not do the rest of the ship. I can't really see any bolts inside the contraption. Okay, why is there not one here? It bothers me as 1, 2, 3 bolts. Oh, why couldn't do that before? I think I just forgot that. Well, if Autobolt thinks there should be 3 there, I'm gonna put 3. This is like struts in Kerbal. Do I need anything else to be bolted? 1 is never enough. This really is the more struts of this game. Okay, let's turn off detached objects and the bolt tool. That's what this is supposed to look like. I think I have a functional thruster. Now, someone in chat mentioned this being kind of extendable or configurable for additional thrust. How do you go about doing that? That may be a big question. For now, I actually wouldn't mind just doing a single thruster, but just having a bunch of them scattered around the back of the ship to make up for the lack of, like, thickness. So, I know that we got a couple other things we can do before. First of all, this is rotated backwards. Second of all, this little spot is where the hard point, I believe, is mounted. And then it'll go this to the hardpoint plates, and then from the hardpoint plates, I would assume to some beams, which we're gonna have to get creative with. And then we would be able to wire slash pipe from the hardpoint to the ducts that we've been making, if I have my ducks in a row. When you move that thruster, I think the bolts will disappear. Well, let's look. I don't think so. If you did one piece, then I think that you'd be right. But we're not doing one piece. We're gonna move the whole thing. So, actually, that's a good question. Is there a way for me to do a group selection now? Because we talked about creating your own module earlier. Obviously, I don't need to do that, but I'm curious if there's a way to, like, link these layers, more or less. Also, I need to take another BRB for doggos, because it's been 2 hours. It won't be as long as the last BRB, I promise. I have no idea what's going on. Thrash, we're making a thruster. I was learning the internal components of a thruster, which, as I learned, are nozzle, base. You need 1 electricity convert. Well, you don't need it, but you should have 1 electricity converter and 1 propellant converter, and there's 1 more piece. The combustion chamber. And when you put all the pieces together, you get that. When you plug them in. Okay, anyway, sorry, I'll look at chat now. Any of the hexagons on the side of the triangle thruster can connect to other hexagons on triangle thrusters. Those connected thrusters will then act as 1 large thruster. Okay. Hexagons. Hexagon. Hexagon? So you can connect, like, Wait, where's my I need my 2 hexagons. It's right in the center, so I think that would actually... This would work, right? And then this is considered one big thruster?
This is the sub sound.
Why, hello there! Hi!
Hello, Lyra Raiders. Good to see you with your memes that only you understand, of course. You can't explain a meme or it stops being funny. So we're just going to leave it hanging in the air. Like a wet meme. Thanks for 19 months of sub. Who's... Courtesy of Durf's Lantern. Interesting. That was an official name change, I guess. But I hope you had a lovely stream. What were you guys memeing about? I do need to BRB to check on dogs. And I'm not just leaving because you're smelly. Those are totally tangentially related. No bearing whatsoever on the fact that you're all here. Wrestling, you were in. I was in. Okay, I'm not actually doing this because I know we need hard points. I'm just lining it up, thinking about how many would I even want connected to each other. But hello, we're building a ship, and over the course, I'll just have you guys know, over the course of about 2.5, 3 hours, all we've done so far is link up gray plates with blue tips to each other, tracing the outline of a frame. It sounds tedious because it is, but it's actually, I haven't actually built miniatures, but if you got like a huge box of miniature pieces that you have to like glue together and then paint, I feel like that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm building a miniature that's going to turn into an actual flyable game asset. Look, it's Etalyx. Where? Are you pointing at your screen? Where? I can't wait to try YOLO. I already watched Avic do some, so I already know what it is. You're making an amiibo. Amiibos come pre-packaged? I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say miniature is 4 syllables. Isn't it, though?
Miniature.
I guess it's miniature. But I actually distrust the Google pronunciation because the way that it writes it out is this. That's 4 syllables. So I just think that the reader is lying. They betray what actually is written there. Miniature is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I would not say, hey, you're saying it wrong. But I think miniature is probably the most colloquially... Oh god, I don't even know how to say that.
Colloquially.
Colloquially. I hate that word. I dislike that strongly.
Colloquially.
The colloquially, colloquially. Toggle to British? I don't know how to do that. Oh, yeah, I do. How do you toggle to the British language? I guess it'd be United Kingdom, maybe? No, I see Ukrainian. I see why is Hawaiian? Hang on. What is it? Let's see.
Colloquially.
No, that didn't change the pronunciation. That just By the way, if you wanted to know what it is in Hawaiian, it's K-O-L-O-K-E, which is interesting. All right, I got distracted. Let me take the BRB as promised. But thanks again for the sub, Liuda. And Sogair, thank you for 10 months of sub. By the way, those of you that just joined, if any of you haven't been added to the community company that we have going on in Starbase, now is a good time to DM me on Discord, and I will add you as soon as I get back. Okay? I'll let you look at space at least. I'll let you go look at some space. Why? It's actually faster to run. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for tagging along for the build. Let's keep it going. I think we're gonna... I'm enjoying actually figuring out how the systems work. We're doing thrusters now, and probably gonna do some generators, get some cargo crates, and see how it goes. This is what space looks like. Thought you were about to end the stream. No, I'm just walking over here. Miniature. Just want you to have something to look at. Do some window shopping in space. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang tight. I'm just gonna go take care of the doggos. I'll be back soon.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Hey. Just a little update. Not that you need it. It's gonna be like 5 more minutes. The dogs have gone to the bathroom. Now I need to feed. So thanks for bearing with me. I'll be back as soon as I can.
This is the sub sound.
Okay. Hello. Who's this purple cube? Oh, it's you. In the Borg cube. Huh. The hell is this?
Why isn't he playing RimWorld today? This isn't fair! Somebody make him play RimWorld! Oh my god! He can't play a Starbase 2 streams in a row!
It's funny that oh. Hi. Where are their names? Oh, there we go. Oh, I see them. They were just blending in. Or their names were in the ground. I salute you. Look at these gamers. What else can I do? Ponder? I don't know. Ponder didn't seem to do anything. Apparently I'm doing an emote that only they can see. What? Why is there... How do you punch? Middle mouse? Oh, there is a middle mouse. I didn't know that was in the game. Why does it actually shake other players' screens? This is some weird, grim art house sci-fi short about abused robots. It's just, like the stomach going straight up is what's funny. This is how we greet each other in the future. Now I am crawling. You're blue, though. We're all just boring off-white gray. Got a blue and gold robot here. All right, I'm just gonna, you know, go back in here where it's safe from crawling robots. Actually, I forgot to look to see if anybody else needed an invite. There actually is someone. Hold on. I can't open the screen inside that menu, so I have to pop out to do it. Spartan Reach. You have been added to our ranks. We are almost at 50 people. If there's anybody else out there in the community that wants to invite to our company, just let me know. Preferably via Discord DM. 25 people online right now, combined with the Dapperlings. It's a pretty good amount of people. All right, now we'll go back in. Okay. Let me load my Beeble. Yes, CEO of Alcorp. Us and the Dapperlings under Avic, we've made a new company called Hubris that you're welcome to join if you wish. Okay, so we have painstakingly today made a dense array of cabling and pipe management via these form-fitting ducts that go straight into the beams themselves. Now we've learned how to build our very own thrusters from the actual pieces that go into it. And now we just have to figure out how not only to hook them up, but also to attach the correct hard points. So, is it just a device hard point? Is that, or is, okay, so I need to have a hard point on the frame, facing that way, yes. And then it would just attach like so. Is this the correct, grouping? And then the hard point will need to have a cable and a pipe coming out of one of these sockets and into one of the ducts. And then it would get the fluid. Now, since these are combined, We only need one hard point because they're considered one thruster, correct? As long as... Well, I might need to, oh god. That's gonna get confusing. I might need to bolt these together. So the thrust will come out of these vents. I'll admit this game wore me out and I've gone back to Eve for the night. Well, that's okay, because you don't actually play Eve. So it's understandable. You probably just logged back in to look at how far your progress bar to the next research is, and kind of just stare idly at that while you have the stream open. So I get it. I understand. While also simultaneously just sitting in your core chat, hoping that somebody gets some action so that you have a reason to take your actual combat ship out of the hangar and go assist, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be quiet all night. Okay. Anyways, let's see how these need to be possibly connected. I know that they're detached because they're not attached to the frame. What I'm trying to figure out is how to link one to the other using bolts. Let me see. How far does that bolt go? Is there a just bolt see-through X-ray view or something? Does that bolt happen to go to the other thing? And then I could do the same on the bottom side right here, like 1, 2. This one's not even... Uh-oh. Wait a second. Didn't I copy? Does it not copy bolts when you copy and paste? That's scary. You can turn off the vision of machinery, the eye next to machinery to hide them. Next to machinery. Who even plays Eve still? Like 3 people with 4,000 accounts each. Oh, this eyeball. Okay, so if I just hide, okay, the machinery folder, then I can see where the bolts actually are. Also, 1 second. Hello, Sawdust Bunnies. And people arrivers. Yeah, there aren't any bolts inside of this. So I must have missed. But also the being able to see through is very, very important. So it's good to know how to do that. So that'll delete those bolts. I'll just do this manually for fun so you can kind of see how complex it is. And you don't have to do these manually. There's a way to just select. I already messed with the selection stuff, but it's fun to look at the internals, in my opinion. Okay, I think only those 2 need to be bolted, and then the vent needs to be attached on the outside. Then you can actually see, okay, so this thing is the electricity converter, and this is the propellant converter. So what these do is make the efficiency of the electricity going into these thrusters marginally better, and you can actually see where they plug in. So this, like, blue socket will go to the blue electricity converter, and then underneath we have the purple socket for the purple propulsion. So as long as those are lined up... As long as those are lined up, it should fit into place. And then we bolt the door onto the overall thruster body. And these should both be good to go. Let me know if I screwed anything up. And now we should just be able to copy and paste if I do it correctly. Okay, so this is what I'm a little concerned by. It's like difficult to copy and paste the thrusters. Because I end up getting more than I actually want. And also, the bolts are in this time. There's a button, looks like a box with a plus that will group them together as a module. Okay, well, let me make sure this module is what I think it is. I don't see any reason why anything inside of it would have changed. Because you still got the bolts on this outside. I still see the electricity converter there. So I should be able to just select all this. It looks like a plus sign. Create a new module. It kind of went... So I might be doing something wrong. Okay, either way, I can copy this for now. Or just leave it over to the side. That's fine, too. I've been interested in trying this game out, but everything I've seen makes it seem jank enough that it's very much still buy to support over play the game. There's still a lot to do, as long as you like building and messing with your creations. If you're the kind of person that just wants to jump in, fly, and fight, then you're going to have a harder time than the people who, like I'm kind of doing, painstakingly putting things together. So what we're looking at for here, this is what... Okay, so there's a hexagon on both sides, and as long as these two hexagons are touching, then you know that their Minecraft beds are close enough together. You had something else selected that wasn't attached. Oh, there's... What? Wait. Why is there a green pip for a thruster triangle that goes all the way out to here? What is that? Is that just how far the thrust is going to go? I didn't see that these were things I could click. What is this? That doesn't seem like it's supposed to be there. Also, how do I still have something? I don't know, I still can't do it. You tried, Kimmy, you tried. You gave it your best. I feel like something's goofed here, though. Why are these green bits attached to things that are way over there? And then the, like, arrows are firmly in the middle. Speaking of jank, this is probably some. And they're all offset by a not insignificant amount. How about just delete all that? Then what do we have? What the hell? I don't know what's going on. How about I just create another... What's the piece I'm missing? We got the nozzle. I need the combustion chamber. Okay, both of those are bolted in. Bolt, bolt. Check, check. That's bolted. Killing me here. Okay, that's bolted. I heard something go ka-chunk, which scares me. Now select that. Now try the plus. Hey, there you go. All right, now it's its own thing, which, how do I name this? I know there's already a thruster one. There's probably a way to open the properties. Oh, right here. I can just click in the field, basic triangle thruster. I know we already have one, so I'm gonna put parentheses me, as in I made that. Now we can just select this, copy, paste, and we got the entire group. Okay, that's super handy to know. Because we were talking about groups earlier, and a couple people in chat were like, sadly, you can't group anything in the game. And I was like, that seems weird, because modules exist. And then we can do... Wait, it's... How do you, duplicate again? Shift... Control... Oh, it's from this menu. Yeah. From this menu, you can just drag it out. Okay, alright. And I know you can hotkey these, but I like... they're 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, but I like clicking on them because it lets chat see at a glance exactly what tool I'm doing and how it affects the things that I am manipulating. Okay, so note that these are technically not bolted, so you gotta keep that in mind. Also, that is backwards. Yes, yes it is. Why is this hurting my brain so much? There we go. It was hurting my brain too, Frog. You had the same thought I did, but it's okay. Because we figured it out. So then these bolts are going to attach the actual thrusters to each other, so they don't just fly off. And obviously we're going to attach them to the frame too, but more places that they can connect, you know, the better. And I'll show you the see-through of how these bolts actually look. Now that I know how to do that. Okay, so the ones you want to focus on, like this one. Ooh, I just deleted it. But right-click is a little scary, but also how you move the camera. See how it goes like up and in? It's going from this through into the other one to kind of lock them into place. Okay, so we have a functional thruster block that just needs hard points. So since these are all part of one thruster, we should theoretically only need one hard point, right? But since we're bolting it on via the hard point, would it be more beneficial to have 3 hard points so it has 3 connections to the frame? Or is that overcomplicating things? Are there configurable moving parts? Yes. Now note that I'm doing manual bolts, but there is an auto bolt tool, real peps. But I was just bolting them in manually, so I saw exactly how it fits together. But there is like coding language in the game. Everything is programmable. Moving parts are really limited to your imagination or your ability to copy other people's code. So 3, I guess, for redundancy. Did they make Space Minutia a game? Yes, basically that, yeah. What does the scripting language look like? It looks like YOLO! What does that actually stand for, by the way? Anyway, I don't know how to script, I don't know how to code. So I don't know what it looks like, because I don't even want to look at it. Alright, let's turn off the snap. And just kind of get a feel for how high up this thing's actually going to go. I feel like we could definitely fit more triangle pieces on here. So I guess here's my question. I need to get some beams that these can attach to. But I think it would actually be better if it overlapped a little. And we're going to have to turn snapping on so that we get symmetry on the other side. But I enjoy that being flush. So let's put... I guess I'm going to copy these. I should probably copy them with a hard point. Okay. I think it's arguing with, well, first of all, it's not the right way. First of all, I have it backwards. Second of all, I think it's debating whether to attach using the hard point or to attach using the body. Turn clipping on. There you go. Now turn it back. There you go. Looking good. So we can actually go up pretty high on this. And I gotta remember to bolt these ones in too. That does not elude me. Okay, so we just have a small gap up top. Let me look at some thruster modules out of curiosity. Because I feel like it might look cool to use this as a sort of bridge. Getting it, like, lined up is going to be the annoying bit, though. I think I can do it. I also don't necessarily love that it juts out so much more, but that does give it some shape that may actually be good. And, like, one at the top, one at the bottoms gives it a little bit of, like, not verticality, but it elongates it and gives it a profile. I'm just punching stuff on the stage. Kairatova, you're in the game? Well, are you in the company? What kind of ship will it be? Yeah, I'm just making, this is my first build. Custom build, Gilmer. I'm just trying to make something that has some cargo space right now. And then if I can get that to fly, because I'm learning the individual components and the bits and bobs and what makes it work. And then if that works, then I'll add mining laser and collector and stuff. But I gotta research all that first, preferably. So I don't have to buy it with money. I could craft it and get the research. This game fills me with some kind of dread. I feel like I'd forget a wire and explode my station. Well, the good news is there are pre-built ships and modules that you can just grab and go and just attach on a whim. But it allows you to go in with this level of detail and fidelity to make your dreams come true. But it helps to know how they're put together so that you can repair them. But honestly, like, okay, I've gone pretty quickly from, wow, I have no idea what I'm doing and my brain hurts, like 2 days ago, to, oh, this isn't so bad. Now that I'm actually putting it together. The way I saw it described was the learning curve is initially so very steep, but once you kind of see how the guts of your ship interacts together, it starts to level out fairly quickly. Kind of just depends on how much time you want to put into it, customization-wise. All right, let me add Kaibo to the group. Anybody else that needs a invitation? Kaibo, you're gonna be the 50th member. You, yeah. I'm just gonna make you and Grugan give you the ability to invite people. No pressure. You don't have to like take requests or anything from chat. But if you just happen to be online and see somebody in Discord or something talking about it, it'd be silly if I'm like asleep. Let's look at offline members. All right. And of course, Avic has the ability to add anybody that he sees fit from the Dapperlings to this same position. So let me edit. You will have the ability to invite as many, remove people if necessary. I guess there's no reason to promote. There's only... you can't have 2 owners, so the officer rank is currently inhabited by Avic, who has all the same permissions that I have. So is basically also the owner. But it's kind of silly, you can only have 1 owner. So the officer rank is currently just occupied as owner, basically. Owner 2. Edit notes. Officers, I don't know what if these even work. Set message of the day, why not? News. I don't know what teams or jobs actually do for the purposes of the company. View the bank. If you need anything else, let me know. Okay, so let's look at the roster. Kaibo, did you get the invite? We'll edit Grugan. Grugan's already a member. Look at Etalyx's bank records. You know all that good stuff. I don't know how to accept it. Hit I and then click on the company tab. And there should be a button there. Hey, 50 members. Very nice. So, to invite people, all you have to do is go to the company tab on I. You can also add people from your friends list by right-clicking their name. But if you don't have them on your friends list, the only way that I know of to add member is click on company, then roster. You have to click on add member at the bottom and manually type it out here. And it's case sensitive, which was actually a hang-up earlier. In-game name, yeah. Whatever their in-game name is. And if Grugan needs help figuring out, one of us can tell them later. So, hi, I am talking over my shoulder directly to you. Action Man down there with a... Oh, dude, look at this. This is Thai Advanced. Sweet Thai Advanced. Look at this sick ship. I'm clapping, you just can't see it. Action Man can see it though. Oh, it's an interceptor, not an advanced. I'm dumb. It is an interceptor. War Chiefs, they're cooler than Hubris. We need to have our own branding on the side. Actually, is this a custom sign or is this a pre-made sign? Because it looks really clean. I love that they did the unnecessary ducting here just to give it textures on the inside. That's actually pretty smart from an aesthetic standpoint. Look at the little cockpit displays are really cool. That's awesome, dude. What's this one? I love the crosshair on the front. That's super neat. Little chain gun turrets mounted on the side with the thrusters. This thing's probably really nimble. It's just a small profile with these box thrusters. Dude, having to like compete with these, you're just out mining rocks, minding your own business, and one of these two like whizzes past, you're dead. You know, like you're just gonna be a lumbering cargo ship. You actually would have to have like an escort or something. That's crazy. That's the whole point, though. That is the whole point. Like, how are you gonna get away from something that's small and probably agile? Okay, I think that's everybody that wants to get in right now. Welcome 50th member Kaibo. Also, chat pro tip: when you get in your ship, do not have your pickaxe equipped, because if you left click and smash into one of your console panels, it will destroy the panel, and you will have probably a bad time trying to figure out how to fix it. Also, this is possibly the most moduled ship I have seen yet. I suppose it works perfectly. It's pretty much all frames, and you can totally do that if you want. Just jam some generators on the frames, and it can go. So you can go as fancy as a TIE Interceptor, or you can just go Boxman. But that's what I like about these games, you know? Sure, you can have pre-built ships and get those, and maybe even customize them if you want. Which, by the way, you cannot take a ship that is built and put it into the ship designer. FYI. So, before you attempt that, just make sure that the ship you build, if you build it in the big designer like we're using, is what you want it to be, or you're comfortable making more than one model. PvE general trading stuff? No. As far as I know, there's no PvE in the game. And once you get out past about 50 kilometers from the space station, you're basically outside the safe zone, and there are no rules. It is a Wild West. And you will be shot on sight. You can always sell a ship you don't like. That's true. I'm just saying you can't go back and tweak it anymore, unless you tweak the blueprint. This is PvP only. I mean, if you don't have anybody else to work with. I'm not PvPing the people in my company, or you could have, you know, like Eve has company alliances. So that's up to the players, the owners, and everything else to settle. There's already people with companies who are anti-pirate and do pirate patrols, looking for signs of danger, who only fly with their transponders on to try to attract pirates to them, and then shoot the pirates when they come to hunt the transponders. So there's a ton of just like kind of emergent gameplay that happens as a result of that. Okay, load back in. Back to the eternal build. By the way, I missed some subs. Thrash Drive Shaft, I didn't get to some subs while I was AFK. Appreciate you, Thrash. And Chunky Opossum. Pogging in chat for 8 months. Thanks for the big gift subs, Thrash. Glad to have you. Okay, this is the only thing I'm not really sold on, but I might do something like it. I need to figure out how to attach these cleanly, where I can mirror it, because I want symmetrical thrusters on all 4 corners. How to best select these. Probably like that. So what I need is each of these hard points to be attached to beams. So, the question then becomes, should I just make this into a module? That's not a terrible idea. Just make it into one. Did that even work? Why is my modules empty? How do I get a module that I make? This is the one that this is the one that I just made. Triangle, Beeble, thruster, block. 1, because you know there's going to be a 2. You haven't saved? Well, I guess I don't know how to save. Click on one of the green dots, then there's a box icon up top. Box icon. Box icon. Box icon. Building budget. Paint colors. Say, oh, this. The download button. Okay, let's name it Triangle. Beeble. Okay. Triangle thruster. Beeble. Block 1. Okay, select the folder. That one. Done. No. Wait, did I just create... What happened? To the right of the plus, this is attach and detach. It worked, it takes a second. Okay. Okay. It did rename it. People arrive RimWorld? Are there any days that chat doesn't mention RimWorld, or is it just random? I am also just wondering. Zuka. When was the last time you were here? The 12th. What did we do on the 12th? Probably RimWorld. Let me see what you did. You did a D face? A lull? Anyway, imagine coming in here acting like you've seen all 80 hours of RimWorld VODs in the past 2 weeks. Because you haven't. Ever gonna play Zomboid again? No. Is that what you want to hear? Where's my module design? Ever gonna play XCOM again? No. In fact, I am uninstalling my computer tomorrow. If you save the ship blueprint, your module will show up. You're right. We found the person in chat who knew what to do. There's always at least one. You guys, teamwork. Okay, so now what we can do... is figure out how... Basically, this is what I need. I need these white boxes. According to chat, if I understand correctly, I need a beam that basically overlaps these white boxes, where I can then, from my understanding, bolt, I think, through the beam into the box to attach this cluster in mass to the frame of the ship. Is that correct? So if I do that, can the pipe and the cable go through the beam to get to the hardpoint sockets? I don't know, I haven't played. I'm not asking you. You were not the target audience for that question. Now, how can I do this in a way that snaps without that happening, basically? That's the current issue. I would like to align it in a way that is duplicatable on all sides, so that they are similarly arrayed, without having one that's that way, and then one that's like this way, you know? And it's pushing the ship in two different directions. Good luck. Okay, so not easily. Yes, I know you only need one hard point, but I raise the point that only connecting the entire thruster block to a single hard point via bolt is not very sturdy. So if I have a hard point on every single one, then I have bolt redundancy, where I can bolt into each one of them, thereby securing the thruster block to the back of the ship. But anyway, figuring out how to group things is huge. What? Okay, Tim. Just for you. Let's say it looks like this. We only need one of these so that we can plug in electricity and liquid propellant into the engine block. But if I bolt the entire thruster onto the back of the ship using only this single white diamond, do you think that the entire thruster block, if physics are involved, will be securely stabilized? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, instead of having one point where this whole thing attaches to the ship, I'll have multiples. I'll have 5. 5 attach points to the back of the ship. Does that make sense? Why are you guys all typing what D-face? Is there no downside to that? Technically, I guess it depends on how heavy they are. You might be adding weight. And I guess resource cost, if hard points are expensive to make, which I have literally no concept one way or the other. Ooh, that actually snaps. Unfortunately, it's not. I need to move it a little to the left because I'm using this as a midpoint. Getting worse. Progressively worse. Oh, God. Oh, now it's just going to pretend like... Oh, now it's just throwing a fit on the floor. All right, Control Z that. Let's try up and down. Now you're pretending like you don't even remember how you attach to this thing. Okay. Plus, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. It actually does make sense to have more than one hard point that is cabled. What about the off chance that a single, like, okay, let's say that the entire engine block, because this is attached, so it only technically needs one input of fuel and electricity. Let's say that input is going through the middle hard point. That is right here. let's say haphazardly that only this thruster is shot and exploded. The entire engine block is now dysfunctional. So it does make sense to have a couple extra hard points as a backup so that you don't just lose one triangle point and the entire thruster block goes down. I've had enough. I've explained thoroughly. You're just being ornery. All right. Now, back to centering this. Which doesn't seem easy. What I'm probably gonna do is just turn off. You know what would be excellent? Using X and Y and Z coordinates. Ooh, that's useful and spicy. Okay, so actually if we just turn on snapping. He says, unsure. How did I get this to snap the first time? Oh, forward and backward. It likes forward and backward quite a bit. It gives me 2 or 3. It gives me like at least 2 points. Let's try that one. Okay, it's still too far over. But what if we just do that and then do the X coordinate in a set amount? Let's say minus 0.12. Okay, other way. It have to be plus like 0.12, so let's say 9/8. There should be enough space there for this to be duplicated on the other side, so let's try this one. All right, well, that's not the middle. It's off. Chat, it is off. Okay, what do we do this? Let's add another 0.12. So 4.10, 4.1. It's trying to attach to the other block, which is very annoying. And ruining my plan. Now we're in the negatives. So do I add or subtract 0.12? It's in the negatives. Do we go down to 0.9 to make it even? Nope, other way. God. So it's 1 point. What was it? 0.2 before? Let's just Control Z. Yeah, it was 1.02. So it'd be 1.14. Okay, hang on. Will this work? Now the Beeble block needs to be put back 3.98. That could be dead center. But is it? It looks pretty damn center. Right? That looks right down the middle. And the best part is there's actually a beam that every single one of these can attach to. Beautiful. So we don't even have to make more beams, I don't think, for this. We should just be able to bolt directly onto each one. Do it 2 more times? False. Hopefully just do it 1 more time. Oops, not you. Oh god, not you. Behold. Oh, I actually don't hate this? No, it's not. I mean, you're making a goldfish. You're making a goldfish or something. What is this? up arrows. Up, dude? Up vote? No, it's gotta be inverted. Inverted. Not like that, though. Not like, no. Not... Okay, this is where it's gonna get ugly, possibly. Yes, because it is not going to align with the center. At all. Actually, I just how am I gonna get the Y coordinate to be the same? There is just a thin gap between the top bar. That is not gonna exist here. It actually might be easier to do it individually instead of as a group. Weirdly enough. Okay. It was in the right spot and then it moved after. Oh, damn. Did I do it? I think this one's a little too low. Because the top one has that see-through, but it is centered. But when you try to raise it up even a little bit, without, Oh, I know what to do. What if we just leave this flush? Because it is flush. And just move the top two up until they are flush. And then it'll be the same. So it'd be easier to probably just do Y coordinates. But is it the same? We may never know. I'm trying to line it up with this, I think. Because this one is almost perfectly even with that. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be an easier way to do this. But this way is mine. Oops, wrong way. Thank God for Control Z. That's the X coordinate. Too high, I think. The right one and the left one are not aligned. Or are they? I'm laughing really hard right now, and I don't know why. Well, sounds like you're in good spirits. Syntax, do I need to take your VIP away? For you specifically, I have no idea what's going on is the equivalent of I'm going to do graphic design for your channel. Like, you have to know what you're saying before you say it. Is it just me, or is the right one pixel lower than the left one? Or is it my perspective? I think it's legitimately like 1 pixel lower. 1 whole pixel is gonna crash our ship. Now that looks taller. Yeah, now it's taller. It's perspective. That's as close as it's gonna get. Check the Y coordinate. Okay. 351, 345. But this is flipped around. So it's not going to be the same because this is... Oh, it's flipped around. I wonder if one of these is aligned differently? Why are they on different Y... I think the center of mass for the purposes of the pip, because that's where it's determining the coordinate. You know what I'm saying? The center point is not true center. That's as close as it gets, and that's perfectly fine. The margin of error there is infinitesimally small. Okay, now, we just need to get both of these the same. That is almost perfectly... I mean, see, it's the same right here versus this. But that's pretty much the same, I believe, as it is up here. Depending on your perspective. It's because this is not actually one unit. This is a custom module. We combined all these thrusters to make them a single unit. So when I click on this, when I click on this, it's treating these individual parts as a single part. So for the module, it just put the center like a pixel or two off. So that when you flip it around, there is no like actual middle. Anyway, don't worry about it, chat. It's fine. This is fine. Now let's just make sure it's good east to west. I think this is perfect. It should be because this is lined up and we copied that. I really like the look of this. But I think we're gonna need more thrusters depending on how many boxes we put on this thing, right? We're gonna crash. Better than I thought they'd be. That is within a single in-game pixel. Of the other. Be funny if the model or the asset was what was slightly off. Were you attaching them? I'm attaching them to these hard points, and we're gonna attach them through the beam. Speaking of attaching, we do need to go and do a double check, because I specifically remember saying that I did not bolt these to one another, which I would do before bolting them to the frame. Though apparently one that I copied came pre-installed with a bolt, which is weird, so I'm going to delete it to make sure there's no issue. And then that one doesn't need one, but we do need to do it from this side too. I just wish it wasn't, I'm too scared to do auto bolt right now. Because I need to go back and delete the old bolts like I just did. But the angle is so funky. What does this even bolt? That should bolt to the, what, yeah, well, that should bolt to the vent right here. Uh-oh. Are there vents that aren't bolted? Maybe. Because these also aren't bolted. That's not good. What about this? Does this need to be bolted? How can I... Is there a way to hide one object? They bolt from the inside out. Okay, so why are there specific bolt spots here? I mean, if it's... Wow, I'm early. You are early. I'm too. Chat says that they're optional. which sounds suspicious to me. People arrive, I have no idea what's going on. I disagree. I think you have some idea what's going on. And the reason why I think that is because I specifically titled this stream, Building My Lego Spaceship Without the Manual. So I think it would be safe for anyone who is arriving at the stream to assume that I am building a spaceship right now, and that that is in fact what I am doing. Which means you do have at least some idea of what I am doing. I know you don't. These do bolt from the inside out, but I'm gonna bolt the ones that are outermost exposed. I think I just forgot to do the inside. Okay, and then we actually have to bolt them to the beams somehow. Why are you beeping at me? Why is this beeping at me? Oh, there's nothing to attach. I knew that. Because you don't need them there. But anyway, specifically what I'm doing right now, if you are actually that confused, I am taking what are individual triangle thrusters, which we just put together, attaching multiple triangle thrusters to each other to make one big thruster, and then putting these 1, 2, 3, 4 big thrusters and attaching them to the back of the ship. The ship, of course, being nothing more than a frame right now. But it's about to be a frame with boosters. Or thrusters, as it were. Thrusters that will not have any fuel or generator. But thrusters nonetheless. Okay, let's attach these from the top end. So what we're doing is making sure that they don't just fall apart as soon as we hit the accelerator on the ship. Because they would just like get some fuel and then the torque or something, whatever it uses to measure, would just like separate all these potentially from each other if they're not attached properly. Okay, now it's just this bottom left one. I'm just taking precautions because I don't want to do all this work. I mean, it would be funny if we did all this work, tried to fly it, and then it literally disintegrated. You know, that I do confess I would laugh, but also I would cry afterward. I would cry tears of sadness and joy. Because there would not be, conceivably, any way to fix it outside of doing it with no editor. Once this ship is 3D printed, we cannot make any adjustments to it without building a brand new ship in the editor. I could make adjustments to it in first person in 3D space, but I would not be able to just simply take it back into this shop, tweak it, and then put it back. That being said, there is a test mode, so we'll be able to test it. A frame with thrusters. That's completely fine to fly. Yeah, totally. Do thrusters thrust against themselves to move through space? Equal and opposite. I don't know. Physics. How do they work? Okay, these are now officially bolted. What I'd like to do is come up with a system by which... So see how this is pink? When it's green, it means the bolt actually will go through and attach to something else. So reasonably, if I've got 5 redundancies, how many bolts is enough bolts for each one? Like 3 bolts 3, 6, 9, 12, 15? Like 15 bolts for the whole block? Like, how strong are bolts actually? 50. Just like rivets? Just go add as many struts as possible? Bolts? What are those? They're like nails that go through the beam and hold stuff in place. My thrusters have 4 bolts for the base and 8 from beams to the casing. I mean, I do think this is excessive, but I don't see I don't think it has a downside. Is having more bolts bad? I don't think so. I mean, how about 5 per? I mean, it doesn't have to be identical. Could do like 6 there. Could delete some. Chat's gonna be upset unless I space everything out perfectly. They're not even gonna see it again. There's a bolt limit! Uh-oh. What's the bolt limit? Why doesn't it say that at the front? The game yelled at me for putting too many bolts on ore boxes. Hello, Zap Guy. How's it going? What is the bolt limit? 31,000? Oh. So you made me panic for no reason. It's like maybe I'm using 35,000, 31,000, whatever. This is probably going to be the trickiest one. I can only really squeeze in. I mean, that's plenty of bolts, right? You weren't planning on using 31,000 bolts? Oh, this is when mirror mode would be excellent. But I still feel like this is huge progress. We're actually attaching the very first piece of real equipment to the boat. Instead of just all... Now we got nuts and bolts instead of just only beams. All right. 2 more. This is just oddly satisfying to do, though. Also, I kind of forgot the plan here. I forgot the game plan. Oop, right click. Did not mean to do that. For the underbelly, then we're gonna have to connect up the propellants and all that good stuff. I think we only did 4 on the bottom ones. But don't tell. If you don't tell, I won't tell. Well, I'll fix it. Because now you're thinking about it. Can't believe, is this the streamer that took a single bolt off and ruined his entire ship design? All right, last one. Oh, I screwed this up. There you go. All right, they shouldn't. Let's check the loose objects. Oh God. That's not good, right? I don't think that's what that's supposed to. Oh, I know what a problem is. I know what one problem is. One problem is we've got unbolted things here. I didn't bolt these in. And there's some on this side. So I don't have to manual bolt these, I don't think. I'm just gonna hide all the machinery and hide all hard points. Yeah, this is the stuff that needs to be bolted in. So I'm curious what happens if I do an auto bolt. Is he talking to manual bolt the entire frame? I could. But will I? One. There, I did it. I'm flying a ship. Nice job, Kaibo. I knew you could do it. Now go get some ore. Go get a full inventory of ore. How do you use a tool through things that you're hiding, though? Isn't that the whole point of hiding? I'm gonna fly into the sun. Let me know when you get there. Let me know when you appear. Hit the lock symbol. Okay. Hold on. Lock hard points. Lock machinery. Ah. So if I locked all hard points and all machinery, then in theory I could select everything because I have, I think, not selected any of the stuff that is here. Yes, I have excluded it. Because I don't want any more bolts or random things on this, because I did it myself. And then we should be able to just use the auto bolt. Click. Poof. And now you can see it bolted in every single open bolt slot and attached all of the ducts that we painstakingly put in without us having to manual bolt everything. But that only works when you have applied to selection. So I selected it, then left-clicked it after only choosing to apply to selection. All right, I got it. Wow, is this a fledgling Keck W attempt I see in my chat? Shame, Shiny Gold Coin. Shame. Who's laughing now, I ask you? $30,000 bolts left, baby. Now let's look at detached objects. Okay, so we've still got a bad case of I don't know why everything's detached. I think I actually do know. The reason is we never actually attached the hard points to the thrusters. They're just kind of hanging on, I believe. So we should probably do that. So what's hilarious is, I believe all the hard points are now attached to the beams, but none of the thrusters are attached to any of the hard points, which is kind of funny. So is that overkill, or, I mean, apparently it is. But I definitely don't need these pieces to come off. What does the weird big circular portal do? I actually have no idea. At first I thought that it took you to the non-save zone, which it probably still does. But for a while I thought that was the only way to leave the save zone, but that's not true. I believe it will take you into unsafe space. And I also believe that you have to have a ship that is capable of sustaining the damage incurred by the warp. So you have to have like a shielded ship that's not just a bunch of exposed cargo boxes. That part, I think, is right. But I have no idea where it actually goes. It takes you to the closest moon. This would have been easier if we had done this first and then copied this. But no. I will do it manually. I'll do it myself. I find it cathartic. Chat, anybody in the company doing an adventure right now? Tell me what you guys are up to. I haven't been looking at the chat at all. I know it's getting a little later, but curious if anybody's out there gaming right now. Rick the Punk, don't make me have this conversation again, all right? You build your ship, I'll build mine. Mine is gonna outlast yours. Because if it never flies, because I'm in the editor only, then it can never crash, and therefore it will outlast yours. I too was actually building a ship in world beam by beam. However, though I was not using the easy build function, I was in the easy build zone. And guess what? All the beams that I painstakingly welded together vanished and never came back. So I decided that having the ability to save my design was of the utmost importance when making such a grueling effort to put something together myself from scratch. But I also do enjoy building stuff in real space, though I have learned to appreciate the benefits of the editor and its modern conveniences, such as the ability to save stuff. It actually kind of was practice. The main benefits of building in real space first was just seeing how big everything is. It gave me a much better sense of scale. Because I'm kind of like a free-floating camera. So it's a little more difficult to judge how big or small everything is when you're just putting beams together. And obviously there's things you can do. For me, I used like a cargo box, and that gave me a sense of scale. Or you could spawn a chair, and that would kind of show you how big or small you're actually building. This game, it seems you learn as you go. You do, yes. And I'm still learning. I've learned quite a bit even today. What did I just deleted? Also, Control Z when you accidentally do something is pretty big. All right, that should have fixed a lot of the problems we had. Let's save and see how it looks. Hey, look at that. We saved all the detached objects. There's still a few here that were apparently missed in the earlier selections. Yeah, I don't know how these got missed. I'm pretty sure they are bolted in. It's possible this is not welded. That would be my suspicion. That is also true. So I want to make sure all these beams are welded together. So this doesn't just fall apart as soon as we do our first test. Okay. Confirmed. What? Oh, hi. Not sure how that got there. All right, now let's check. Seems like these are the things that didn't get the auto weld. Maybe I accidentally deselected them. Why are you so picky? Why? That's literally the spot you're supposed to do this, but okay, I'll do it up there. All right, good news is everything that is currently there is hooked up and therefore attached to itself. Which is obviously, you know, structural integrity is a very important thing. Does the bolt go all the way through the bar and secure both? I think it is doing that, and that's why I can't put it here, because it's actually overlapping another bolt. But it doesn't hurt to do it from both sides, I don't think. Unless you're going to hit that 30,000 upper limit of bolts. But yes, it does go through. But interestingly, it doesn't seem to hit things from like a vertical horizontal. I'm not sure why that is. But it does seem to connect on two that are on the same plane. Alright, as far as I know, there's not a single thing on this that is not currently attached. So good job. Big step in the right direction. We have thrusters. We probably need more, but we have thrusters. How can I see total amount of thrust that would exist on the ship with all available thrusters? I'm sure there is a, because there's a material cost, thruster field name tool. That's a, I don't know what that actually means. Virtual mass calculator, material cost for all the things we've put so far. Is easy build finally fixed? I would assume not. It's been like 2 days. I asked chat if they were doing anything, and I didn't even look at your responses. I'm slowly floating in space. Smashing hot rocks together 80 kilometers out in the belt. Ooh, spicy. You guys out of the safe zone? Currently have 7 million thrust. How do you see that, or are you just multiplying the triangle thrusters with their known things? So each triangle thruster is, I forget. I'll just do it myself. I think it just says. This is the nozzle. 240,000 thrust times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it thrust that I'm looking at? I would assume so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20. So it should be 240,000 times 20. So we have about 4.8 million total Kerbal Space Program thrust right now. Chatter was wrong. Yeah, I just assumed that chat's wrong. So I think we're going to want more when we load this up with cargo. Thrust counter by weight. Technically mass, but I say weight. Don't let chat look down on you with actually. Oh, How do I ooh, yeah. All right, basic triangle thruster. Yes, I would like one of you. Thank you. And then I would like to save this as a module too. Also my designs. Triangle thruster single. It's about Hold on. Is this bolted? Well, technically yes. But I'd like to add a couple more and then save over. Because it can't hurt. That way it's at least more replete. May as well save the best version of it. Okay. So then, is it possible to save over what I just did without it being considered a new module? There's the single. I guess I could just have it be called the same thing. And hope it overwrites. We will see. Anywho, we're gonna, I guess we could use either more triangles or we can start using some rectangle blocks. But since we have this kind of like smile, I don't know what shape you want to call it. Whoa, come back. It was on like a yo-yo. We could potentially make an even larger block. Where's this? What? I hate that it follows the camera. That's probably why one person told me to change this. No, it's still. Why does it follow you? Isn't that the whole point of the arrows, that it stays locked on those planes? Isn't it rendered moot if you can just move it freely through space simply by moving the camera? Anyway. Oh, wait, there is a small problem. If this connects up, it wouldn't actually need these connections, though, because it'd be hooked up to the thruster block. But the real question is this going to look stupid? And I think the answer is yes. So delete that. Let's build a rectangle thruster from scratch. This'll be fun. So we need a box thruster body. But it by itself is empty. It's just a little shell. So let's figure out how to put one of these bad boys together. I assume it's going to use roughly the same basic principles, where we're going to need not just the body, but also a nozzle. Which my assumption is the nozzle goes on this side. Like so. And then we're gonna need the propulsion. And what are they called? Converter. Electricity converter, which is apparently not necessary. But it's gonna have to plug into something, obviously. And the propellant converter, but they make the engine run more efficiently. So I guess it's just a thing that could be damaged. You know, like one of these little pieces could get shot and make for some dynamic encounters where just a piece breaks off. And then we need the actual combustion chamber. And that's what really goes inside, and that's where the magic happens. So luckily this all comes out facing the right direction anyway. So you can see exactly how this is meant to go together. Obviously, I haven't attached literally anything yet, but I believe that is a fully functioning engine, which we put together in record time compared to last time. And then the individual pieces would fall apart if not bolted. And you can auto-bolt this, of course. This looks like an orange bolt zone, but I don't think it is. This is for the combustion chamber. This one's for the vents. And then, did these not bolt from the inside? Looks like they bolt from only the outside in this case. I wonder how easy it's going to be to disable ships in flight. From what Chad has said, the battles are incredibly quick because your ships are basically made of paper. They bolt diagonal. Ah. This does bolt diagonal. That's what that was. I was looking at it from the wrong angle. Maybe... okay. I don't know what this one is for, though. I went to the cool green satellite. I don't even know where you are. People haven't figured out how to use a material tool to make armor yet. Yes, they have, because I read that on Reddit, too.
Hey, Chet, did you know you can use a material selector when you are building your ship in the designer and you could use a material that is made of slightly better materials? And it will increase your time to kill from 5 seconds to 8?
I feel like the screenshots for this game didn't do it justice. I had no interest in prior to watching you stream it. That's when you follow up Hot Leaf Juice and say, I still have no interest, but I didn't then too. So, I don't think this... Ooh, this does, in the underbelly. I'm having a fantastic time. I know, chat, you are welcome to your own opinion, but all that matters to me right now is this is the Zen build sesh I wanted. I just love sitting here trying to put together my own spaceship. Once it's built, though, not only will it be functional, but I'll be able to build a new one where I add on to the existing design if I want, or take it out into, if I wanted to go to dangerous, out of safe zone space, I could, because then I could rebuild it via the blueprint if and when it got exploded. Does that make sense? Okay, let's take a look at the detached, because I know this is not attached to a frame, but I'm curious if I forgot any bolt spaces, because I don't see any angle where this works on the sides. Only top and bottom, as far as I can tell. And I believe it should be a functional being. So I'd like to select it and make it my own module again. Uh-oh. It's doing that thing. Where's the button? Where's the button? Huh? Oh, no, it's there. I'm just looking for the wrong button. Okay, create module, save module. I just like making my own. So this is gonna be... rectangle, thruster, single. Game is pretty. It is. It's just fun to, I think, fly around in. And it's especially fun, Cairo, when you're, like, me and Avik went out and we're just floating around together, hitting some rocks. It's just a good way, I think, to spend time, is how I would describe it, which sounds silly. But there's something magical about... I know I keep bringing up Sea of Thieves, which is weird, but like Sea of Thieves is fun because you're all part of the same ship and you can man different stations. That's true here, but I think it's cooler because it's more fun to have like multiple ships, which I know you could ally with people in like Sea of Thieves. But it's kind of silly because the server is only limited to X number of people, so there's not like the camaraderie isn't really the same because it's not as dangerous. Like if everybody on the same server in Sea of Thieves is allied, then literally nobody can kill you, if that makes sense. All right, how should we mount these? And I get, ooh, not like that. Well, you could do it like that, but maybe like put it in the middle over here or something. Why is it not snapping anymore though? I have 2 snap positions and neither of them are centered with this machine. That is the other thing we're gonna need to either connect up multiples or put a hard point. Actually, how do you connect up multiples on this one? Can you do multiple box thrusters or no? Because there's 2 hard points, or positions for hard points. Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance. Kind of, yeah. How goes the destruction engine? You'd have to watch some gameplay. I haven't actually gotten into a fight yet. Question, if 2 players are manning a ship, one logs off and the other drives to port, where does the first one end up when they log back in? That's a good question. However, there is a free fast travel, I believe. I think you can go to like escape and it's like an insurance button and it will teleport you to a station. Which I think they're planning on changing that mechanic in the future, but for now, so that people aren't stranded 60 kilometers from the nearest base, you can fast travel to a base. Or your person can. Okay, anywho. Reverse hard space shipbreaker. It's kind of, that is not inaccurate, I don't think. So just looking at the back, if we're gonna put some box thrusters on this, I think we have some options. Excuse me.
This is the sub sound.
One option is turn off snapping, because the game's annoying when it snaps incorrectly. One is position them in between the gaps of the existing triangles. With just like a tiny gap. I don't know how we're gonna line that up, but that would be, you know, one here, one there. And if we wanted even more, we could put one on top and one on bottom and have 4. That's one option, which I think is a good one because having the thrusters on the outer edges means turning is better. So like if I wanted to turn left, this thruster would fire, but this one wouldn't, to give me the momentum to swing the ship around with propellant. Of course, assisting on the sides. So if we have them on the edge versus the center is not going to be able to assist in any turning whatsoever. I wish there were more hangout place on the station. Everyone is busy making ships. Yeah, you make your ship and then you hang out in space on your ships. Cabo, did you see all the different pre-made designs? There's some really cool ones that have like multi-role stations and multiple seats. Head to the ship. I mean, we can just go back there again just to take a breath outside of this, and I'll show you guys if you didn't see the other day, because there's some really cool pre-mades. I do like the idea of this. Oops. Okay, it didn't like that. I like the idea. You could even move it forward if you wanted to, which I don't necessarily think you need to. Chat, what do you think? Outside or inside? I need some opinions. For where to put the thrusters. And also, how much thrust is each one of these? It is 400,000. So it'd be like 4, 8, 12, 16. Be like 1.6 million. And that would be in addition to the 4.8. So we'd have in total about 6.4 million whatever. What is the unit of measurement? I don't know. We'd have like 6.4 million thrusts, whatever that is. Did he save to get resources? I do have a bunch of resources purple page, but we're gonna deal with that later. One sec. I need to do some gamer stretch. I got gamer posture. Ugh! Doing some gamer squats. Okay. How about 10 more? 1, 2, 4, 7, 15, 21, 72, 108, 19, and 0. Okay. By the way, P. Willie. Howdy for 4 months. Thanks for subbing, and welcome. So if we didn't want to do the edges, you could argue that these are enough thrusters with which to turn, and we could just have a main like grouping in the middle that might uh-oh, what have I done? Gotta turn snapping back on. Gotta click the green dots. There we go. Oh God. I don't hate it. Like, you have to imagine there's stuff filling in the gaps, potentially, like plating or something. But I do like that it uses the vertical bar and gives us a bolt point. But, oh, yeah, we have to bolt to... We don't have to bolt to this. This is just... Why are the hard points so strangely mounted? Why do I have to put a hard point, like, on the side? But they obviously... Maybe they're not meant to be mounted like this. They're meant to be mounted like... To add challenge. So I'm not crazy, Kimmy Kicks. This is just kind of a weird aspect of the box thrusters. You're blocking the intake. What do you mean intake? There's not... This isn't like a Mustang. It doesn't need air to pass through for like the combustion engine to keep going. Hard points are required to be... Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know that they have to have hard points and be bolted onto beams. That's why I'm kind of hesitantly complaining here. I do have an idea, though. I do have an idea. I've got an idea. That will distribute the weight. I don't know if this beam would actually snap if all 4 of these thrusters went off, but you know, it's a valid potential issue. So I have an idea. I just need to get it away. So I can rotate it like that.
This is the sub sound.
And probably turn off snapping for a minute. Aha. I think this will create a neat shape. Use the space well. Lets me put a hard point right here where I need to. And mount it directly to the beam. And then we could have 1 on this beam, 1 on this beam, 1 on this beam, 1 on this beam, and have at least 4. We could even do more if we wanted. There might even be space to do like 2, 4, 6, 8. But that's like 2 thrusters. Honestly, I think this beam could support it because it has... Can beams actually snap under thrust? Is that a thing? It sounds like it could be a thing. Okay, for a ship that's gonna have like this size initially, how much thrust is too much thrust? Okay, there's the hard point. And then we need to bolt on the hard point. I mean, yeah. Directly. Probably, I would do even more than this. How does a single hard point support the weight of the entire thruster? I guess it just does. Lemon Thunder, I believe that the thruster needs to be connected to a beam via the hard point. I think, but I don't know. That's just what I heard from chat. Just gonna paste this over here. So I have another one. Actually, moving with the camera sometimes is a good thing, I guess. Oop, no, it's not. It's gone.
This is the sub sound.
Why can't you just scoot slightly up? So there's not a... I guess having a small gap is fine? Oh, well, this is not even attached. Okay. That looks good. It still sticks out slightly, so it's not totally flat profile, which is fine. But I could take you... and do the opposite. I think. Yes. Yes. Now we're cooking. No, we're not, because the game has decided that these two shall snap at slightly different distances from one another. Because we don't know. There is not an intelligible reason We could do we could change the coordinates again, but it's gonna put guesswork. Maybe is it the same? No, this one's jutting out more. Why? Because the game hates symmetry. I think it's actually clipping because of this. It's yeah, it's oh, that's definitely what's doing it. This single point of attachment. Hello, you and Avic made me buy the game. Dismantled a stranded ship yesterday. Very satisfying. Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, well, I could delete that. And it's not that big of a deal. This is just going to be disconnected. But then I have to be careful if I try to attach anything to this duct. Which I guess I don't have to. But it would be oh so convenient. Speaking of ducts, maybe we should have some go on this top side. Because that seems like it'd be easier to connect like this and this. That way we have some redundancy and have at least two sticking out. You could also go on this bottom side here. I think I just have to get rid of that. So this is just loose and not at all connected. But what it should do is not help anything. Oh, good. Why? Is there one on the other side too? Let me guess. There's a bolt on this side? What's going on? Back this out. Get out of here. What's wrong with you? They hate fun. I hate how the hard points stick out when I'm building, but I guess the idea is there's going to be plates around it. In theory, yes. Didn't you have a thing earlier where you can select snapping points? Yeah, I guess I would just have to do them both the exact same way. Which is easier said than done. What did I pick? Did I pick top middle? What did I pick top middle? I should pick the back left. Did that not do? I don't think it's doing what I'm trying to do. Oh. Or is it? Or is it? All right, now that was a good idea, chat. That was a good call. If we can just do that on this side. Green plus U. Pick. Okay, game. I've had enough of your bullshit. Show me the orange magic without deselecting everything. You just did it 2 seconds ago. I'm not asking for anything wild. Why is it not showing up anymore? Chat has a genius idea and the developers are purposely sabotaging you, Star Mage. See, now I can't. How did I just do that? Oh, it's an order of wait. It's only visible at certain angles. Just to make this even more confusing. Hey, they're perfectly lined up. All right, genius chat is online. Now we just have to figure out how to bolt. Oh, yeah, how are we gonna bolt these in? How are we gonna bolt these? I guess I could just hide everything and lock it. All right, that's a good idea. Let's just duplicate this. I'm gonna save. Honestly, I like the shape. Uh-oh, I didn't. Chat, we're screwed. Do you see the middle? The fact that there's piece of thruster to the left of the mouse means we would not be able to get a duplicate thruster on this side. So what you did was still important. But I have a fix using our newfound technique. Behold. Oh no, I'm gonna have to delete this too. Well, hang on. For now, let's just... Where did it go? Again, I'm still just gonna move this one over. It's still super useful to know, because I can make sure these ones are the same. Poof. And they're not. Hang on. Wait a second. I did that. I did that. No, I did. I chose from the wrong side. Orange. Magic dots. There. All right, perfect. So this will still work, and then we can just select you, 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 and you. Actually, I have to do them one at a time. Wait, does it remember this is bolted? Uh-oh. Did it not copy the bolts? Uh-oh. Why? We did this! I remember doing this! We definitely did this. %, I did this. Where we must have moved it and it must have deleted all the bolts. Is that gonna be good enough even though there's no bolts on it on this side? I think it is. And then we attach it like this. Isn't there an auto bolt function? There is. What of it? Do you trust the game that can't do easy mode with automatically put all the bolts on your ship correctly? That's what I thought. That being said, based on what I'm seeing, can you trust yourself? I mean, that should be enough to keep the plating in. Why does hold right mouse button just insta-delete any bolt that you look at, but also it's the way to turn the camera? Alright, I mean, that should be suspended. That's a lot of bolts. It's the only thing that makes my ship go, Kimmy! Do you really want to skimp on free bolts? You get 100 stack at a time. From what I've seen, the building in this game seems ambitious. Not that's a bad thing. Does it work nicely? It does if you build it in this mode. I tried to build the frame by hand in first person, and it did not work so nicely. That being said, first person by hand will be the only method that I have to make fixes or repairs on my ship once I am satisfied with what I'm building here and actually go through the process of generating the ship in real space. So the short answer is that the building does work nicely, provided that you follow all the rules of the game, if that makes sense, and can get around some of the jank. The satisfaction of having your ship painstakingly put together is the part that I'm currently the most enamored with. Okay, so this is upside down. No, it's not. I just need to delete more of these corners and figure out another way to connect the ducts. I'm just happy that I found a way to reliably put these thrusters in a symmetrical pattern. Though, now that I'm thinking about it, I may as well back that up. I don't know. I don't know how many bolts is good. Okay, that I like that many. That many is good. Now copy. Didn't do the thing you were just doing. The click where you want it system is working nice. I'm glad that one person in chat, it doesn't copy the bolts. Maybe I need to deselect it and then... I'm just scared. It seems like a tiny thing that's holding the entire thruster together. It doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem stable. All right, give me the pips. 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 That's... you screwed me. Oh, because I picked the front, not the back. Wait, what did that... back pip to center of this square. Boom. All right. Behold. It's not done. It's not like... Chatter, is this the part where you tell me that I did it backwards? No, I didn't. Okay, it looked like I did for a second. That looks pretty sweet. Where do you even see how many bolts you have? I bet you I don't even have more than 1,000. I like how there's just an entire graveyard of dead laborers' ships above the station. It's simultaneously haunting and also, like, appealing. Because it's like, oh, this many people have come here before me. But also, pick up your trash. The icon next to the computer chip looking one? Excuse me. Building budget or properties? I guess building budget. Cost 73,000. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm gonna build it. Bolts. Oh, I told you. I called that. Didn't I say not more than 1,000? It's 960. I'm a mathematical genius. Unfortunately, I'm not a genius enough to figure out how to connect these ducts to... Oh, actually, yes, I am. No, I'm not. We're gonna have to do a duct check before this ship is flyable and manual connect the hotspots. I gotta delete this. I gotta delete it, I'm sorry. I gotta delete it on both sides. Actually, it doesn't even exist. Why doesn't it exist down here? It just doesn't. Because it existed up here, and that's how it got down there. All right. The ship looks cool. Hey, thanks, Yemuff. At least when you look at it now, you can see which part's supposed to be the back. Talking to you, Swan Chat. You're backwards. Hey, this time it's got the bolts. Okay. I figure while we're in the habit of adding all these thrusters, why not just keep adding more boosters? Isn't that the Kerbal way? I actually really like this. It's like building my Valheim house all over again. It's an eternal project that it's never done. Yo, that looks pretty sick, though. All right, let's make a save. I feel like that's enough. Is it safe to say we can bolt these down and then say that's enough boosters and just then figure out how to connect them all to a generator and propellant? Which actually shouldn't be that hard if we double check our ducting. What about making the back into an X? I feel like there's not enough space for that. We should have a significant amount of thrust. We have, in triangle thrusters, we have 4.8 million thrust using some math. And these are 500K apiece. So we have 4.8 million from triangles with 3 million from square. So we have like 7.8 million. And I remember some random Jeff in chat earlier saying 7 million thrust was what you're aiming for. Yes, we will need maneuvering thrusters, but I'm gonna kind of get a little bit more guts before I start gluing those to the outside. Okay. Can't wait to see you fire that up and drain all your fuel in 90 seconds. Well, that's why you have to make a multi-generator array, right? How many tier 1 generators should I even be aiming for on this? At least 2, if not more. Because I'm thinking about how fast the starter ship burns through its fuel. Probably gonna need like 3 or 4. Oh no, sorry, not generators. Fuel rod inputs is what I'm thinking of. At least 2. Because the difference is, right, like, you'll burn through fuel, but you'll be going faster. So you'll get to your destination faster. What is the, like, top end? Where's the ceiling there? Because obviously you can't just hit the speed of light by adding more thrusters. Turn it on and go 1,000 meters per second right into the station. I got 4 boxes and my laborer generator stabilizes at 40% or so. Yeah, the generator boxes. Or can you? You could. 150 meters per second. Well, that's the other thing. We'll be able to fine-tune the generator to not spin it all instantly. Okay, but I like this, and I think that's it for the thrusters. Let's get them bolted. Though now I forget which ones have been bolted. Definitely these on the ends. Oops. But not this one in the middle. That doesn't look safe to me. Like, is that really... it seems like the fulcrum here is leaning towards just bending all the bolts and flipping end over end. I don't think it's capable of doing that in the physics engine, but yet it does look like that would be a possibility. Any experts in chat want to tell me if 6 bolts on this thing on just a single horizontal axis is enough to lock this whole thruster in place? Oh, we can go through this side. Which, actually, I don't know if that's what that's hitting. It could just be hitting the duct. And it may not actually be hitting anything else. There's a visualization tool, I think. I don't know which button that is, but I believe you. I know that there's a detached objects button, which this is not detached. And that helps. So let's do this one. This one's even harder because the side that I need to bolt in has ducting, which I may have to delete. Oop, that does go all the way through, though. I don't know if that does. Close that menu. It's actually not detached. It's 5 on the hotbar. All right, let me make a save. 5 is cables and pipes. So it's 6. You were close. Then click on the frame. Oh, I don't like the red boxes. What is that? What does that mean? What is all this? Just click them. I'm scared. Part is not connected to the frame. Isn't that intentional? They're connected to each other and then they're connected to the frame. Part has one of the lowest valid travel mass durabilities in the ship class 11.57. Yeah, but they all say that. They're the thrusters. Do you have to really click on each one just to make sure they all say part is not connected to the frame? The only thing I'm actually concerned about is whether the hard point is connected to the frame. It would be pretty funny, though, if we do all this. And then we try to fly and it, like, falls apart instantly. After going all the way through the effort. Okay, I need to get, like, in here. Oh my god, this isn't even... Connect... I hate that right-click just scroll deletes everything. Where am I? Where am I in the world, dude? Oh my god.
He's puking. We're losing him.
Just trying to turn the camera game. Don't take it so personally. What is needed for hyperspace travel? 1. Oh, well, that's pretty good then. And I have 11, so it's giving me a warning for, like, no reason. Okay, well, that makes me feel better. Just 1. I can do 1. All right, here's what we'll do. Midas is whining at me. So how about we take another BRB? Then when I come back, you guys show me your ships if you're around Station 5, and we'll take a look at some people in chat. Since we're, you know, hanging out tonight, why don't we see some people in the company? See what the community is up to. Okay, I think that is probably satisfactory. Let's back this up and look. To my knowledge, I have connected everything. I mean, obviously the ducts are not connected anymore in certain places, but the thrusters are fully connected to the frame in their totality. Via hardpoint on each one. The hardpoint is connected on every single one. I just deleted. Okay, what the hell are you doing? Turn off this tool. Everything is hooked up to everything else. My ship is ugly, as long as it flies and does what it needs to do. You should bolt the thrusters directly to the frame somehow? That's what the red boxes are telling you. No, it's not. Like, I just disagree instantly. But no, it's not. It's telling me that the independent parts that comprise a thruster are not connected to the frame. Like, this is only, whatever the exhaust thingy is called, is not connected to the frame. But the bolts are holding the thruster together. I can't connect all 6 pieces of every single thruster to the frame. Because that's what it's looking at. It's looking at the internals. And as long as they're bolted... Oh. You know what? They're not! That's the actual problem. The box thrusters have lost all of their bolts somehow. Even though I bolted it and then copied the one that I bolted. That's what it's actually telling me. So the internals of the box thrusters are currently loose. Auto bolt them. That's what I'm about to do. All right, let's just give this a try. Since these are modules, I mean, I made these modules. These are my modules. Then we should be able to go pew with just a selection. Kimmy Cakes, I'm on it. All right, get off my back. You had the bad back seating, and now you're trying to make up for it with correct back seating, but I got there first. Okay, this is my idea. I did it. Now let's take a look at durability. Presto! No more red boxes! Isn't that beautiful? Because the insides of the box thrusters are no longer loose, like a jewelry box? I don't know. What's a, like your glove box? I don't know. Boxes, okay? Boxes. Perfect. I couldn't think of a good analogy. There we go. All right, now I think that they're all actually connected. So let's take a save. Let's do a BRB. Come back and let's see some community ships. So if you are around Station 5, I'm just in the ship designer. I'll pop out and see what you guys are doing when I get back. And then The next objective is... Whew! I honestly can't believe that it's... Well, it didn't take 7 hours. It's taken like 5.5 hours. Just to get all the cabling and align the thrusters properly. That being said, this is a sexy thruster array, in my opinion. I am damn proud of it. So... Whew. What is next on the to-do list? Well, you guys figured that out. I'm gonna BRB. I hope you guys are having fun in the game, though, if you're playing, or just having a nice night. Thanks for keeping me company and hanging out. Also, some subs I missed. Afnor, thank you for the 2nd month of sub, 30 minutes ago. And The Dark, Alien Pleasing in chat for a 6th month. Okay, speaking of Alien Please, I'll give you guys something to jam to while I'm gone. That's not just the normal BRB music. How about... This is probably a little bit too hardcore, but I want to listen to it anyways, and you may as well listen to it while I'm gone. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang tight. Taking care of the doggo, so it might be more than like a few minutes, but I'll be back as soon as I can.
Hey, Chad.
You listening to ambiance? I can't afford any of these pre-made ships. Yes. That is the point of getting materials and selling stuff. Where's the vendor, by the way? Because you have to compare prices between the vendor and the auction house, so you don't get ripped off on the auction house, but I don't know where the vendor is. What was that music? It's a Mechanicus video game. Great video game, kind of like XCOM, but XCOM Lite.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
Okay, we're back. And because we're back, let's go see if anybody's outside. But anyway, Cairo, if you're not memeing and you're being serious, if you gather some resources and kind of upgrade your laborer with some just pre-made modules, you don't have to go from the laborer as it is. You're not really supposed to go from that to a pre-made ship. You're supposed to like modify your laborer, which you can do in easy build, despite the memes about easy builds inconsistencies. I could actually show you guys in chat if you want. It's quite easy to do, even if it's kind of dysfunctional. Okay, so we saved. Let's back out. Where am I? Probably gonna load in everything. Oh, I hear people. I hear people with guns. Speaking of upgraded laborers, that looks like an upgraded laborer. Why do they let you have laser pointers? That shouldn't be allowed. Also, why do I see people who are ostensibly in chat, but not... Oh my god. Speaking of... You know what, Jex? I'm glad you're not in our company. I'll say it. Why are there... I know Grey Foxhound is in here, you memer. Are you in Jex's company? Actually, I can find out. I don't need you to tell me. You're not in one. Chat, why are the people in here who haven't DM'd me to get into our company? Jex is in Vratoria. But they're alone, so they abandoned their company to come here and meme on us. Kaibo, was that you crashing into the neighboring vessels? Got some air push-ups, which are quite difficult to do, I imagine. My company is European, mostly. European. I think I know of those people. Kaibo. That's your ship? Alright, let me invite, Is it E? Or A? Yeah, E. The letter E. Okay. You're in. Did I miss anybody? That looks like a very low poly fish right now. It looks like a blob fish. There it is. Now I can see it. All right, what do you got? You got a speeder bike? Very, very smooth. Obviously steers. Yep, your creation is working exactly as intended. I swear I heard like a TIE fighter. I think it was this Xylos ship, but it sounded like a TIE fighter sound. All right, I'll just take you guys over. Here, actually, Kaibo, you fly me to the easy ship builder, which is right behind, well, that's to your 3 o'clock. Now it's to your 1 o'clock. It's the building to the right. You're doing your best. You know what? The starter zone, the starter zone is a great place to practice not just holding down the accelerator button until it hits its maximum. Oh, look at this company. Actually, there's quite a few of you online still. 20 people online. We should have 51 members. I sent an invite to Gray Fox. If you don't know how to access it, you just hit I, go to company, and you should have an invitation there. Okay. Anyway, I'll show you how to easily just modify your laborer. And by easy, I don't mean pretty. I mean easy, as in quick and dirty. I don't remember which of these laborers is the real one. One of them, oh, there we go. All right, so we got our baby ship. Literally all you have to do is go to crafting. You're gonna need some basic raw materials first. So you do need to take the laborer out and go get some ore. Which, would that be like, how many babies are in the game right now in the community? Do you guys wanna do just like a newbie ore run with just the basic laborers for the wee ones who literally just joined the game today? Do you guys just want to do like the shitty ore run where we assemble the laborers and just go out and get some stuff and kind of show you what's what? To Epic Dude, are you in the company? How do I fast travel to you? That's the fun part. You don't? I don't think. Are you at Station 5 by chance? If you're not at Station 5, I think you need to fly here, unless chat knows of a way to teleport to a specific origin station. Yeah, you can do insurance, but it creates a conundrum with towing the laborer versus having to go emergency do the repair tutorial on the new origin station and spawning it in. That's a little. That's a lot of steps to do in 5 minutes. I guess. But I guess it's faster than just flying here. I don't think I need to carry this many bolts. See, I have got some ore already. I got some resources. So we can just, like, fly out there, and I'll let you guys have most of the stuff if you just got the game today. My modified labor is dead. I don't know where it went. But I'll just keep it default for now. I don't need to have a big cargo haul. I think you can only insurance after you bind. I don't even know how to bind. You have to have been there already and set a waypoint on the terminal. So for the ship you're building in the other build mode, how much ore did you have to mine? I don't know, because once it's done, it'll tell me how much it costs. Then I'll have an idea of how much I need. So if it's too expensive, then I'll just go modify this laborer and go get some more. But the way I originally took you guys here to show you how to do the modifications, because it's quite easy. Step 1 is your station storage is your friend. It's nigh unlimited from what I can tell, and you got some filters when it gets too full, so if I only want to see ore, modules, and parts, I can do that. But again, be careful, because I put some tools in here, and I didn't realize there were 2 tool tabs, one for reloadable and one for tools, so I lost the cable tool and the pipe tool because they were under reloadable instead of tools. So, little unnecessary tip. But anyway, I bought 2 more off the auction house. It was pretty funny. I could actually just pop a crafting bench down on the laborer, because I did already make one of these. Can I put one? You cannot use items during ship easy build mode, only modules. Okay, well, let me fix that. Now I'm not in easy build mode. It's gonna be a little lopsided, I guess, but may as well take a crafting table just in case someone needs it out and about. Okay, so modules. So here on the ship module tab is kind of the prefab, pre-built. So what I did for my laborer initially was pretty much just add more storage. Now, adding more storage ends up adding more mass and thereby slowing down the top speed of your baby ship without you also adding more thrusters, which you can do. You just need to know how to connect stuff up to the ducts, which maybe we'll talk about later. But in this case, the number one thing is you can't craft anything without a crafting bench. So by default, not having one on your ship, the crafting bench is provided for you down here. So this little table, you have to kind of stand, you don't have to be next to it, but you have to be relatively close to it. And at that point, you can use any of the ore that you have accumulated in station storage, or I guess technically on your ship if you are connected to your ship, but it should probably be in station storage. So now that I am close enough to the crafting table, you can see with my current quantities of ore how many of each thing I can build. In addition, I already have some of these, but in my case, I might queue up at least a couple block crates. And the other important thing is when you craft things, that's how you get research points. So if you look at the middle of the tooltip, the red cube, the yellow lightning bolt, and the purple cog are different 3 of the 4 research types. And with research, you will hit K and see your tech tree. And via the tech tree, you will spend the research points you accumulate via crafting to be able to craft new things. It's grindy, so the best thing you can do is get the parts that you need, take the points as they come, and then if you need a certain type of point, find the item you can craft that makes the most of that thing, that makes the most of that research type, and then produce a bunch of those till you have as many points as you need. Think of it like progressing an MMO profession. Whatever thing gives you the most profession XP is what you make the most of. Are the safe sectors? Yeah, you start in safe sectors. And you have to go over like 50 kilometers out to get outside of that. And the game is like, don't do that! And you have to override to allow yourself to go. So you're instantly safe from the beginning of the game. Until you choose to leave. So all of the origin stations are safe zones where you only have access to basic rudimentary asteroids in this kind of local belt. For you to go further down the tech tree, you're going to need rarer resources, and of course those rare resources are only available outside the safe zone. So that's your impetus to venture out, because you want to keep building. And then you fight, loot, farm, build, so you can do it again. Anyway, Are there any crafting tables beside the one in the easy build hall? It's a good question. I don't know. This is just the easiest one to access. I can craft my own now. There's an advanced crafting bench. I don't have that one yet. There is a tool and weapon crafting bench to get to guns and stuff. And then, of course, the first thing you research is the basic crafting bench. So you should just be able to craft one. All right, what was I saying? Modules. But hopefully that explains some stuff. So anyway, I'm not going to craft these, but I might make some blocks because they're pretty good early for some basic research. But I already have some such parts or modules inside the station, I think. Here's what I'll do. I think I can just drag. Okay, so see how I have 5? Because I already built these. This is what I was talking about earlier. There's like a weird visual bug where if you remove stuff from your ship using the whatever tool it is. I forget what tool you remove stuff with. I've got my stuff all out of order. Also, Kaibo, I see you typing in company chat. You're the only reason why I'm stopping to explain all this right now, because you said you don't know how to do anything in this menu. So I fully expect you to be competent at upgrading your laborer after I am done with this explanation. Sometimes when you remove stuff from your ship, it looks like it is gone, but it is not gone. So see how I do not have any red boxes in my inventory for the station? There are well, there's some busted ones. There's like a damaged one here, but other than that, there are no red boxes. That being said, I know for sure I've removed red boxes. So for some reason, the only way you can see things that you've removed is to have it on your hotbar. I don't know why, but I definitely removed at least one edge block of 4. See, there's 1. Now I have 1. So it's here, but for some reason it's not there. Like I know I have curved crates. Yeah, I have 8. So if you think you deleted something and it's perma-gone, make sure you add it to your hotbar from the crafting menu to double check that you don't actually still have it. I don't know where it goes. It goes into a void pocket. But anyway, for our purposes, I can show you. Now that I've got some modules, we'll switch back to easy build with period. The ship will disappear and reappear as it reforms in easy mode. Any second now, or maybe I'm already in easy mode and it didn't have to disappear this time. Okay, so easy mode is the only mode in which you can install modules. So this is a pre-built module of 4 cargo crates. If you look close, you can see that it actually is like a sandwich of 2 cosmetic layers of plate with a central layer of beams for support. So it's already there. So I can just go wherever I want it, and I can place it down with E. So there's 1 on that side, and then I can just place 1 down on this side, bam. And if you're an easy build, no welding required, no bolts required. Now I actually doubled the storage capacity of my laborer in just like a couple clicks. So as long as you're in easy build mode and you're okay, you're like gonna experiment with some of these modules, just make sure you're in modules and not parts. If you want to play with parts, you need to be not in easy mode. You can still be in the area, you just need to hit period to toggle off easy build mode. And also snapping or not snapping. So sometimes if you don't want something to snap, C is the toggle for that. And I guess I could just show you another one. So no snapping. Actually, I think easy build has snapping like... Oh, there we go. No, I think easy build just has snapping and there's nothing you can do about it. But yeah, that would be the toggle in regular build. How do I wire new thrusters? You get a little beyond my scope. But the easiest answer is just find your cable tool and your pipe tool. And I actually don't know where these are hidden. These are hidden somewhere. I see the hard point. what I think happened... Oh, hang on. I can... By the way, I think I need to bolt this down. I'm just going to carry this. Which, P is the default to pick stuff up. I'll show you how it's done here. So if you use the module, if you peek, I know it's real hard to see, but do you see the hard point with the little circles? And then on top of the hard point is a duct, and the duct just connects up to the duct network. So ducts are cable and pipe combo. Tandem. So if you have ducts, you do not need individual cables and pipes. But individual cables and pipes can hook into any duct. If that makes sense. And as long as it's hooked up to that network of ducts, then it will take the necessary propellant and the necessary fuel from the other relevant portions of your ship. So for example, see how the propellant has a cable and pipe that just goes into a duct? That is now just in the network and usable by anything that needs propellant. All right, let's hit the road. I need to get out of easy build. Am I just going to take these extra boxes? I'm going to be a little slower, but I shouldn't be that much slower. It's only 2 sets. Okay. I'm in. Oh, other important thing, because I bet there's at least 2 or 3 newbies. Your generator button. Actually, 2 things. Number 1, everybody... I don't know why they do this. Chat, I need to tell everybody about the thing that you told me about before, but now I don't remember how to do it. You have to limit your generator so it's not always at full power. Is this the ship Etalyx built? No. This is the free ship that every player in the game gets. So you have to manually configure... I believe you have to look at the generator. I forget how to activate it. Because I have to look for a specific field while looking at it. Maybe you just tap U while looking. There you go. Okay, look at the generator button and hit U, and you get all these fields. Then you have to configure to 20. It's like 23 on button on start value or something, right? I think it's 23. Basically, what you're programming is how much generator juice is gonna come on when you turn the button on. You're basically throttling your generator so it's not chewing through 4 times as much power. Chat says 22. I knew it was 20-something. Yes, it depends on how many thrusters you have on, but for the starter ship, this is fine. You don't need to know about that. Don't add even more complication to something that's already complicated. All right, button on state value, 23. So now what should happen, see how this unit rate is still pumping up? It's still maxing at 100, so what we want to do is try turning it off and back on again. And see when you hit U, now you can see the generator is capped at 23 itself. So that'll save power. Speaking of, we're out of juice. But yes, turning your generator off when you're not piloting the ship is of the utmost importance. Let's go ahead and switch this fuel rod out. Get off my screen. Bolt, yeah, bolt tool. Do I need to reload? Hurry up and mine something. No. How about you say something funny? Okay, so using the snap is pretty important here because it won't click in unless you have snapping on. Okay. We have fixed our power being out. Generator is on. Chat, I don't know which ones of you are gonna go. I'll turn my transponder on for now. Excuse me. Parking directly in front of the Easy Bake Oven is grounds for termination. Got some stowaways. Hey, Murky Merc, wow, you did a great job building that ship. What a fantastic custom design. I bet that must have taken hours in the editor. Just dozens of hours. It's a pre-built ship, chat. I'm just it's a pre-built. They didn't build that. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Transponder is on, so you guys should be able to see what's happening. Says the laborer. Hey, I'm working on it! Do I even have a pickaxe? Yes. But anyway, the benefit of capping the generator at 23 is it's just enough power to refill your battery. So if you try and fly the ship with no generator on, you're using battery. So when the battery hits 0, your ship dies. But now the generator being on and capped at like 22 or 23 or whatever is just enough to top off the battery while you are flying at like full speed. Okay, let me see who's here. Everyone form up on the Lil Carp. Yes. And you're gonna have to fly at laborer speeds, those of you with custom ships, because this is for the laborers out there. And I see at least a few. I see at least a few. Wow, there's actually quite there's a lot of people here. You guys ready to go? I mean, you've had some time. Propellant audit. That's true. You do need to check your propellant. If you run out of propellant when we get out there, you're going to be stranded. You're going to feel silly. So if somebody's propellant is like under half, you're going to need to go fill up. Or figure out how to fill up. You ready? We going? You guys have had plenty of time. I'm just gonna pick a direction and let's go. So let's hit the cruise control. Now that we've throttled up. This is as fast as this laborer will go. I'm just gonna pick a cluster. Actually, that's kind of closer to Origin 4. Let's go. Let's nose up this way. Head towards one of these. I kind of want to like hop out and see how many ships are behind, but I'm scared I'm going to lose my ship. I know we have like a lifeline. I love how the people with 8 fewer crates are slightly faster than me. Just adding a teeny bit of mass has a proportionate effect on my top speed right now. All right, if I hit F, what is actually going to happen when the ship's going? Let's find out. Okay. What happens if I jump onto the ceiling? Is it gonna leave me behind? There we go. As long as I stay... Ah, I blocked my own... My mag boots are on, yes. What if I do this? Now you think... Uh-oh. Easy there. I'm gonna fall through the gap. Uh-oh. I didn't... Chat? I'm stuck sideways. Hey, I'm upside down. Nah, you're thinking with portals. Or no, now I'm stuck in here. Ooh! I'm fine. How far are we away from the origin stations? 6,000? We're gonna have to go about 15, anywhere from 15 to 30 kilometers out to get some good rocks. All right, I'm gonna try and jump. Jeez, go down! Woo! All right, we're here. Now I can look around. It's hard to see everybody. Well, I mean, you could just turn on your transponder, and then you can see everybody. What do you mean? You can literally see where I am from almost any distance. The grav boots are incredible. Okay, now this is epic. This is what I was talking about, though. Just being able to, you know, go do some group activity. You guys should do this too. You don't have to wait for the stream to do it. Go on some little starter zone minor runs. Sometimes you gotta initiate. There's like, I mean, I see some ships back there too. And if you're a little slow, that's okay. You'll catch up. That's the one thing that I do think they need, because you can have a rangefinder. Being able to range find another person's ship, kind of get a speed reading, and then be able to automatically set your speed to theirs, that would be awesome. Like some of you have kind of already done that manually. All right, we're about 12 kilometers out, so we're not there, but we're getting to the point where we'll start seeing some rocks within the next, like, 10 kilometers. I know there's a rangefinder, Obi-Wan. I said it'd be cool if you could point it at another ship and then have your ship set its speed to match the gauged speed of whatever you're pointing at. My ship has too many crates, not enough thrust. That's okay. What is this? I don't think that's supposed to... What is that? Is that like a loose ghost piece? This is like virtual reality view. Having fun at Starbase? Oh yeah. We actually just left the builder. We've been in the builder for like 6 hours today. And there's a bunch of people online from the community company, so we're just going on a noob run. And we're just heading off into the distant Starter Zone asteroid field. So for the people who weren't here a couple days ago, we played this first time. We're getting about 16 kilometers out. If I picked a good patch, we'd already be seeing some asteroids. That means I probably picked one that's already been mined to hell, which is what I was gonna say. All of the asteroids that are around here, and I guess in all of the game, are static and not randomly generated. Well, I mean, I'm sure they're randomly generated, but they're not regenerated. So whatever patch we end up going to gather resources is going to be, we're going to be the only ones who get those rocks. They're not just going to come back after we're gone. Hey, look, mineable rocks. They're here. So we can stop for some of these. I say we keep going a little further until we get to a slightly more dense cluster. Otherwise, it's going to be like a bunch of waiting around. I'm tempted to head down instead of towards the middle of this cloud. Because that just, I don't think we're going to get all the way over there. That's really far away, but I'm still going to like turn down. There's someone else's ship over here. We just stumbled on some random, they just see like a fleet of transponders and coming right towards them. But we're in the starter zone. Oh, see here, this is what, okay, we're going to slow down here because this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Now we're talking. So, honestly, just pick any of these rocks, and you'll start to learn which rocks kind of have which resources. And if you want to identify what you're mining, when you're really close to it, like right next to it in person, you can, I'll show you. You can use your arm wrist thingy to kind of track what you're getting. So for example, flip that generator off. I know what this is. This is going to be one of our primary building materials. But if you just get close to it, look at it, and hit U, and you have to be on the material tab. That is bastium in the middle and valkite around the outside. And it even knows how much is in the asteroid. It's about 1,000 kV. And then we're gonna get to some manual picking. But I'm not connected to my ship. So make sure you tether to your top mounted, I forget what this is called, resource bridge. That way, all the materials you are mining are going directly to your ship's cargo containers when you vac them up. Don't tell me that automatic collecting is on. Hello? Ship? Did I forget something? Oh, it was a UI bug. I clicked it, the X is still there, but now it's vacuuming. Okay, UI bug. Nobody's fault in the chat or me. Not our problem. Should I mine all the ice? No, too late. Yeah, basically you just want the goodies inside, unless you're really looking for something specific. Because the outer stuff is usually for, like, ice is usable for propellant, but you're not going to be able to use that forever. And it's extremely cheap. And the valkite or whatever it's called, kind of the same thing. You want the juicy innards. There's like so many ships out here. It's gonna be kind of hard to tell which asteroids have already been mined, but there's just so many of them that it's unlikely to run into duplicate. But yeah, this is like the stuff you want for your ship's, the bastium is really good for like the crafting of those things that early game help you get research points. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, dumb rocks. How frequently do they respawn? That's what I was saying, they don't. These are finite resources that will ostensibly never respawn unless the devs have to regenerate the entire game. They do, says Kimmy Kicks. It's interesting, but you're the first person who said that. And you may be right, but that means that there's half a dozen people who came here before you who are wrong, if that's the case. I was told specifically that the devs will only respawn them in case of an emergency. But otherwise, they are never respawned, though they do have the power to respawn them. It would have to be manual. Because they can't respawn, logically, because that would make the market literally bunk. Where you don't have to go out further and further or to different clusters in order to make a profit. You could just find where the one valuable rock spawns and then just hit that. There's red stuff in this cluster, baby. Someone mined a rock and left the outside shell. Yeah, you're supposed to do that. If you feel nice, you can crack open the shell so it's more obvious. If you're in a group. Are there like drill tools you unlock? Yeah, you upgrade your ship. This is the starter ship and the starter thing. That was the whole point of this exercise. Etal, do you mind streaming for 6 more hours so I can build my ship and flex on you? Well, fun fact, I have been building a ship for 6 hours, and I can safely say that if that's all the time you are allocating for yourself, you are going to need more than that to flex on me. If you have questions about what type of ore you should be getting, I would recommend just reading the tooltip in your inventory, and it kind of gives you an idea of what each thing's used for. So, for example, this red stuff is corrodium, which I think is extremely valuable because corrodium is, I believe, the most cost-efficient and best material to make armor plating out of. But I might be confusing it with another thing. This is a big one. This is dense. No end in sight. Honestly, a really good vein. Also, turning off your gravity boots can sometimes help navigate these because it tends to try to just make me clip onto all this. How do you auto-collect? You should just click on auto-collect in your backpack. And make sure you're tethered to your ship and make sure you have space. If you run out of space, you stop auto-collecting, but you do have 2 personal slots that you can move stuff over to free up a little bit of room.
This is the sub-sound.
I left my generator on. Don't tell anybody. Let's go see some mining in action up here. Oh, that's not... someone who's just, like, following us, I guess. Is that somebody in the chat right now, or are they just attracted to the sheer number of transponders that we have on? Oh, it's IKEA. I thought you were gonna do lasers. Are you doing lasers or not?
I want to see lasers.
It's funny, when you search for do asteroids respawn, it comes up with Eve. Apparently this is also an issue in Eve. The bottom line is, I don't know. I have people in chat telling me they never respawn, and I have people in chat telling me they do, okay? All I know is what I read. And what I read is what you say. And what you say is often only partially correct. This looks like it's been mined, actually. The egg. What are the odds I would pick an asteroid that I may have mined that, actually. Let's go see some other people. My little baby ship's already almost full. You can see all the debris. I would say that they probably do respawn, but I want to believe that they don't. Because that's more interesting to me. I'm gonna laugh so hard if that literally just respawned right in front of me. No, no, I didn't. Okay. No, it was just a weird, like, render thing. If they don't, then what are later beginners gonna do? In a perfect world, space is so big and so vast and full of so many rocks that could never feasibly happen. But since this is a video game and it's not real, I don't think it would be possible to run out of rocks with just, ow, bonk. Just like a couple 100,000 players or however many people are playing. Especially considering the further out you go, you are exponentially increasing the amount of space in which rocks can spawn. So it would be most densely clustered in the starter zone. So in a perfect world, starter zone rocks would respawn and nothing else would. Because if you go 50 kilometers radius out, it's like pizza, chat. It's just like a pizza, except it's a spherical pizza instead of just a regular 2D pizza. Like a 2D pizza, the difference between a 8-inch pizza and a 16-inch pizza is not twice as much pizza. It's exponentially more pizza because of how radius and circumference work. Similarly, if you go 50 kilometers out instead of 25 kilometers out in a radius around the starter area, you're not just going twice as far out. I mean, you are if you're going in a straight line. But the entire area is significantly larger. For example, how much bigger is a 16-inch pizza versus a 12-inch pizza? Okay, 12-inch pizza versus a 16-inch pizza. You'd think, oh, the 12-inch pizza is 25% smaller than the 16-inch pizza, and the 16-inch pizza is 33% larger than the 12-inch pizza. You'd think so. But actually, a 16-inch pizza is almost 2 12-inch pizzas. It is 1.8 times as large, not 33% large, 80% larger. Similarly, in space, going outside the starter stations, the further out you go, you're going every new distance 50 kilometers out, 75 kilometers out, 100 kilometers out. You're going, there's so much more space in those like divisions. Who thinks it's that simple? Nobody thinks it's that simple. My point, Chad was saying if rocks didn't respawn, wouldn't we run out? And I was saying once you go 50 kilometers out, which is outside the starter zone, rocks shouldn't need to respawn because space should be so big by that point that there's no conceivable way the player base could mine them all out, due to the nature of how much extra space there is when you go further and further out. Does that make sense? Oh, I was using battery. The percent is higher because this pizza has an X, Y, and a Z. Exactly. That's why I was saying it's like a sphere pizza. There's a whole nother axis that multiplies how much space there actually is even more the further out you go. I'm just gonna leave it on so the battery recharges. Got some green juice. Hey, what's up? Konnichiwa. We're just taking a little break from the ship build marathon to hit some rocks with some company friends. I don't need that. Okay. Let's go, I like how we can just see chat kind of scattered around, doing some rock hitting. It's also something I'm really interested in is having some multi-role ships where, you know, I have like someone piloting a big miner and having somebody else like aiming the mining laser or the tractor beams, hauling stuff. The multi-role stuff is the most interesting bit to me. So when's this up? The chat was talking about an update coming out this month that's supposed to be pretty big. What's that all about? That's what I was talking about on Fire. I think they're supposed to be doing a capital ship update soon. I don't know what it's going to be. Capital ship and moon content. So in theory, a capital ship at least sounds like it'd be big enough to house another ship. It's not really what I want, but I'll take it. I don't even know what this is. Nergite, coolant and enhancers. Not sure if valuable to me. By the way, right-clicking stuff like ice. I'll keep agitite because I want to make glass. You don't need valkite. I'd rather make room for stuff that's usable when I only have a laborer right now. Stuff that is immediately usable. If you have a moon base, wouldn't someone be able to destroy the base by mining out the moon? I guess just don't let them foundation raid you in Rust. Would probably be the answer. Oh, what about like tethering ships? I guess you could via some kind of custom construction, but like, obviously a towing service I'm sure exists in some capacity, but I mean something like, can you tractor beam another ship right now? Somebody mined this? Somebody already mined that. What are the odds? I guess we're all clustered together. Only Etalyx at the moment, but yeah, like having some kind of way to put your ship in neutral and just let it be towed would be cool. This is a good cluster though to take a big group. I've had a couple excursions where I go out and there's a huge dense cloud and there's just like 1 or 2 asteroids visible at any given time. This at least is a nice, big, pretty rich area that's not terribly far. We're like less than 30 kilometers. Yeah, we're 21. Isn't it always a neutral? Actually, no. Because there are not Newtonian physics on the ship. I think they were probably worried about kind of what you have to do in Elite Dangerous. You ever tried, like, even Elite Dangerous? I haven't played Star Citizen. Elite Dangerous, like, does not have Newtonian physics on your ship by default. You have to, like, turn off the compensation thrusters so that you don't just keep floating indefinitely through space. Like, why am I getting further away? Like, somebody hops out of their chair and the ship just keeps going. So the way it is right now, your ship will basically adjust itself to come to a stop, which I think still uses fuel, but I don't know for sure. Let's see. I actually can't see the thrusters to see if the front one's firing. Like Elite Dangerous, you can turn that off manually, but you kind of do it for only specific situations, at least when I played. I'm just ready to have a larger ship, that is a faster ship, that has more cargo, that I can put a mining laser on and put automatic gathering system and be a happy boy. But to do that, I need to go back into the shipbuilder. All right, I think I'm probably about full. Actually, yes. I got like 2 spaces left. That's kind of what I was thinking about the capital ships. Do you have to bolt down the fighters inside? I assume there would be some kind of clamp system where their like feet attach to a stable point on the ship. Get out of my way, nerds! Ooh, this is juicy. Capital ships don't actually fly. What if I told you none of the ships are actually flying? They're just falling really fast. I want this stuff. If anybody's got free cargo space, if you want it, I can come tether your ship. Pull up next to mine. This is some good building material right here. Clunk, 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 clunk. Did you play the airship game with the grappling hooks? We actually talked about that last time, yes. Worlds Adrift, as I recall. Worlds Adrift. I did play that briefly. Alright, since nobody's going this way, I'm assuming everybody's already full or doesn't need any more stone, or they could just get their own just as easy. So, I could... I actually have... I can't put the modules on, because we're not... You can't do easy build out here. But if I had some individual cargo crates, or if I crafted them, I could. Just bolt the ore. Yeah, I could. Could just bolt the ore. Does it come out as a box, or like a cube? It does indeed. Gonna be a little lopsided. Come to me. Be absorbed. Is it full again? This is actually a ton. Come back to that. Something very addicting about just absorbing all this rock material. Now let's go. I actually do have a bolt gun. Hey! Hey! I love that it comes with indentations. There we go. The ship has a durability error. Let's see. I think I'm good to go! Be chugging back. Yeah, box holds one stack of stuff. I think you can put other things besides ore in... Well, can you? They're called ore boxes. Are they ever gonna make other objects take up space or weight for hauling purposes? Because I feel like market transporters is kind of a big thing. At least it was in Eve, which obviously this is not Eve. But you would assume, given all the other features of the game, that would be a natural fit. Item boxes are in the works? Interesting. That's kind of what I figured. Because I feel like people are going to make a lot of their living hauling stuff safely in scary space. That seems like a job that people could actually do. And probably a fun one. Be a space trucker. In some dangerous parts of space and just try and get there safely for a paycheck or have insurance on all the stuff. Hey, what's up, So Much Teeth? Yeah, I'm having fun. Just hanging out with some of the community peeps. You guys get what you came for? I've been reading the in-game chat, really. Make sure you got a good generator and propellant before we head out. I was a space trucker in Eve. I was a scalper in Eve in like 2009 to 2011, somewhere in that range. I was an Amazon scalper before Amazon scalping became an actual real-life profession. You guys are like two turtle doves. You guys are doing a ballet up there. Go to an area, find some cheap just anything. It could be raw components. Usually it wasn't ore, because ore took massive cargo hauls. Just get some specialty goods. Buy out all of them. Only list a few and take the rest to, you know, however many jumps away and where the markup is higher, and just sell them there. Haul my own goods. Try to get monopolies on different resources was fun. Buy everybody out, and then you've got all the goods and you get to dictate the prices. And then if somebody comes in and tries to undercut you, buy them up too. Just keep the price the same. Sometimes at a loss, but just to maintain the, because people, that's what I did. I would just watch the auction house and get used to the price. All right, we can talk about this while we fly. We gave everybody time to group up. Let's go. Back to Origin 5. I'll get started a little slower so people have time to catch up. There we go. Cruise on. And away we go. I'm gonna be very slow because I got like ore bolted to the top of my ship. The labor is already a chunky addition with the extra 8 crates, and all the crates are full, so we got a lot of mass for not a lot of thrust. I was a gate camper in a stealth bomber in Eve. I was a spreadsheet analyst. That's just what you call people who play Eve. That's nothing special. Well, hope some of the newbies got a good haul. Honestly, cruise control is just a good time to chat. By the way, fun fact, there is a cruise control for on foot / jetpack insert. So if you have to go even a medium to small distance in your jetpack around the base for whatever reason, you can just tap insert and type away. My inventory bugged out, but I got some more. I can give you some of mine, Kaiba, if you want the ones off the top of my ship, because I've already got some big stacks. What do you mean your inventory bugged out? My ship is structurally compromised and can barely move. I actually had that happen when Avik and me went out and his ship ran out of propellant. Mine had a glitched propellant tank inside of the other propellant tank that you physically could not see. So me and Avik were sitting there for 30 to 45 minutes trying to figure out why my ship was creaking and groaning like it was about to capitulate. I don't think that's the right word, but you know what I mean. It was about to like give in on itself. And then when we streamed it 2 days ago, I tried to pull the propellant tanks off, and there was a ghost damaged propellant tank inside the 2 functioning ones that was apparently physics ricocheting off of the rest of the ship and slowing the entire ship down through some weird physics inertia interaction. And it was going like 10 miles an hour. I actually gave Avik one of my propellant tanks, but he was worried that me removing the tank as what broke my ship, so he gave it back. And he just kind of... I towed him on the back of the ship. Then he towed his ship back in, which was hilariously... I didn't know how much money this was at the time, but he had to pay 22,000 credits to tow his ship back in. And now that I have a little bit more perspective, it's a good chunk of the way towards just buying a new pre-built ship. Just to tow your little ore run. Why is there a piece of ore, like, stuck to Kaibo's ship? What do you mean it's a fuel rod? My ghost friend? Gotta make a towing company and earn that cheddar. Yeah, exactly. The problem is the people most likely to get stuck out here are the people most likely to have no money, like me. Oh. Here, get close. You're faster than me, Kaibo. You can get closer to me. Why do you have a fuel rod down there? I see it. I believe you. But why? I don't understand. How is it free floating? Anyway. Let me see if I can get out of this while we head back without losing my spot. Easy. Easy. Grav boots. Everybody's such a different speed now. These look like grass blocks. I see Smoke and Gray Fox way back there. I did that the other day. We've got at least 5 or 6 ships just around us. I saw a couple race all the way up to the destination. Is your cockpit not entirely enclosed? Nope. Because I am not a human being, and thus I do not require oxygen. Oh, this is the worst dance. I hate this one. This is like the kind of dance that someone on a Will Ferrell improv movie just does because they didn't write the script for that scene. And the director just yelled, like, everybody dance! Real quick, come on, dance! Like, and then they just awkwardly start trying to do something funny. I also love that improv movies are dead now. When was the last improv movie that came out? It was just a series of people trying to repeat the success of, like, Anchorman and, I guess by extension, The Office had some big improvised bits. I miss when Will Ferrell wasn't a mark of shame on a movie. Does Borat 2 not count? Not, I mean, the Borat movies are different. They're set up differently. That's like a person doing improv against real people. Whereas the, like, Anchorman style movies are putting actors together and telling them to make up the script as they go. It's kind of, I'm just talking about a different genre, I guess. Oh, anyway, what's up? This Suffering. Thanks for 11 months. Appreciate the sub. But I think, yeah, Will Ferrell just had a series of terrible movies. There was some actually really good improv in, I think that they stand the test of time. The Jim Carrey, Bruce Almighty. Bruce Almighty, I think, holds up pretty well. It was received okay when it came out. I think people liked it enough for there to be a sequel. But that movie's pretty damn funny. And it's got a lot of improv. The deleted, or the outtakes are pretty good for Bruce Almighty and Evan Almighty, actually. I like the game so far. It's a lot of fun. Loki, we just did a little laborer baby excursion with the gang. Try to get everybody get some ore. I think people were having a little trouble maybe finding some. That's kind of the biggest I think, new player hurdle it was for me. Like it was a little intimidating just picking a direction to go in space and being like, am I there yet? Wait, are there supposed to be asteroids? So it's helpful to just be like, you can pick a cluster, head this way, you see them, and you go get them. And it's not as daunting as it looks. But I'm gonna do some more building. Do some more ship building. I need to get some food. And I also need to feed the Midas. Alright, we're home again. Look at all this ship debris you gotta dodge. Like, okay, at what point these can never be salvaged, right? While they're right around the station. How far out do you have to get before derelict becomes salvageable? So you can't salvage anything until you exit the safe zone. Okay. Turn cruise off so we can kind of slow down. Then I kind of just want to go... Okay, so another thing that I think is important for new players is refueling your propellant if you've been using a bunch. Especially if you haven't capped your generator, which you definitely should. But there are a lot of areas just around here that you can pop down for a propellant refill. I was a little confused at first and thought that it was also refueling my fuel rods, but that is not the case. It's like a little pink platform. There's a bunch of them, but watch me not be able to find one now. I feel like they are near the landing pads too, but maybe not. You would think they would be near the landing pads. I kind of want to see what this is anyways. There's this little station over here. I want to see what it is. What is this? Is this a vendor? Why is there Reddit alien here? What is this? Anyway, the last time I couldn't find it, I just had to look for the thing that says refuel in big letters. And it's weirdly easy to miss. I think it's these platforms down here. There's more than just these. But these platforms are, I think, refueling. These like pink and purple. These are the ones that I use. Because it's fun to pull up alongside of them. So you just pop into one of these cubes. Why are these instanced? Are these instanced on player stations or just a starter station? I feel like they shouldn't be instanced. Realism. Okay, so then you just tether to your ship. Orient yourself. Connect up to the platform with your ship. And then as long as you've got money, you should just be able to buy all. I'm not sure on what circumstances you would want to dictate how much propeller power. Maybe you've got a really large ship. And then you're good on propellant.
Oh, you forgot to disconnect!
It's like a fuel leak. It's like one of those videos of people at the gas pump that just drive off with the nozzle still in the back of the car. Those are terrifying, though. I hate those. But they're also, this is like you can't look away. Yeah, then the gas station catches on fire. Look at this pancake coming through. It's a cool pancake peach. Oh, it's that's the Leviathan from earlier. There's, I think, is this? That's the workshop. There's other refueling places, but those are just the ones I know where they are. Chat says the ore tower. I don't even know where the ore tower is. Anyway, the other thing you can do, you don't have to be in here. You can be anywhere within reach of the station, as long as you're tethered to your ship. So this is for newbies, singling out Kairotobi because they're the ones that had the most questions earlier. As long as you're tethered to your ship, you don't have to be in here, but just anywhere where you're in range of the station, you can take your connected containers, and you don't have to, you can do them one by one, but you can also just right-click, transfer all ore to station storage. And it seems like it doesn't grab everything, but it grabs the ore, and I guess the other rocks. Just move them on over. And you got your entire, almost, I guess it's unlimited, station storage, and that'll keep your stuff safe and free you up for another run if you want. Oh, it only grabs full stacks? That makes sense. All right. Anybody else that I need to add to the company? Let me look at my DMs. I got no DMs. I saw someone in chat that asked if we had room for something. Who was that? Loki Troy the Gamer said you got room for one. Loki, do you need a community company to join? I just need your in-game name. Don't forget the cubes on the ship. I already forgot. It has become part of the ship now. I just like these sounds. Ding, ding, ding. Especially the pickup and the in-inventory sound is nice. Okay, so now we got that ore. Yep, then we can move. See, it's not even doing all of them. It's like it doesn't recognize these as Bastium ore. Yeah, you can double click too. Make a ship out of ore cubes. I bet somebody's done that. Honestly. Okay, I need to eat and feed Midas. And I'm trying to decide what to do. Should we keep building, or should we bookmark and continue the you guys, actually I can just show you what we built so far. I am so glad that I did the frame off stream. I'll show you what we got. I didn't save. I'm just kidding. Okay. Here is gonna be the ship that I'm custom building. We pretty much just spent all day trying to get these ducts together, and then I went and had to delete a bunch of the connection pieces. So we're gonna have to examine that in detail. And we painstakingly mounted all of these turrets. I mean, not turrets, thrusters. It doesn't look like much, but we literally put together each individual thruster. Well, we put together the main thrusters. Had to align them, which with the snapping way it works in this game, it was not easy. And also, bolted them so that they don't just look like they're attached. They're literally riveted into the frame of the ship. And yes, I have that many hard points on purpose. And I'm really happy with the way it's coming along. I think it'd be nice to take a quick break. I'm gonna take the doggos outside, get some food, microwave myself a little food, and I'd like to play a little more. It's 4 a.m. here. Well, I didn't know you were in the only time zone. Also, it's 12:45 here, so it can't possibly be rounded up to 4 a.m. yet. Etalyx, it's 4 p.m. here. Don't go to sleep now. I want to take the next step in getting this thing seaworthy. So, while I am going and doing that, chat, I could use some tips on what the next thing I should work on is on this. So let's just exit this so you have something to look at. Tips. I'm unfamiliar with this word. Does that mean backseat? Does that mean backseating? The green towers are refueling also. Okay, so if you need to refuel propellant, look for green towers. Like that, I'm assuming? They seem to be on the edges. What's its role? It's just going to be a hauler initially for manual mining. And then when I make sure everything works, then I'm going to tinker with adding a mining laser. I'm doing it spaced out because we're going to have to go through a unfortunate series of events to try and get research XP from the designer. I'll explain more when I come back if you ask again. But it's just going to be initially a hauler, and then I would like to add onto it. And I'm well aware that you cannot put the same ship back in. I just mean we don't have to take it out, build it, and fly it, but it's complicated to explain. I want it to just be a thick cargo miner. Keep it simple. With an automatic collector and an automatic laser. Well, I mean, I would control the laser. Anyway, I digress. How about more Mechanicus while I am away? So it's gonna be like 7 minutes or so. I'm just gonna get some food, feed dog, take dogs outside, come back. And I'll be back as soon as I can. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Hope you guys are having a good morning. And if you need to join the community company, send me a DM on Discord and I'll check those when I get back. BRB. Okay. I guess I'll ask. Why are you pink? Actually, I guess we could just go straight back to the game audio. Hey, you guys want a cheeseburger? Too bad. Mine. And you might think, where'd you get a cheeseburger? The refrigerator. Yeah, it's leftover. Okay, so what? I'll still eat it. How's the Corp doing? I keep calling it Corp. It's company, but Neum. You can tell this game has still got people in their vice grip when there's still 17 people online at 1 a.m. Pacific time on a weeknight. We're packing it in, baby. How come my crates don't snap onto my laborer? Kaibo, how do you have more problems in this game than anyone else in the whole company? Huh? I think you're causing them. Anyway. Were you trying to, I need context. You're in tech. You gotta provide as much as possible. Imagine you're working IT right now, and in your inbox it just says, how come my crates don't snap onto my laborer? Well, have you tried turning it off and back on again? Okay. Now that you've tried restarting the whole game, which unironically is the #1 way to solve everything.
This is the sub sound.
Like, actually exit the game and reload it. I was watching Avik play yesterday, and he had to do that no fewer than 2 or 3 times. He says, don't shoot. I think. Don't shoot. What kind of gun is this? Anyway, are you sure you were in easy build mode? Instead of normal build mode in the easy build oven area? Did you hit C? Alright, I'm almost done with my cheeseburger. And then we can play. Also, Crane Bolt, thank you for the 17-month sub. Good morning. So I saw a couple people say they bought too many games recently. What are the other games that are either out or coming out soon? What should I be looking forward to?
also may need to get some more water soon. Okay, welcome back to the Beeble. The Beeble Mach 1.
Forza Horizon 5, that actually does look fun. I don't want to play it on PC though. I need to get an Xbox. Forza is a game you play on the TV. Sorry, that's not a PC game to me. I'm glad that it's on PC so people can enjoy it. But I want to play that with a controller on a big screen TV. All right, should I try building the cockpit now? I don't even know how to begin that. Command? You mean carrier command? Yeah, carrier command looks neat. I wouldn't be opposed to trying that out. I hope Humankind is good. I saw the reviews come out. Frostpunk 2. Frostpunk was pretty good. Blaze seat. Yeah, sort of. How do I make the... Like, what is cockpit canopy as far as the spaceship modules go? We have window canopies that I don't think I can... Why do they come up like this on the thing? I guess that's what they look like, but this doesn't... I can't visualize this. The hell? What is this? I don't know what that is. These are formless shapes. Also, I don't think I can make them anyways because I don't have the tech yet, so I'm not going to go do that. I want everything that I build here to be craftable by me, so I can get experience points. What? That's like I feel like I'm doing the Emperor. Jedi. Okay, I need to build like a foundation for it to all sit on. That's what I'm kind of confused about. You can bolt some of it to the beams, but it can't, there's gotta be some floor somewhere. What do we decide? Okay, so we know that there needs to be a generator. Why don't I just figure out where the generator block goes? / connect all the thrusters up to the ducts. Because technically we still need to do that. Like, the thrusters are mounted, but they're not hooked up to anything. Which, this is both easy... It's actually very easy. As long as we do it in the right place. Like, this doesn't need to be here. This, we just need to double check that it's actually connected up to the hole. I think it is. So, let's just get the cable and pipe tool, right? And then we just pick a point and say cable, yes. And pipe. Wait, why is it connected to the cable? So, it's so easy, chat. I mean, that does work, but it's not really what I wanted. Why does it look so ugly? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's honestly fine. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. Why does it still attach to the last point, though? And how do I stop it? Right-click doesn't do anything. Uh-oh. How do I get that initial point to detach? Oh, right-click on the point. Okay, now I get it. So, I want some redundancy here, so just one connection will connect up this entire thruster block to the quote-unquote grid, but we're gonna go beyond that. Which is actually easier said than done. got an idea, but I don't know if it'll work. Let's try a little corner piece. Flip that around, yes. I think that's actually exactly what I want. No. No, it is not. That, however, I think is. Okay, so this duct, I know you can't see anything here, but that gray is touching this blue, and therefore we should put something, a strip underneath it. Is Etalyx frustrated yet? No, I'm actually having a lot of fun. Actually just enjoying myself, enjoying my time. We got to do some stuff with the people who are online. I want that to not be that way. Please. Okay. So you have chosen non-snapper mode. There you go. Oh, I gotta remember to bolt this. Help. Like, if I can't figure it out at this point, nobody can. Okay, that's perfect. So let's bolt these in. Wait, that wasn't ready. I'm not ready! Dare you. Oh, God. Stop! Game! Right click is a dangerous thing. For some reason, the ship I bought, the buttons and levers disconnected for no reason. Just like real life. Man, I was driving home from work and my tire just burst for no reason. Wow, it's so realistic. Too much realism. Okay, anyway, now that we have this duct connected to the rest of the ducts, which I guess I need to double check that it actually is. It is. Now I'm just gonna have some redundancy for these other hard points. Here's one stinky thing about hard points. Like, how do you hide this annoying corner? I suppose if you really wanted to, I could take these two hard points off and just use 1, 2, like the 1, 2, 3. And it's still probably more than enough to support it and give us redundancy. But what if you only want one triangle piece? That's it. Like, what if I only wanted one triangle and you have to have this hard point on it? You wouldn't be able to have a clean edge. You'd have to hide it with like extra bulky armor, I guess, around the side. Hey, what's up, Grugan? Good morning. How are you? Okay, where am I? Let's try, because Because I think I'm going to... Maybe I will do a little armor. A little armor outline. But the more threadbare to get us off the ground initially, the better. Indeed. But anyways, it's funny, Kaibo just logged off, and the Grugan just logged on. Same in-game person confirmed. Anyways, Grugan, you may be interested to see how many people are in the company now. It has grown since you were last online. Okay, as long as these two are touching, this should work flawlessly. Then I just need a piece to go under here. Not like that. Oh, I'm probably not going to be able to do it unless I move this off. Where am I? What is it getting stuck on? There we go. Now slide it down. Perfect. Push this back in. And we should be all hooked up. You don't need this many bolts, for the record. I know. Don't at me. I want it like this. Oh, you should probably put one in each end of each duct. All right, let's check to see if I forgot anything. Looks clean. And now we've got this underbelly to do the cable and pipe from down here. It's a little goofy, but it'll work. And the reason I'm doing it more than once is for redundancy. Snapping would work better if you could actually see the points you can snap to and pick them. You kind of can. I found some good use in the actual snap tool. It's not useful in every circumstance, but it's often useful when you're struggling with exactly that. Let's do this smart. Where is the corner? Okay, now flip around. Or not. It's clipping in on itself. There you go. Oh, no, no you don't. Beautiful. This is my first ship? Yes, and it's gonna take, at this rate, it's gonna take multiple streams. But it's, oops, sorry. I know that's disorienting. I didn't mean to do it. I'm trying to do this. But it's a lot of fun. Fitting all these little puzzle pieces in together and figuring out how this all is supposed to go together. Takes a very long time for a ship build. Yes. First and last. No, once I'm done, the blueprint is saved, and I can actually add on to the blueprint to create new ships. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to do this on all other sides, and you might say, well, that sounds crazy. But the good news is I get to mirror, well, not mirror, I can copy and paste, though. Which I will be able to do in just a moment. Okay, 3 connections, just in case one of the thrusters gets busted. So if we had all of our eggs in one basket, this is technically 5 triangle thrusters in a single block. So they're all interconnected and they all work off of the same fuel lines and electricity lines. But if I only connected them in, say, the middle, and the middle thruster gets blown up, that hard point gets blown up, and all 5 of these thrusters will go offline at the same time. So by having all these hard points, not only do we ensure that we have redundancies in the event that one of the thrusters goes down or gets shorn off of the ship, but also we have more bolt stability for flying around with it. I guess I could do all 5. Nothing wrong with that. The annoying part is copy and pasting this onto the other sides. Actually, now that I think of it, I don't think I can copy and paste it to the other side. Oh, no, I have to do this twice. I have to do it once here, and then once on the other side. I can copy it to the corner, because it should be inverted. So let me save. Click the pieces I want. Okay, am I missing? Yeah, I want the underbelly. Okay, I think that's all of it. Game? What did you do? Because that is not at all what I just told you to copy and paste in this strange amalgamation. Oh, Etalyx can get the thrusters to work, unlike myself. What was the part that you couldn't get to work? It's relaxing just bolting these crates into my ship. That's what I'm saying, periapsis. What did Grugan say? The frustration of mainly my own lack of knowledge of my ship just disappearing and can be towed for 9,000 credits. Where did your ship disappear? Like out in space? But anyways, Grugan, if you had some issue, what you can do is you can teleport yourself if you got stranded for free with the insurance. You hit escape and it should be like an insurance option that'll teleport you to the station you came from. And you could also get another starter ship for free without paying any credits by going into the settings, resetting the tutorial, and doing the repair tutorial again. You get a new laborer for free. I don't know if Grugan can hear me because I see Grugan typing in the chat. Okay, there you go. Why is this is gonna be kind of a pain in the ass? But then again, which part of this is not a pain in the ass? It seems like copying and maybe if I copy and paste just the topmost bits, and then just the bottommost bits, and do those two things separately. See, this is weird. It does not want to be together. So I'll just do it again. It's not that big of a deal. Actually, I can do this offline. So let's just do something else. Let's do something new, and I can come in and do it, because I got to do that thing that I just did ×4. Once, twice, 3 times down here, and then I need to connect these. But these ones are actually pretty easy to connect. Pipe. Cable. It's gonna bother somebody that I'm not doing it the exact same on both sides. Cable. Pipe. And then you. There. These 3 are connected because we don't have to put anything else to get them so, and this is gonna be interesting. I guess that can go through stuff and it doesn't matter? Oh. Well, if that's the case, then I didn't need to do what I just did here. I guess it can just go through stuff. Well, this does look a little nicer, I guess, with the little spaghetti monster. I might not need to add that at all. Now I feel like I have to for symmetry's sake. Weirdly, there is no way to get the duct from this side to this side. There's no spot for a corner. Like there is right here. Oh, he's done it. He's done it. No, he hasn't. Because that is sticking out, I think? Yeah. I'll just lift it up. Doesn't have to be flush, it just needs to connect. And then bolt. Okay. I don't even... God, the camera. Help. Help. Too sensitive. That works. All right, there you go. One for you. And then one over here too. Kind of like moving the camera is the only way to get these things to snap where you want them to snap. I have no idea. Why it's shifting sideways? Yep. Okay, there we go. Super finicky. It's funny because if I miss even one of these connections, you know how hard it's going to be for me to go back and try to trace the root of like, all right, where does this line not connect? Like debugging a program. Yeah, actually, kinda. All right, so all of the center thrusters are connected. Uh-oh. I didn't even know you could do that. As of... Wait, why can't it? As of now? One, two, three. How about the bottom ones? 4, 5, 6. Yep, okay. All center box thrusters are connected up to the juice. The exterior triangle ones are not. Only 1 out of 4 is. So I'm gonna have to get creative there. All right, let's do something else besides the thruster stuff. Try using the socket tool. Which one's the socket tool? This one? Create sockets that transfer cable or pipe directly through objects like plates and beams. I will try that. Can you create a socket on top? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the socket. Interesting. So I can't overlap it on top of an already existing. It's a cool idea. I'll try this on something else. Okay. Anyway. How the hell are we going to connect these up? To a, I'm gonna need an engine block. I'm gonna need like a generator. I'm gonna need like a fuel rod. Cooling racks receives coolant from cooling cells placed inside it and processes the coolant to reduce heat. Can fit up to 3 cooling cells. 1 cooling cell cools at the same rate as 3, but for a shorter duration. The cooling power of the cooling cells... the cooling power in the cooling cells of the cooling rack are pretty cool. The cooling power needs to match the amount of heat produced or exceed it, needs to physically touch the generator unit to function using bolts for attaching as recommended. I can't wait to come back in another 3 hours and see you can finish wiring. This is such a big project, even though it's like not even that large of a ship. It's decently sized. I'd say this for me is like a medium-sized ship. Mostly it's gonna fill in once we start getting crates and boxes. Because those are just gonna be able to free hang if we want. I'm having trouble visualizing where the other major components will go. Because ideally, many or most need to be attached to frame. And that's what I'm having trouble thinking right now. I think something that would look cool but doesn't sound practical is to have a glass walkway, yes, between these 2 diagonal beams. Well, not diagonal, but they're sideways. And then under the glass walkway is the actual, like, generator coolant things. And then sprouting up the side, like here and here along the walkway, are vertical fuel rod, what do you call them? I forget what they're called. But yeah, just have like the generator blocks like under this in the belly of the ship. The downside of having the generator blocks in the belly of the ship is they're very vulnerable to any kind of fire from below, which is a great place to hit bombers and stuff in like World War II. Flying, actually flying above. I guess you'd be flying above, not below. Why don't we start with a fighter jet? Because it's easier to build big and have too much space than it is to build compact, because you have to know what all you need and exactly how much to put it together in a tight package. If that makes sense. At least I feel that's how I feel. I still think this is a neat idea, and I probably shouldn't build this to withstand. We could also have multiple generators in multiple places. The whole ship's gonna be vulnerable. It's like gonna be a cargo ship. It's gonna be laden with boxes that are easily accessible from the sides. So, you know, you get what you get. I still think this is the best place to put like a generator block, because it'll look cool. Obviously we need more than one. I'm just kind of looking at it. So, this is the generator unit receives processed fuel from the fuel chamber, converting it into power, and it generates heat. Has 6 connectors, 1 on each side. Other modules can be attached to this. Generator units can be placed adjacency, but they will produce extra heat. So if you put them next to each other, it makes more heat. The generator unit keeps consuming fuel even if the power generated isn't being used or stored. That's why you have to limit your generator based on your ship. If an enhancer is used on the generator unit, the efficiency of processing processed fuel into power increases. Define an enhancer. Is that power enhancer module? I'm assuming I have the BP for at least tier 1s. Where do these connect? I feel like they connect on the bottom, because that was the weirdest side. Enhancer is a top tier thingy. Are these not on the laborer? I feel like I see something like that. Anyway, if you wanted to stack these, I think it would look like that. That looks like the floor piece, though. Can they stack like that? That looks kind of stupid. Is that what it's supposed to look like? Ship breaker, ship maker, baby. So I know I said if you put them together, it generates more heat. But, okay, how many... Chat, is this number right? I heard... Is it 3... How many generators per thruster? Or per fuel rod. It's 3 per fuel tank. How do I know how much power the thrusters are going to demand in terms of fuel rods? I know I'm going to have at least 2 fuel rods, but this seems like it's going to be power hungry. It says on the tooltip. You know the tooltip for what? Because I'm on the tooltip for generators. What's on page 2? Nothing. Debated. So how much is this going to produce? Like too much heat to have all these just like down here like this? I feel like no, because they're only connected at most on 3 sides instead of 6. Page 2. See page 1. Chamber, fuel chamber. Converts fuel rods to processed fuel and distributes the processed fuel to generator units. Has 9 connectors to which other modules can be attached. If an enhancer is used on the fuel chamber, the efficiency increases. Needs to physically touch the generator unit to function. Using bolts is recommended. This is where things might get tricky. Must physically touch the generator. Well, my plan could still work if I am careful. Okay, so the fuel rod goes in here, and this is how your ship derives power. So it does not suggest a number. So check this out. Since this is the size of 2, I know I'm gonna have at least 2 fuel rods, but again, I don't have any. Chad doesn't seem to know either. How many fuel rods I'm actually gonna need for this ship at a time. Sorry, I'm making sure there's connectors on all sides. Also, question, is the enhancer something that I should be attaching to this, or is that also like a top tier material? I don't know how generators combine. I'm pretty sure you can just have them all hooked up to the same block. At least that's what I'm gonna do. And they should just share the load, in theory. Each fuel rod should contribute a portion if you are limiting your consumption via the panel numbers. So this should work the way that it is right here. And I want to have it sticking up through the floor because I'm a 6,000 IQ genius. So, I'm just kidding, but I think it'd be badass for there to be like a glass floor kind of around this, and you can like walk over the glass and then pick up the fuel rod from the floor. And then have this. Chemicake says 4? What is 1.5 doesn't even mean anything. How do you do a half of a fuel rod? All right, Samir, we need you to back off the keyboard for a little bit. Streamer can't even find the y-axis. I mean, 2 is only 1 more than the laborer, and this has approximately, and this is not an exaggeration, 3 times the number of box thrusters that the laborer comes with. And also, in addition to that, 20 extra triangle thrusters. So it stands to reason that for this many thrusters, I would trust Chemikix, who says 4, because that's also around the number. I was thinking 3 to 4, so that confirms my biases. So if I'm gonna have 4 generators, and each generator needs 3 generator units, right? Each chamber, rather. So this has chamber 1, 2, 3 units. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many is this? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 there right now. Also, I'm planning on adding a mining laser and an automatic ore collector to this. So power, I would imagine the mining lasers, plural, question mark, are quite power hungry. At least that's what Avik said. So, I trust Avik. But I really hope that I can get this floor-mounted design to work. I'm assuming it's okay if I don't have exactly 3. In terms of, like, erring on the side of too many generators. I need to move all this over. This is a large block, but it actually kind of reminds me of like a piston combustion engine cylinder thing we got going on. Plus, I don't think moving this over is a bad idea, because then I could bolt it to the beams easier there. Also, it gives me a little wiggle room between this. Nuclear V6. Yeah, kind of. All right, so I got 4 cylinders, chambers, but I didn't count how many generators. So in theory, we should have at least 16 of these little cubes, based on what chat's saying. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're a little short. There's only 10. You don't want to put them all next to each other like that. See, Dirk, didn't you buy a pre-built ship? Okay? Because my understanding of what it means by putting them all next to each other, in theory, they're only ever connecting to at most 3 blocks, which means they have an additional 3 blocks free, which means that in my mind, they should be able to vent from the free blocks. Like, I think when it says don't put them all together, my interpretation is don't do this. I'll show you. Like smother them inside of a, here, let's just do this, actually. Because I think this is more what I imagine by don't put them all together, where it's like significantly more sides. You spent 9 hours in the ship designer yesterday. See, Dork, I spent 9 hours in the ship designer just today, okay? You can't possibly have more knowledge on the heat of generator units from only 9 hours in the ship designer. People were coming in here and chat earlier and flexing 200 hours. And I dismissed them just the same. Still in the title screen. Look, there's one way to find out. And you know what? You know what you do with heat? You use coolant. Please tell me there are pre-built? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There are lots of pre-built. Sawdust Bunnies, why aren't you in the game with the rest of the company? Okay. We're gonna try this out. And if the ship explodes and overheats, then I'll be like, Sea Dirk was right. But I think this is gonna be fine. I think it doesn't want like a big cubal cluster. It's got free space on half of the available sides. So I feel like that's in the spirit of the flavor text. Okay, we're just gonna try this out because this is exactly how I want it. It's almost level with the floor. It's gonna poke up a little bit. I'm gonna have to get crafty with some like decorative coverings. And I know 4 cylinders is a lot, but I think we'll be able to use it once we get mining lasers. Okay. Next question, of course, is how to actually connect this to coolant-related things, and also if I need any of these other parts. Do I need any other parts directly connected to the fuel chamber generators? Let's see, radiator base. Needs to be attached to a hard point. The radiator base requires electricity and a pipe connection to the generator via a pipe socket board to enable the flow of coolant between the radiator base and the generator units. Radiator extension, I guess, extends the radiator. Yeah, these are what go outside. I know. Like I saw the ones on the hard points. What I'm thinking is below. I was just in my mind thinking that the laborer, maybe we should just copy that and put a hard points for the radiators just down here, nice and close to the generators. But since you can connect them remotely, it seems we could just put it wherever they look cool, I guess. Okay. We don't have solar for a while, don't have rechargeables. We could put fuel rod racks. I think these can go in once we get a little bit more decorative plating. They're not super important. They're almost decorative themselves. They're not really. They do hold the cells. Or I mean the rods, but stores coolant and distributes it to the coolant rack. Needs to be placed inside the coolant rack. Okay. That's what I was interested in. Coolant recharge rack. Looks like this. What the hell is this? Recycles used coolant from coolant cells back into usable coolant. Needs to be mounted onto a device base. Requires power and pipe to recycle. Okay, so who knows how many of these you need? Does it tell you how many recharge racks you need per generator cooling rack? Each generator cooling rack, it says, is this backwards? What the hell? What's it? What is? This is a cooling rack and this is a recharge rack. What are these racks? Okay. What is this? Receives coolant from cooling cells placed inside it and processes the coolant to reduce heat. Okay, so this thing on the right with the 3 sockets is what actually is cooling. Fits up to 3 cells. 1 cooling cell cools at the same rate as 3. So basically, you can do it with 1 filled in and 2 empty, but it's not good. The cooling power of the cells need to match the amount of heat or exceed it. Physically touch the generator units to function. Bolts are recommended. Oh, I haven't bolted anything in, by the way. I'm aware of that. What does it say its efficiency at cooling, though? All it says is, have more cool than hot. Okay. How much cool do 3 cooling sockets, cooling cells actually cool? Who knows? Why don't you just test the entire ship and find out? How's the shipbuilding? We're doing some painful learning right now, Robot Mystic. But I'm having fun. Does the cell tell you the cooling? Maybe. Let's see. Small cooling cell. It has a corrosion resistance, density, structural durability, volume, storage, weight. I don't see anything about actual cooling numbers. Has Sox left the ship crater yet? Yes, you just weren't here. But you revealed yourself now. We've done adventures with chat. We went out mining rocks with the community company. We looked through the pre-built ships. Where you been? We put Minecraft dirt blocks on top of the ship. We did also do that. Let's see. I wonder if there's a wiki for this. Coolant cell space base. What's the name of this game? Starbase. My brain has turned to putty. Wiki says. See heat and cooling for more info. Coolant output for a cooling rack is 6 per second. 6 what? I don't know. Coolant capacity is 15,000. 15,000 what? Your guess is as good as mine. Heat dissipation, 300 per second. 300 heats? Okay, we got 300 heats of dissipation. Now, how much heat am I generating per generator? Who knows? At least 6? Maybe more? Why does this feel like such a throw a dart at the board and hope you have enough cooling? There's no systematic way to possibly conceive of how much of each thing you need here. None. This is just literally in the dark. Absolute guesswork. Even the wiki has just arbitrary numbers. Let's let's just search for a generator tier 1. Okay, let's see. Generator heat proportional to their unit rate. Adjacency heat for all tiers and from 1 unit to 6 is as follows. 25, 55, 95, 145, 205, 280. Does that mean if all 6 spots are covered? Who knows? Because adjacency specifically means things that are right next to each other. Okay, a single generator by itself is 100 heat per second, apparently. And then on top of that, it'll produce adjacency heat. I wonder if we can possibly calculate this. Does the fuel chamber also generate heat? At least there is a wiki that has some information. They produce heat proportional to their unit rate. It does not go into detail. According to the wiki, it can be anywhere. It can be anywhere from 0 to 300,000. Or maybe that's power. Nobody knows. Fuel chambers produce 100 heat at tier 1. There you go. Okay, so this is 100 heat. And then they have adjacency for each of the generator. Plus 100. Oh my god. Chat, we're gonna try and math this out. You ready for your brain to hurt? Okay, let's just count the amount of heat produced by just the chambers. So, It is 100 for the chamber itself, 100 and a 100 adjacency bonus. So this generator, each generator, well, the edges will only be producing 300. These will produce 400. So this is 300, 400, 400, 300. So that's 1,400. Chat, 1,400. Write that down. How about Trial and Terror, Ral Gamer? That's a good idea. Trial and Terror. Just make the rest of the owl. It's easy. Just go to test mode and turn the ship on. Hey, what's up, Hazardrar? We're trying to do math. Okay, now for the actual generator blocks themselves. For the generator blocks themselves, it says a single T1 gen produces 100 per second. Okay, so let's just do the regular math before we even try adjacency math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10. We actually need 16 generators, though, I think. So I actually need to add 6 more somewhere. And I have no idea where those are going to go. I think I can squeeze in maybe 4. If this clipping isn't that big of a deal. Nope. Okay, that's not gonna work. Can't go this way either. Well, we could just generate more heat like this. That's 5 extra, and technically we need a 6th. What clipping? I see no clipping. This is probably gonna burn the ship down. Because the adjacency is gonna be incredible, even just adding these blocks here. This is just a little excessive. It's based on your suggestion for 4 cells. What if we just take it down to 3? And say 3's probably enough. That'll solve heat problems. No, I said 3. What? Kix. You changed your answer. You were on record saying, quote, that's why I say 4. I can see it right here. Three, 6, 7, who's counting? Oh, 3 generators per fuel chamber. So that would be 12 of the blocks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then I guess the 11, 12 that we already had would be the exact right amount. Math is hard. Math is hard. Chat, you guys love math though, right? All the communities on Twitch. I think this one in particular has the greatest love of math as to any community I have ever seen on the platform. Am I right? Am I right? Chat, if you hate math so much, how come you love counting? How come chat loves to count? Starting at 1. There they go. Is counting math, though? Yeah, it's every number plus 1 for infinity. All right. So I think the count here is good. That's also going to help with the heat issues that we were talking about before. Speaking of the heat issues. Okay, back to counting. You guys... Speaking of counting. 1, 2, 3... Okay, so we got 4K, because these are going to be 100 each. Then adjacency would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, okay, new count, 1,100. Start at 1,100 for just the heat produced by the fuel chambers, including their adjacency heat, if I counted correctly. So 1,100. Then each block is 100 heat. So 1, 2, we have 12. So another 1,200. So 1,100 plus 1,200 is 2,300. Okay, so right now we're at 2,300 heat. Now if we do the adjacency for each one, this is where it gets really tricky. So everything up till this point is easy by comparison. Because I don't understand the wording. It says adjacency heat for all tiers and from 1 unit to 6 is as follows. 25, 55, 95, 145, 205, 280. So if all 6 sides of a single block are surrounded. So if we take a block here and we go, that side's covered, 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 and that side's covered. This is now surrounded on all 6 sides. So this would have the maximum possible heat that you could have on a single block, which should be 280. Just an adjacency heat, not including the 100 that it itself produces. So it'd be this single block would produce basically 380 heat. Got it? So to calculate adjacency heat, we look at each block and say how many is touching it. Does it count? I guess it counts this as adjacency. So we got, all right, this is where we need a separate calculator from 2,300. Start over with these numbers. Okay, this block should be producing 55. I'll keep track because I don't trust chat to keep track. 55 plus, this one's connected to 3, so that should be plus 95. This one's connected to 3, so that should also be plus 95. This one is connected to 3, so another 95. This one's 3, this one's 3, so it's just 95, 95. We already counted the cylinders, that's why I'm skipping those. This is 3, so we do 95, 95, 95. If I'm counting this right. This is 95, and then these ones are just 55 and 25. So that should be 990 plus 2,300, with about 3,290 in total heat. Chambers do have adjacency heat, Squeal Pig. I have the wiki open right now. Adjacency heat for the generator assembly. I'm willing to be wrong, though. Better have some free heat as a failsafe. The reason being, generators and the cylinders are both 100 heat output. Let me find where I was looking at that a second ago. It'd be nice if all this information was just in-game, yeah? Is this wiki even official? My interpretation is there's no mention of chambers producing adjacency heat, only generators. Note that chambers don't affect generators and vice versa for adjacency. I think that you are technically correct. Where did I swear I read 100 somewhere. Either way, I would be scared given that they do produce heats. And themselves have like the same number of connection points. But it's interesting that the game itself doesn't even mention, like the tooltip in game for the fuel chamber has, as far as I can tell, not even one mention of heat, actually. So I'm not sure what to trust. I will err on the side of caution and have slightly more coolant than is necessary so that I do not have this unforeseen issue. It'd be nice to have a stats page in here that tells you how much heat, power, etc. your ship takes. Yeah. Because the part that is most suspect to me is the fact that only the wiki seems to even know that fuel chambers generate heat, and the game does not. So I was just gonna do like 3K cooling, because it looks like chat, we got WGG thinks there's 2,600 heat generated. Worst case scenario, let's say that they don't have adjacency, we would just subtract. From my calculation, we subtract 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it was 1,100. It was my calculation. So we could get by with 2K coolant? What if one radiator breaks down? How would that even happen? I guess it could get shot. Yeah, it's probably pennies in the grand scheme of things, but I appreciate you looking on the wiki because I think you're probably right, and I just misread the 100. But it does seem inconsistent that both things generate 100 heats, but only one of them has adjacency heat issues. Doesn't make a ton of sense. Can you move over just a hair? What do you can't even go over like a teeny tiny bit? I'm trying to get it where it's not like the game really likes it hugging this wall. I guess that's fine. Okay, we'll go with 3K. Anyway, sorry for that, chat. I know that's making some of your brains burn more than they already were, but this is the gratuitous level of detail that I actually morbidly enjoy for whatever reason. So we know that the coolant has to attach itself. I saw you select one of the beams, did I? I don't see a beam. Doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, so this is the actual generator cooling rack. This is what has to be attached physically to the generators. So with that in mind, I feel confident in putting this in those gap spots. Where the hell did this go? That I left, and I'm gonna pretend like that was just 3,000 IQ genius, because there's only 3 spots. But how much does each one produce? We looked at this a second ago. Does it? It says on the cell. No, we have to look this up too. Wiki? Wiki! 300 per second. So it's only 100 dissipation per individual pack. Cooling pack. Well, no, I mean, no, but it's 300 total. How am I gonna get enough things? I guess I could side mount them and save this opening for something else entirely. So yeah, we're gonna need 300 to get 3,000 in cooling. We're gonna need 10 of these bad boys. Move, damn it. Where are you? What was I just picking? So here's what we're gonna do. One, two, three, 4, and 5. Look, it's even symmetrical. This really does feel like a car engine now. Okay, but you know what? It's starting to look sick. This actually is like a 10,000 piece Lego that we're creating, one little piece at a time. I'm gonna be so happy if this thing flies. Okay, so we got all that. Now I need to read the rest of the tooltip. This one. Fits up to 3 cooling cells. 1 cooling cell, yes, I know. The cooling power of the cooling cells in the rack needs to yeah. Physically touch, So does this need to be connected with any, like, I'm trying to figure out where the pipes and the, like, where do the hookups to pipes and cables go? Still building the frame? This isn't the frame, wiener. I don't know, why was that my go-to? I was trying to think of something that didn't sound too harsh. Like, I didn't want to say loser. Or like, bitch. So I went with wiener. You know, it seemed inoffensive, but also gets the point across that you're wrong. But anyway, how do I connect these things? Hello, Harmtaro. In hindsight, maybe naming myself Little Carp wasn't the best idea, but you all know who I am. I'm Little Carp, which is from our old Kinshi playthrough, actually. By the way, does anybody else need to be added to the company? If you do, DM me on Discord or... Why did you pick that name? Because I just didn't, I don't know. I just picked the name. Because at first I wasn't sure I was going to stream this game. So I just wanted to kind of like have the option to be anonymous in the game world while also picking something that was relevant in my mind. Like, I don't know, that's just what I thought of. So I just did. But also, it doesn't matter. You know who I am. You know who I am. It's not a secret. Okay. So those are all connected. Now I guess we could put the actual thingies in there, yes? And we still need to bolt all this stuff together, which will probably be a job for auto bolt, I would assume. I'll check this out. Now check this out. Now check this out. Are those in? Are those connected? I think they're all connected, and then we just scoop those. Oh, that looks legit. Okay, so these are the individual cooling cells, and they will help keep the engine cool, not explode, and also we need to recycle the coolant, and I still have no idea how to go about doing that. I don't understand how the cable and pipe connect to the engine, the generator blocks. But I'll figure that out momentarily. We're getting there. So, we're missing the got the cooling rack. I'm gonna need recharge racks. But fun fact, it doesn't say how much it can recharge. In a given time frame. So again, oh, it says 100. 100 what? Per second? I'll look this up. Coolant recharge rack. You typed in coolant. Coolant is not one of the options. I accidentally just maybe created a page for coolant recharge rack. Mounted on a hard point, not the generator. Ah. Requires connection to a radiator to recycle the coolant. Yes. So the hard points will go on the back and give it the option to hook up to your ducts. And if it only does 100 per second, that's what I'm confused by. Aren't we doing like 3,000 per second? Am I gonna have to have 30 of these? No way, right? That's the percent of the recharge rate. 0 to 100? 100% of what? Okay, anyway, this is where the hard point will go on. So why don't we go ahead and put that on now? Okay, and then we just need to bolt that on. Probably doesn't need much. 4 is plenty, I would think. I'm gonna be lazy and make this into its own module. And I'm gonna call it the coolant recharge rack combo. Super lazy, but maybe I'll need it in the future. Okay, and then you have to save, which we should do anyway. And that will load it. Okay, so we know we need apparently a ton of these. I think we also need... enable the transfer of coolant between generator and radiators. Heat is bound to the coolant, which is transferred to the radiators to be cooled down. The coolant is then transferred back to the generator via pipes. The pipe socket board needs to be connected to the generator. And there's a generator socket board. Transforms local power into electricity, connects cables, distributes electricity to a cable network. The socket board has a 1 connector in it. This is so detailed. Okay, so we don't have any radiators yet. The pipe socket board needs to be connected directly to the generators, though. And guess what? Once again, there is absolutely no indicator. Its cooling rate is just 100% by default, which isn't anything. It's just configurable, like chat was saying. We'll look that up, the generators afterward. God. Are we there yet? No. We're actually reasonably making good... honestly, this is the progress we needed, yeah? So once you get the radiator, the generator, the coolant, and the thrusters, besides steering and levers, the ship can fly at that point, right? Once you have a cockpit and can actually, you know, turn the generators on and move, you know, with propulsion. That was a nice try, Rizzy Wands. Good try with the non-follow first message in chat bit.ly, but it ain't that easy, baby. Any spreadsheet in the that was made by the community wouldn't have a tracker link attached to it. Okay. So, back to this. But in the off chance chat, your heart may be in the right place. Don't post sketchy links in chat, I appreciate it, because I'm going to always err on the side of caution, even if you're a good-hearted, kind individual. I just assume that you're all devils. Especially if I don't know you. It's not me, it's you, you know? But it's also me. Okay, we need a socket board and a socket board. Likewise, there's been a fun little thing going around where if you go to the wrong person's profile on Twitch, they can actually run a script on you that gets your IP address. Did you know that? So I won't be visiting any of your profiles anytime soon. Don't take it personally. Good, but also, good job, Twitch. Thanks for letting people just run scripts on their profile page. The reason I have to be suspicious is because bad people, bad actors are out there. I love that these look identical except one's red and one's blue, just to be even more confusing. So the generator socket board's red, and the generator pipe socket board is blue. And I'm still, my brain hurts. It's also been 10 hours, but I have to get something done here. Okay, local power into electricity. Connect cables and distribute electricity to a cable network. I don't know what it means by A1 connector on it. Needs to be connected to the generator unit or fuel chamber. I gotcha. I'm on it. That's all I needed to hear. This is still not a bad spot. Will one suffice for this whole unit? So I would probably... I guess you would make a redundancy in the event that you're afraid part of your engine block dies. Or is shot. If there are other available spots, I don't think it hurts to have a few extra. It's just resources you have to pay for. We're gonna have to pay for crafting. Why you no like this? Is it the angle? I don't think it likes the angle. And it's only for cable. Well, in that event, I guess we won't be putting it there. Start the whole project again. Okay, how about this? I mean, it would look neat there, but it's not necessary. Could go on the inside. Could go on the outside here. I think for symmetry's sake, inside looks better. And that way we can do... Is it not? Okay, what does it need to connect to? Sorry, maybe I'm not reading. Distributes electricity to a cable network, is what it says. Connected to generator unit or generator fuel chamber. So why can't I connect it up to my ducts? Is this not a cable network? Too far away? Too far away? This cable, what is, I mean, it's a cable. Is this like when you you thought you ordered the 50-foot Ethernet on Amazon, but you actually only got the 12-foot? How about this? Too far away, says chat. Tell me that's too far away. This is too far away. It's like 1 foot. This doesn't even make any sense. What the hell? All right, maybe we can get a duct. This is dumb. Whoever made this, I hope the developer's in chat right now. They're like, I wish these streamers would stop complaining. That's probably what I think everybody does. But to be fair, maybe if it wasn't busted, I wouldn't be complaining right now. Hold on. That was a sigh of desperation, by the way. I forgot this was over here. Let's delete that before it constitutes part of the ship. Actually, I don't even need that. I just need basically a straight line. Hey, what axis am I looking for? The y-axis. A little shorter. How about this? You got like an on-ramp. Is that close enough? On-ramp? Come on, like that doesn't even make any sense. This is somehow safer. Okay, this is more secure. Apparently. You know what? Hang on. Let's go right into that. I don't have to do pipe, right? It's just cable only for this one. Because the pipe has no connections in here. It meets industry standards. Don't forget to lock this in. I feel like one bolt is not, this is not a secure connection. That's why I'm gonna make more than one. Because what if it breaks? I don't know that that's... Oh, got the wrong thing selected. There we go. Cable. There you go. Yeah, I guess I'll just do 2. Because 1 feels so flimsy. Okay. Then I'm just going to do the same thing to... You don't have to do this many. I just am doing it because I want to. Luckily, I already did the routing of the ducks down here. I don't think they're connected anymore. But we'll cross that bridge later. What is this? This is a 48. Come on. That's not right. That's not right. You're doing it wrong. You're still doing it wrong. How is one person so wrong? I mean, that's not how it is on the other side. Why can't you be like your brother? Why can't you be more like your brother? That technically works, but also isn't the same as the other side. And the lack of symmetry is somewhat problematic. I guess I could just do it myself. And it doesn't matter. Imagine this is asymmetrical, the whole ship goes sideways. Okay. Now you... Oh, it kind of is off, huh? More than I thought. The little pipe. Okay, one more time. 2 more times. Right there. All right, what I'm doing right now is what regular people think IT people do when they bring their computer in to get looked at. Like operation level surgery. What have you done? Oh, snap is off. Was it ever truly on? All right, we're actually, unironically, we're making some very, very huge progress here in having a functioning ship. I know it still looks like a baby frame. Because it is. But also it's my baby frame. It's my baby. We still haven't bolted anything in the center. That's probably going to be a job for auto bolts. So why don't we go ahead and do that now? before future me forgets. So we just select all pieces. Oh god, you don't bolt those in, do you? Maybe, I don't know. Auto bolt, you tell me. I'll defer to you. I'll just click everything and you'll take care of the rest. Because I guess I don't fully comprehend how auto bolt works, I will pick the beams underneath and see if it does bolt to them. If not, I will be the one who bolts. I am the one who bolts. And selection, click. Oh yeah, I saw the whole thing just light up. It did not bolt down to the bottom. What did I just do? What the hell? Why did I just shrink? How did I even do that? How did I shrink the size of the buttons? Now they're even harder to read. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the underside of... Wait, we can't... Oh, yeah, we can. Now, I don't know how many bolts is enough, but since this is the only thing locking these generators down, I'm thinking 4 bolts. Okay, or not. Four per generator? 1. Well, technically they're bolted to each other, so in effect they do reinforce. The bolts add mass. Logically, yes. But more than the sum of the rest of these parts to be statistically significant, I would think not. But since the generators are all bolted together, it should be reinforced sideways as well. But you can't put anything in this no man's land between each one. For whatever reason. Okay, 2 more. Now, they should at least all be bolted to the frame. Let's check on loose objects. Not you. I'm not ready for you yet. That is a coolant recharge rack. This is a pipe socket board. This is apparently a single unwelded cross piece. And everything else looks golden. Huh, I wonder... Could eke out maybe like a couple more bolts? Yeah. Or on these like cross... There's only 1. There is only... there's 2. Front and back. I don't know what is it bolting into right there? Yeah, right there. Okay. It actually did bolt top down on that side also. I could just run additional beams alongside of it for even more stability. That would add mass. What are these bottom boxes things? It's kind of complicated. We were just learning about it. But long story short, this is the... Think of it as the engine. It's the generators that will make enough power via fuel rods that are inserted into these cylinders to get the thrusters to go fast. Bolt the bolts. Bolt the bolts. So let's just go a quick little look. These all are bolted in the way that they're supposed to be. The generator cubes are bolted into each other the way they're supposed to be. Everything looks perfect there. I see no issue. But then again, I wouldn't. I'm not a professional gamer, but this is looking pretty sweet. Fuel's gonna be gone in 10 kilometers? Bruh, I have 4 fuel rods. And 12 generators. Just box thrusters alone, there are 3 laborers here. 2, because each laborer has 1 fuel rod and 2 box thrusters. So I have 1 additional chamber besides that, and you already have really good power efficiency with the laborer unupgraded if you throttle the generators down to 22. It will be perfectly fine. How big is this ship considered relative to an average ship? I think it just depends on what players build. I've seen ships that are no larger than a truck, and I've seen ships that are all cargo boxes front to back that are 4 times this length. To put it in perspective, here's how big a chair is. So that's about how big our cockpit seating will be relative to the ship. I would say that this top tube section is kind of the equivalent length of a laborer, give or take. So we're kind of like a laborer times 3 or times 4. Certainly once we fill out the crates and boxes. Just kick your feet off, dangle your feet, little peepo comfy. Can you add weapons and become a pirate? I feel like this would be kind of a terrible pirate ship, but I guess you could. So I'm happy with where we're going, where we're at. Now let's get the coolant thingy and figure out how that goes. It was a pipe socket board. Heat. Transfer coolant between generator and radiators. It needs to be connected to the generator. Wait, this also has to be connected to the generator? Okay, well, I guess we're just alternating. We're just gonna have a bunch of redundant ones of these two. At least the blue and red pattern will look cool. We only need like 1 of these, I'm pretty sure. Which is why I'm doing 4. I love how I tried to move that to the left and it went further to the right, which was very impressive. I'll do it myself. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? There. See? Okay, this one's pipe. Same song. It's a little thick. But, yeah, it'll work. Oh, God. Space! Hey, what's up, Snipe? How's it going? Space with the community. I know I've been, wrapped up in this all night, but it was really fun hanging out with the other people in the company. Hope you guys work together to do more stuff like that, because that was the whole purpose. There's really no spot in between both of these. Let's do this. This will be easier. He said, unsure of himself. God, he's not going to be easier, is it? Oh, I just duplicated it. Community time sound fun. It was. We had like 10 or 11 ships all going out from our starter zone. Just getting some ore. Having a good time. People learning how to modify their laborer, which is the starter ship. Hit some rocks, get some resources so they can make some better stuff and get some research. Is the ship eventually gonna have a full cockpit and plating? Yeah, well, we're gonna fill in a lot of the empty spaces because it's gonna haul. So once we start getting cargo crates kind of nestled in these eaves, it's gonna start to thicken out. So right now I'm working on the actual, like, guts. The generator block, the thrusters, getting the, we gotta work on the ducts again. I still don't have the top thrusters fully connected, but the cargo is going to help us. I think the part I'm gonna struggle with the most, in my guess, is probably the cockpit / any decorative plating. Plating is gonna be kind of interesting. All right, I was gonna go on this side. It was very helpful, the tip to change the transform mode to local instead of global for certain projects like this, because it keeps it on the same plane when you're moving it back and forth. So that is very useful. Not that kind of plane. That's actually pretty good. Okay, now, aside from the fact that the ducts themselves may need to be reconnected in certain points, I want to say that the only thing we're now missing is the actual coolant recharge stations, which themselves each require a hard point. So I'm not really certain how to get that. Ugh. It'd be sick to have some, like, little side doors out of this window and, like, this, make this into little windows and be able to go out there with, like, some turrets. Dude, that would be crazy. I'm probably not gonna be able to do that on stream. I'd love to be able to push a button from the cockpit and have, like, at least 2 side doors just deploy and go like, and then stop, and then have a walkway that somebody could come down here and walk out and like shoot a side-mounted tripod like a Clone Wars troop transport. Have some side gunners mounted. Okay. Now, as for this is the unknown.
I thought this was just for civilian purposes. Not anymore.
I have no idea what to do with how many of these to make, I mean. Okay, this is the final piece, I think, of the puzzle for us, as far as the generators go. This is... which one is this? Not the cooling rack. Recharge rack. Recycles used coolant from coolant cells back into usable coolant. Needs to be mounted onto a device base. Wait. Not a hard point. What the hell is a device? That's a hard point. That's okay. Device base means hard point according to the game. They get their own language confused. Interesting. So, yeah, this is right. I don't think you need a coolant recharge rack. That's for when you want to move cells in and out of the generator manually. You can just connect the radiators to the pipe system to recycle the coolant. Well, okay. Okay. So that means I just need the... Well, we'll do the radiators once I have a little bit more of the ship put together. The radiator requires electricity and a pipe connection to the generator via a pipe socket board to enable flow of coolant. All right, we've already got the pipe socket boards here. So the pipe socket boards are already installed. So in theory, if we just create radiators, attach them to the outside of the ship, and then you have to attach each one of these also to a hard point. We would be able to get coolant via a pipe from here to there. And research to be determined on how many radiators I'm gonna need for all this. Not my problem right now. Okay, so in effect, we're done with what I'm working on at the moment. I say we put a bookmark here. It's 3 a.m. It's almost been 11 hours, and I am actually quite happy with the way this is coming along and the way that it looks. We're slowly decking it out. I think next time we do the build, I want to focus on the cockpit and the cargo areas, and then maybe I can start filling in some of the other bits. I think once we get the cargo where it needs to go, then I'll be able to tell where I want a little decorative plating for looks. Give it a little shape. Because I'd like, I really think the glass floor idea here is a good idea. How can you even do that? I know you can unlock it. I've seen glass floor, but I don't know what it's called. The ship editor is pretty cool once you get the hang of it. Yeah, I feel like I'm making something that I'm going to really enjoy flying around. It's easy to see why everybody, you know, makes their ship and they're so proud they want to show it off, because you spend literally just dozens of hours trying to get everything together. Whew. I might work on this a little bit off stream. At the very least, I'm going to just do the connections over here that I didn't do, because that's just busy work. Then I might toy around with a couple other things. But I think this is just a fun stream project. And we can fly it out to space and, you know, go with some people in chat in the company. Maybe go to some dangerous areas. Just have some fun. Okay, I'm not gonna go to anywhere outside the save zone with chat because I'm afraid someone's gonna leave their transponder on. I'd have to be like 1,000% sure everyone. Okay, everybody's transponder is now off. Wait a second, where are you guys? Where did you go? We'd have to like actually stick pretty close together. If somebody got lost, you just have to go back to the origin. Well, let's make sure we save this. Or there's a traitor in the company with hidden weapons. Yeah, but like, I wouldn't care because I'd be losing a blueprint that I could just rebuild. So it wouldn't really bother me. Also, you only get to do that trick once. Because it'd be pretty obvious whose ship did it. Because you're going to have a fancier ship than the other people who are going out. But yeah, really fun. Enjoying the comfy building and learning the mechanics. I feel like I have a much greater understanding of how generators work now. Much greater. There wasn't a lot of momentum behind that, but... Whoa, it came to a stop. Gravity confirmed. Well, it's good times. Hope you guys are having fun. Those of you still online, there's still 10 addicts online. And you might see me on a little later. But I'm just going to be doing the things I just talked about. But I need to get some food, take care of some chores, and get ready to go again tomorrow, where we may do some RimWorld tomorrow. Just kind of shake it up, but I do want to play this again some more on stream because I'm just enjoying the building. It's just fun. I'm having fun chatting, seeing everybody active. Obviously, it's 6 a.m. Eastern, but we'll get some more people in the game if you want to join. And there'll be plenty of people tomorrow and the next day to hang out with. Review is get it if I want to build ships. I mean, you got plenty of pre-built ones. It is a lot more fun if you build your own stuff, or at least tweak. But there's like over a dozen pre-built ships in there that are really cool. And also the easy build haul, you can just attach modules rapidly. I'm just trying to do a complete custom build. Anywho, good night for now. Recruits can't seem to contribute to the company bank. I'll look into that stuff. I don't really know anything about how the bank even works, to be honest. Not a clue. Anyway, I'm going to send you guys to the void. Good night. Goodbye. I hope you had fun hanging out in the Space 3D Modeler. The art stream. Thanks for chatting. Not that song. But we'll be back probably, what time is it? 3? Like 4 to 5 again, Pacific time, ideally. Night-night, everyone. I'm glad Starbase is fun. I'm glad I decided to stream it. It makes me happy to see people coming together to do some more community games. I didn't get into the Rust community server or the short-lived Minecraft one. So it's fun to see everybody else having fun. That's the vibe that I like. I like having a new game, everyone's kind of learning, feeling it out, and getting excited about, even if it's just for a short while. And it's just a cool game with good ideas that I think the thing I'm most interested in is if they ever plan on doing a wipe. Like, let's say it comes out of early access when they say it will. Let me look, actually. According to their page, Starbase is an ambitious game and we expect to stay in early access for definitely more than 2 years. Okay. Yeah, so I guess it's still like a few years off, but I'm curious if they'll do like a reset on the world state and have everybody start over, or if they're afraid that's going to push longtime players away. That would be interesting. Technically, they're in alpha, which means they're still adding big features, so it's not even in beta. I think that I'd be surprised if there wasn't at least a couple like, uh-oh, we have to do a wipe because somebody found the dupe bug and made infinite of the rarest resource. I feel like that always happens in any MMO. A dev who makes realistic estimates. Indeed. Thanks for stream. Hey, thanks for coming. I'll see you guys again later. And maybe we will hopefully not oversleep. I'm tired. Bye-bye.